KT 로이스터가 이제 다른 조합을 잘 짰는데 거기서 레넥톤을 섞은 게 약간 재밌습니다. 이 레넥톤이 어떤 식으로 운영할지가 어떤 팀의 운영의 핵심이 될 것 같아요. 공격적으로 과연 마오카이를 찍어 누를 수 있을지 아니면 무난하게 반반 가면서 정말 탱커 역할을 할지. 그렇게 없는 건데.
그렇죠. 오, 마치 들어가요. 자, 마치
다이브 하나요?
자, 타워 한번 피하고 여기서 받아야
애니 전멸 티버가 당연히 위협적인 건 맞습니다만 정화가 일단 있고 같이
오른쪽으로
자, 제대로 갔어요.
애니가 먼저 맞았어.
그리고 엣지까지 전멸 빠지고요.
오, 땡겼어요. 이거죠?
전멸 쓰면서 바로
그리고
빠져나가고
피어. 네. 자, 빅터가
애니 전멸
자, 그러나 찍어준 건 아까
공이 카시. 갇혔어요.
에로
전멸 없어요.
더블 킥. 추격. 여기다 빅터까지. 빅터 한번 와. 학살죠.
괜히 먼저 들어갔다 바로 애니부터 죽고 그러면
그렇죠.
예.
끝나거든요 한타가.
들어와야 되는 쪽은 KT입니다. 하거든요. 애니가 먼저 물리면 안 되죠. 애니.
이게 수원 믿고 그냥 막 들어가는 건데.
그리고 살아나와서
그리고 오히려
일단 에로.
그리고 어디가 오래 살아요.
지금은
죽었어요.
네, 지금은 죽었어요.
대박 치고 죽었죠.
네.
대박 치고.
자, 계속됩니다.
썸데이.
가시가 더 들어갔어요. 자, 고르게 없이 싸울 수 있냐 이거죠. 자, 빅석 3개 다 온댔습니다. 자,
역공. 그런데 바로 죽었어요. 애니가 바로 죽었고.
잘못 들어갔어요.
데미지가 너무 세고. 자, 와야
고르키 올 때까지만.
저항을 하기
고르키가 오기는 와요.
네, 뿡이.
그리고 마오카이가 너무 든든해요. 마오카이가 너무.
다시 없대요.
뿡이 사람.
싸움 걸어야 돼요 지금.
자, 이거 버스거든요. 순식간에
걸어야 돼요. 걸어야 돼요.
순식간에 몰랐어요.
괴물이 됐습니다.
괴물이 됐습니다.
맞고요.
전사.
괴물은 이길 수 없어요. 괴물은 못 이겨요.
네. 레넥톤, 렉사이, 다전사. 자, 4명.
약간
서렌. 네.
GG. 서로 조합 자체는 밸런스가 잘 맞아떨어지는 건 맞습니다. 뭐 낮은 쪽에서 조금 더 이제 강제 이니시 쪽으로 이블린이 있기 때문에 강력하고 대치구도에서 럼블이 갖는 변수 뭐 이런 것들이 강력하긴 합니다만 KT가 갖는 변수는 결국 이제 레넥톤으로 시작하는 플레이거든요.
약간 이거 깨지겠다 이러니까. 4명? 한 명 더 왔어요.
스포 체력
이번에 있어요.
타워! 얘 누가
예.
입니다. 나중에 좋아요. 지금까지. 과감하게 네.
예.
저거 풀고. 자, 데미지 누르면서 쫓아가서 그렇다고 긁어주고 여기서
잔나 지원이 또
조금이라도 일찍 가려는 생각. 1초 1초가 쌓여서 스노우볼이 되는 것도 맞고요.
그래요.
그거 괜히 그러다가 잡히는 것도 맞고 이거.
그래도 빅터 위험합니다. 이거 못 살겠죠.
스펠이 없어서.
자, 탑쪽 4명 공격해요. 코르킨 아래쪽에 있고 미디는 한 명씩. 이퀄라이저! 불질!
바로 죽었어요. 와, 진짜 날카로운데요.
생존 좋고.
상대가 진입할 수 있는 경우에는 이퀄라이저 미사일을 깔 수 있다라고
내려옵니다. 내려옵니다.
스테이만 시도하나.
엣지가 먼저 물렸어요. 전장 이탈이죠.
엣지 안 끝났어요. 왓치가
레넥톤이 뭔가 들어가고 싶어도
전원 생존
애매하죠.
욕 먹고 다 살면 이득이죠. 나중에 땡겨서 레넥톤 많이 녹일 수 있어요.
잡고 빠지고 지역에 넣고 에로 프리드.
근데 듀크가 너무 세요. 듀크가.
자, 왓치도 대기 중.
나지는 모든 상황에 대처를 잘하고 있어요 지금.
자, 럼블은 탑에 아직까지.
KT의 뭔가요?
럼블 맞고요.
럼블 옵니다. 먼저 맞고 시작했어요. 썸데이도.
이퀄라이저. 가시고.
다시 구분 대박. 상대가 들어오는 걸 받아치는 게 최선으로 보이긴 하는데
정대 빅터 체력이 죽지는 않아.
이거는 진짜 어떻게 할 수 없죠.
네.
교회 지시연계
엣지 전사.
정신없이 낮은 입장에서 막 얻어만 맞다가 막 들어가고 싶어도 못 들어가고 막 완전 휘둘리는 게임 나올
네.
수도 있었어요. 하지만 그 게임은 이미 안 나오고
네.
에로가
상대 끌었어요.
지금은
진짜.
정신없이 두들겨 맞는 건 KT죠.
그쵸. 전멸 다 빠지고요. 엣지 전사. 여기서 레넥톤이 자,
이러면 사냥개
귀환 이후에
역습할 수도 있겠죠.
이거는 기회인가요?
네.
자, 물 먼저 물렸고요 또.
서로 나오죠.
이퀄라이저 조심해야 됩니다.
오큐가 딜, 오큐가 편하게 이퀄라이저. 두명이 만들어냈고요.
두명 넣고 에러. 네. 쫓아가면서 와치를 잡았습니다.
네.
2대2.
여기 약간 과했고
네.
그래서 잘 받아쳤어요.
네. 자, 옥규.
끝까지 가면
야, 내가
안 돼요.
가시와 옥규를 어떻게 막죠? 가시 옥규 두커. 다루는 거였습니다만. 부르게는 붙어있는 게 이렇게요. 잘라놓네요. 사월에서 멀어져. 사월에서. 네.
3억잭이죠.
오! 꽝! 자, 썬데이! 불과 독에 어쩔 수 없네요. 에로 전사.
아직 드래곤 5스택이라는 걸 기억하셔야 됩니다.
트리플 킬.
말이 안 돼요,
네, 그렇습니다. 네, 넥서스가 깨지니 어쩔 수 없이 달려들 수밖에 없고요.
제제.
일단 양 팀의 밸런스 자체는 전부 다 좀 적절히 버무러져 있는 듯한 느낌이 들어요. 거기에 있어서 약간의 특출난 장점이라면 지네어 같은 경우는 아무래도 랭가, 시비르, 뭐 럼블, 애니 이런 구도를 통한 강제 이니시가 정말 강력한데
상대편 쪽으로 한번 애니를 한번 오,
예, 왔어요 이거.
네,
오히려 반대로 흘렀어요.
역으로 몰려서
있어요. 랭가.
선제점.
예.
수비하는 적은 없어요. 마우테인 없고요. 복수 가능합니다. 그래도 뱅기를
자, 빅토르 레이저.
현재 2대 캡틴즈 복수를 캡틴즈 복수를 해줘야죠.
여기서 한번 일부러 낚시한 거죠.
상대는 3명이에요.
대박.
노리고 하나 더. 자,
지네어는
전면.
체이터 데려갔어요.
네.
전면. HP가 약간
그럼에도 불구하고 라인전이 세다는 얘기예요. 갱도가
여기서
나타난다는 얘기죠. 근데 이래놓고 갱다하면 안 돼.
네.
당할 것 같죠?
해봐야겠죠.
당할 것 같아요.
네.
끊었어요.
네.
이거는 이런 게 들어간 부분이라고
여기서
생각합니다.
제이서.
자, 한번 보나요?
제이서.
이거
자, 빅토르 마우카이 멀리 있어요.
끌어봐야죠.
물고 잡아야죠. 잡아야죠.
잡았어요.
네,
그리고
하나 더.
뱅기까지
하나 더.
뱅기까지
하나 더.
뱅기.
하나 더.
안 됐어요. 그냥 됐겠다.
미치긴 했거든요. 일단
이렇게 내려오면.
근데
키르스
자, 마린이
네. 잡았어요.
마린이.
네, 잡아냈어요.
네, 결국 죽었고요.
이거라도 한번 가나요?
뱅기. 근데
자, 뱅기를 먼저 걸었죠.
자, 그리고 근데 반피.
추가적으로는 못 들어갈 것 같고요. 일단
네.
지네어도 쉽지가 않네요. CS 차이도 계속 벌어지긴 하고요.
네, 한 번만 더 핵심을 끊어먹으면 타워도
전면 빼놨고
계속 때리면
끝까지 치진 않을
네.
것 같은데요. 뒤중지라든가 이니시 열든가
자, 럼블은 없긴 합니다만
끝까지 치나요? 바로
네. 바로 제이서
바로 쪽 넘어갔거든요. 제이서.
딜중제
제이서 제이서를
딜중제 타이밍이 좀 별로였던 것 같은데요.
발언 차보고
네,
정확히
네.
확인을 못했습니다만
네, 제이 계속 맞죠?
뭔가 먹을 것 같았는데 안 먹었어요.
여기에
제이 살아와.
없죠.
안정감 있게 잡을 텐데.
네. 같은 미드인데
2차가 많이 밀려서 이제는 그러니까 전진 라인에 핑크와드 그렇죠. 예. 딱 있네요. 여기. 핑크와드만 설치해놔도 뭐 랭가 이니시에이티가 충분히 대처 가능하고 막 들어가죠.
네, 2명을 반피 만들어놨거든요. 네.
네.
캡틴잭
그러나
저러면
저 앞장서 본론의 폭풍.
자, 그런데 앞에는 마린이 앞장서고
페이커 좀 어떻게 해봐야 돼요.
네. 이거 그냥 지휘하면
아니 끝내 견적도
네,
진짜 날카롭게 봅니다. 끝났어요.
있어서
끝났어요.
GG.
SK텔레콤 T1은 넓은 챔프폼을 바탕으로 다시 한번 심리전을 걸었고 그건 지네어 그리밍스의 허를 찌르는데 지금 당장은 성공한 듯 보입니다. 지네어 그리밍스는 굉장히 정석적인 조합, 자신 있는 챔프들의 구성이거든요.
더
싸움이
네.
분위기인데요.
아직 그렇죠. 네.
조금 진지하죠.
요거
진지하죠.
이거 한번 땡기고 당겨.
오!
쫓아가서
아!
더 정글
죽겠는데요!
제이슨 한 번. 본인도
여기서
땡기고
이것도 날카로운
컬라이저.
컬라이저 볼까요?
컬라이저.
전멸도 있긴 합니다.
오,
오히려 역으로.
여기도
제이슨! 데려갔어요. 와. 트레이스.
이번에 선택을 해야죠.
라이즈가
무조건,
달려오고 있습니다. 라이즈가
무조건.
달려오면 있거든요.
네, 이거 무조건 필킬 해야 됩니다.
자, 뒤틀리 전진 타이밍으로.
네.
안
이거
됐어요.
이게 뭐
자, 오히려 역습.
라이즈 유치학했어요.
유치학했어요.
유치와.
달려가죠.
자, 궁극기를 키면서 라이즈까지.
자, 누굴 때려
붙겠죠.
누구 묶어요? 체이서 계속 때립니다.
트레이스는 안으로 들어갔습니다.
네.
컬라이저 믿는 겁니다 지금.
네. 지금 3명이에요, 3명.
왔어요.
라이즈가 또 달려와요.
여기서 추격이. 여기 계속 때리면. 네. 점사. 부장까지. 오케이.
우와, 라이즈가 이게 동선.
어우, 저 순간적으로 빠지고요. 자, 페이커를 양방치기.
토스도
양방치기.
있고요. 토스도 있어요.
네, 잡았어요.
이거 하나 더. 울프까지.
네,
박진현이
좋아. 땡겼죠. 물보 가능해요.
오. 버스트.
네. 그냥 그냥 때리면
버스트가.
자, 여기서 부장님 멀리서.
땡기.
맞아요.
그리고 제이가.
네, 제이 멈췄어요.
그리고 제이 멈췄고.
네.
울프.
예. 백
이번에
날라왔어요.
울프.
네.
백 날라왔어요.
자,
날라갔어요.
여기는 적진이에요.
그리고 갈 수도 있죠.
체이서가 가면 안 되고요.
안 갔어요.
이러면 역대.
자, 역으로.
네.
이퀄.
자, 이거
마오카이가 복수의 성들이 없긴 없어요. 복수의 성들이 쿨이 오긴 오는데 치고까지 한번 더.
걔네 좋아요.
걔네 왔고요.
걔네
제대로.
네. 제이선까지.
이거.
빠른 합류 걔네니 버티기가.
자, 드래곤이라도 먹어야 됩니다. 그런 느낌이 있는데.
네.
많이 들어갔죠.
자, 들어가면 상대 3명. 자, 일단 공격 들어가고요. 잘 땡겼어요.
땡겼어요.
나린.
그러면
자,
탱라인
용을
안 져요.
용 빨리 먹어.
마오카이 뒤.
네.
그러니까 뒤 봅니다.
네.
왔어요.
마오카이부터 잡아.
자,
마오카이가 죽었어요. 이퀄라이저.
용 먹고 빠지나요?
먹고
용 먹고 두명
빠졌고.
던다. SK
그러면 뛰나요?
네.
공짜는 거기 걸었어요. 진영 안 좋아요. 글쎄요.
그러면서
진영이 안 좋은데요.
안 좋죠?
안쪽으로 파고들었고 체이서. 그래도 활력으로.
아지를 시리려면 건재하긴
네.
합니다. 이쪽 딜러 라인이
실패 많아요.
건재해요.
땡기가 살아만 가면 뱅기를.
어딨어?
네, 좋습니다. 2대1.
자연스럽게 탑을 마오카이가 푸시하고 있으니까 여차하면 잘 뭉칠 생각.
네.
자,
먼저.
예.
자, 안돼 전멸 빠졌습니다.
제이가 고립돼서 먼저 죽었어요. 마오카이.
일단 황제의 진영 봐야
네.
됩니다. 아직 있어요. 싸움 안 끝났어요.
그렇죠.
주력 킬러들 다 있습니다.
네.
컬라이저도 있고요. 2차 싸움을 지네오도 할 것 같아요.
네.
서포터가 끊기긴 했는데.
자, 반격.
여기서
묻었고요.
네. 자,
여기서 봐야 됩니다.
앞점프까지 했습니다. 이판사
이퀄라이저.
네.
라이즈가 기래요.
또 여기.
T1
다 죽어도 득타만 있으면 됩니다.
끝났어. 이걸 이겼어요.
와, 이걸
이겼어요. 와.
이기네요. CJ.
Today's matchup. CJ Etches. 2 Tigers. Longzu IM. Samsung. 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Summer.
Hey guys, welcome to Champion Summer. I'm Dora, that's Monte Cristo. Today we begin the second round of Champion Summer. Very exciting stuff, and we've got some really interesting matches to start off with. The first one is the best one, let's be honest. It's CJ versus Ku. They're both stuck in the 6-3 miasma right now that's going on. What do you think?
Well, we're going to have to see a lot of these matchups start to open up as the season goes on. And
It's
there, of
Ring
course,
Troll.
is Ring
Wow.
Troll. He's back today.
That's right, and the Spiral Cat's next to him, a very famous cosplay group in
Yeah.
Korea. 2 of them anyway.
Yep.
I'm the third member, of course. Yeah.
You look really good in an Ari costume, though.
I know, right?
Incredible.
Pop star Ari.
Expect
Who knew?
those pictures to come out soon, guys.
That's right. We're working on it. Yeah. So CJ versus Ku. It's an interesting situation here because the Ku Tigers actually haven't lost a match since they lost to CJ in round 1.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because we've seen Ku on this big upswing recently with wins over teams like Jin Air and KT. Now, recently they've been playing Spenu, Anarchy, and IM. Obviously not as impressive in terms of wins, but those wins have been very decisive.
Yeah.
So Ku's on a major hot streak. They're coming in on this 5-match winning streak. CJ, they've taken out Samsung, IM, but then again, they lost to Najin and Jin Air before that. So CJ showing some weakness against some of the upper teams, whereas Ku's been pretty dominant all the way through.
Yeah, you know, and the new round was such a turning point last season. It was when we saw SKT just become totally dominant and just not lose a single match. It's where we saw Ku Tigers kind of go down. And the Zubu Super Player Awards, don't forget to go to ogn.azubu.tv, of course. Vote for your favorite play of the week and all that. But going back to my question, like, we saw these kind of very distinct team trends kind of happen at the beginning of the start of the second round in Season 1. Do you think we're going to see anything like that? Do you think SKT is going to be dominant? CJ's going to keep going down? Ku's going to keep going up? What do you think?
I think that this is a very good meta for the KU Tigers and Jin Air. And last season, we really saw KU and Jin Air sort of tied together in terms of meta changes. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Let's go over our MVP rankings so far.
Well, FLICKR, man, way on top of the MVP rankings right now. 1,000 points for him. Chaser and Mickey someday as well tied up at 700 points apiece. And Smeb looking to possibly bring it up, and that's right. Anarchy has changed their name spontaneously to Rebels Anarchy. There's no new sponsors, nothing like that. They're just, Monte Cristo hasn't bought them or anything. They're just Rebels Anarchy now, guys. That's it. Weird. Weird indeed. Well,
that's how it goes sometimes here in Korea, Doha.
That's very true. Well, that was the top lane, KDA. Let's talk about the jungle, though. KU Tigers, 5.9 for Hojin on top of everything. Now, he will not be starting today. They're going to start Wisdom, interestingly enough, in the mid lane. GBM up on top with a 6.18 KDA, really moving up there.
Yeah, 0.1 ahead of FLICKR right now.
0.01 even.
Yeah, 0.01, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And yeah, so very close neck and neck there at the top of the standings. Here are AD rankings, bang on top so far. Captain Jack and Okyu also 0.01 separating those two players.
Pretty close, man. That reminds me of my most agonizing Mario Kart losses when we talk about 0.01 type of things. At support, Wolf, 7.1 way on top of that one. The other rankings have been fairly close, but Wolf pretty dominant in the support ranks right now as far as KDA goes.
Yeah, looking very good. Of course, Che right behind him, but and Che started just playing more recently when they started to play Captain Jack again, so it's not representative of really the whole season so far as we take a look at our rankings.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to say about SK Telecom aside from the word dominating. They have just been crushing this tournament this season. Jin Air really moving up as well. Najin and KU Tigers on a big upswing as well. CJ Entis, though, moving down quite a bit, down to 5th. But one thing we want to mention, too, is the KU Tigers have been late to the studio twice, and that's why they have -1 points right now, and that's actually huge this season.
It actually knocked them out of number 2 because they held the head-to-head tiebreaker against Jin Air, so it put them from 2 to 4. So that is a pretty harsh penalty in a season that is so competitive for those top 5 playoff spots.
Well, don't be late to the studio. Lesson learned, hopefully, for the KU Tigers, who will be playing in our first best of 3 of the night against CJ Entis. Should be a pretty good match. And then IM versus Samsung. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Samsung crushed IM just about a week ago. It hasn't even been very long since these guys have played. You think it's probably going to go the same direction, but who knows? There may be some surprises in store.
Well, Lilac's playing top lane tonight, so...
There may be no surprises in store, is what I meant to say there. Let's take a look at our first teams of the day here. Of course, there is CJ Entis. There they are, the embattled CJ Entis, I should say. Really struggling in the last few weeks.
Yeah, they have been struggling, even though, like we said, they come over these very strong wins over IM and Anarchy, or Samsung and IM, rather. That's to be expected.
Yeah, those are not hard teams to beat.
But the slide that they had versus Najin, SKT, and Jin Air is a little bit more questionable. Now, CJ has a lot of carry threats right now. Space is number 2 in overall kills at 102. Coco is number 5 at 96. So you can really see that they concentrate so much onto Coco and Space. Not a lot of top lane carrying out of this team. Of course, Chai gets a lot of those Rumble bans using the Shen and the Shyvana, sort of a little bit off-meta picks here in Korea. Obviously, Shen very popular in some of the, especially EU LCS games recently, but he's been the only player to play it successfully here.
We also have a new stat this week called carry rating, and let me break it down what exactly that means as we look at the CJ players. Top is determined by damage dealt plus damage taken divided by playing time. Jungle is based on kill numbers plus assist numbers divided by total team kill numbers.
Yeah, it's kill contribution.
Right, kill contribution. And yeah, well, there's Coco. He's got 680 DPM. That's just damage dealt divided by playtime. Same for AD carry, damage dealt divided by playtime.
I'm not a big fan of this stat because I prefer champion damage dealt as opposed to just damage dealt, because otherwise it gets inflated by wave clear and stuff like that.
And support is just assists per game, 9.7. And I feel like that could be improved a little bit too. I think you need to look at wards placed, wards destroyed. There's other things that supports do besides get assists, Monte Cristo.
Well, Mad Life, speaking of getting assists, though, is number 2 overall in terms of assists at 214.
It's really good.
Yeah, behind actually Gorilla, who's number 1 right now at 250. So there's a pretty big difference between these two support players in terms of total assists, and Gorilla's performance has been a major factor for the Tigers.
Yeah, it has, and time to take a little bit closer look at that team that has been extremely good so far here in the first half of Season 1. Now going to the second half, there are the KOO Tigers. Gorilla, of course, on your screen right there.
And new uniforms for the KOO Tigers as well,
guess so.
mixing it up in our second round robin here.
Yeah, interesting. Going a little bit more in line with the Hearthstone team, actually. It's a little bit closer to what those guys have been wearing lately. KOO also the first sponsors for a pro Hearthstone team here in Korea, interestingly enough. There's Smeb, of course. No RNG about this guy's play, man. He just crushes you with skill all day.
He does. And, interestingly about this particular matchup is that we actually have 4 out of the top 5 players in terms of overall kills, because Kuro's number 1 right now, Prey's number 4, and then Space and Coco are number 2 and number 5, respectively. So a lot of carry potential kind of crushed into the mid and bottom lanes. The difference is Smeb can play these carry tops. He's had 3 wins so far on Riven this season.
Yeah. Wisdom, he's done okay. I mean, he's got a 58% win rate overall with games he's played, a 31.5% carry rating.
Now, that's the kill contribution rate, so kill plus assist divided by total team kills. 31.5% is actually extremely low. That is a very worrying statistic.
Huh, it's interesting. Carry rating, 542 DPM for Kuro.
Kuro tried to play the Echo the other day against IM. They won the game, but his Echo didn't look particularly impressive. They said afterwards in the interview that they picked it because he's getting nerfed soon, and they just wanted a chance to play it before they thought he was going to become competitively unviable as the 5.12 rather patch rolls around. But it's still 5.11 here this week in Korea.
Just enjoy it while you can. Well, there is Gorilla, of course, having a lot of great games on Annie, Alistar, quite a few on Nautilus as well, too, and he hasn't been afraid to pull out some interesting picks like the Karma so far this season as well, too. So Gorilla's been very versatile. He's got the most assists. Really great addition to the team.
And Gorilla's individual performance, to me, has been one of the major transformative factors. We talk about the Tigers and we say, hey, they've really improved their solo queue standings. Of course, a lot of the players, 4 out of 5 of them in the top 20 in solo queue. Prey and Gorilla have been top 5, kind of in that range. So they've really picked up their individual performances. It has translated into a stronger early game. But really, it's Gorilla's presence in all of his lanes that is making a big difference. There's a reason why this guy's number 2 in terms of kill contribution in the league at 79.1% and number 1 in assists. This has really been a very good season for Gorilla so far, and he's the big playmaker.
Yeah, the big question is, can the KOO Tigers keep it up for an entire season? They couldn't in spring. Yeah, they made it to the finals, but they got rocked. They got crushed by SKT. We all kind of saw it coming. Can they have a better season this time around? They're not on top by a large margin like they were coming into the second round of last season.
Yeah, this is they had their little bit of a dry period in the middle or at the end of the season and then the beginning of this one, and they've sort of started to come out of it right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, CJ finished strong last season, taking SKT to a very thrilling full 5-game best of 5, nearly making the finals themselves, and then having some trouble in the middle of this one. So we do see Rumble and Gragas going to be the first 2 bans right here. Rumble taken away from Smeb, usually a ban we see against CJ.
Yeah, Maokai banned out against the KOO Tigers here. Of course, Smeb has played a little bit of Maokai, but Smeb's more kind of just played whatever he's wanted to lately. It's a good kind of blanket ban overall, but I feel like it's just hard to ban out Smeb in general right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely difficult, and it's even more tiring when they're on the red side, because Kuro has drawn a lot of Victor bans. He's very consistent on that champion, and Ku on the red side will have no problem taking an early victor here and just putting Kuro on that, letting him safely farm in the lane, and then saving their top lane counter pick to deal with Shy.
Yeah, and the Rise ban going in against the Ku Tigers. We saw what FLICKR did on it in the mid lane the other day. We've seen what it can do in the top lane as well, too, so it's a pretty good ban. And the Alistar, so not wanting CJ to first pick that one. We'll see what they go with. No Gragas. Do you think Sivir's going to be the pickup here?
It really wouldn't surprise me if we saw Sivir this early on in the game. Could be the Rek'Sai, though. Definitely the big early game jungler that can stick around and still provide a lot of utility with the Tremor Sense and the Void Rush in the late game. So when Gragas isn't available, that is a very good first pick.
Wisdom's played plenty of Eve, and of course Eve does struggle a little bit against Rek'Sai because of that Tremor Sense, but we haven't really seen Korean junglers be too afraid to pick it anyway. Will we see this Shen here? That would be interesting.
I think Annie Sivir,
There we go.
Sivir is just going to be that first pick. She's so versatile right now, and so is Annie. Annie has been, especially last week, Annie really started to move up in terms of priority. And Gorilla does best on champions where he can be the engage for his team, where he can be Alistar, where he can be Annie, or even Nautilus with a hook. These are very important champions so that Gorilla can make the first move that is the rest of the team follows up on, because that is how they've had their successful skirmishes and their successful team fights.
Yeah. Now Coco's Azir has been amazing lately. He's
Incredible.
played it 3 out of his last 4 games, won them all. 71% win rate on this champion overall for him this season. Really, really good results on this Coco, and amazing mechanics too, man. Some of the best plays we've seen overall this season have come from Coco's Azir.
I am amazed at how good Coco is at Azir. He's definitely one of the best Azir players I've ever seen, and he pulls things out so flawlessly in terms of bending with his soldiers and making engages that I didn't really think was possible. And also, Coco, he's not afraid to be really aggressive on this Azir.
Yeah.
He will go in first, absolutely, and the rest of his team has to follow up. Corki, going to be the pick alongside that Azir.
Yep. It is interesting to see how he kind of uses that Azir to get a lot of burst damage done, get the enemy team in the position where the rest of his team can clean up, and if he dies, it doesn't really make a big difference.
So the question is, if you know Coco's going to be going in on this Azir, it may preclude the Victor pick because you may want something a little bit more front-liney to deal with the Azir. Could see the Echo come in again.
Okay, yeah. What would you think of like an Orianna in this particular case? I mean, a little bit too risky?
Ori, there's not a really good follow-up for Ori yet. It would really depend on what Smed plays in the top lane. It's definitely an option, definitely a safe pickup.
Bird with walls versus bird with walls? Maybe. Wallbird.
Wallbird
Wall
1 versus Wallbird 2.
That's right. If he was a movie star, he'd be Mark Wahlberg. That's it. I'm taking the headset off. Going. Oh, never mind. I have to stay here, I guess. I've been told.
Can we talk about how there's a Nautilus pick that is going to probably be top lane?
Yeah, it would not be the first time we've seen Smed play top Nautilus this season. He actually played it very recently.
Yeah, and it's perfectly viable in the top lane, especially when you already have your primary engage lined up with Annie. Provides good lockdown, very, very tanky. And not only that, but it's a takeaway from Mad Life here. Mad Life has been playing a ton of, if we think about Mad Life's champion pool this year, it's been a lot of Nautilus, a lot of Annie, and those have really been his kind of big picks. We've seen the Annie bans against Mad Life all year so far. Now they take away both picks, so Mad Life going to probably have to resort to something like Thresh this game, which of course isn't a bad option for Mad Life, but Thresh just isn't as tanky, and he doesn't provide the same front line as Nautilus does.
Oh, I wonder what a Bard would accomplish here, actually, if you were able to just sort of separate part of the team. If you can get that ult onto Victor and kind of take him out of the fight a little bit, but it's going to be Shen Thresh locked in, so Shy's going to be taking that Shen to the top lane yet again. And will it be possibly a jungle echo here? There we go, Eve. Okay, Wisdom's played a lot of Eve so far, so no big surprise there.
Yeah, interesting that they save their Evelyn pick for last here. So the Tigers draft has been much more about denying CJ Entis than it has been about getting priority picks for themselves or even counter-picking the lanes. The Nautilus pick was definitely a bit earlier than you would normally see it, especially when counter-picking that bottom lane could have been seen as priority. But Smed will be on the Nautilus once again, and the Ku Tigers, they've got great engage with Annie Evelyn, good front line, and plenty of damage out of Kuro and Prey. CJ Entis, they're running a more poke-oriented composition, but I find myself making the same complaint yet again, Doa, when Shy plays Shen, is that there's not a great target to ult on. That said, if Coco is planning to engage like Azir, and he is a more engage-oriented Azir than most, that may be the moment where Shen's really going to get onto Azir, and then as Azir scoops everybody into a line, it could create some amazing taunts. But that's going to be really hard to pull off in terms of timing.
Yeah, I mean, because Azir is going to be pushing people away from where Shy is going to be coming in. So that by itself, I mean, he's going to maybe have to do some sort of like, well, he can't flash taunt anymore. So I don't know, just walk up and taunt.
Or you can flash taunt.
Oh yeah, I suppose you still can.
Yeah. So yeah, you could definitely set up
now.
There could be a very impressive engage here.
We will see, guys. CJ versus KOO Tigers game 1. It's go time. All right, here we go. CJ Entus versus the KOO Tigers. In our first game of our first week of our second round of Champions Summer here on OGN. Now, last time out, CJ was able to win it in a very close 2-1. CJ really coming into this match with the momentum, though.
KOO.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting composition here from CJ. I'm very curious how they're going to use it, because they're really committing to the engage from Azir as being that principal tool to get these team fights started. You know, Coco, if you had to ask me, pick one Azir in the world to provide your primary engage, one Azir player, I would say Coco, so it's not too crazy. And Coco with the cleanse as well to help deal with some of the hard CC from Annie and Nautilus, probably a good idea.
We should be able to handle it, yeah.
So, yeah, Space and Mad Life looks like we are going to see just a normal fan here at level 1. Both junglers starting in the bottom side, and that is going to be pretty straightforward. Actually, Shy coming down for a bit of a helping hand.
CJ did beat KOO last time, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I said.
I know. CJ coming in as with the momentum was what I said.
What?
Yeah.
I said KOO's coming in with the momentum.
Let's just drop it.
I'm totally confused now. All right. Well, starts on the bottom side of the map for both teams.
So yeah, coming into the bottom lane here, you'd expect that Prey and Gorilla will have a pretty big advantage early on in this matchup. Thresh is a lot less tanky than you might think at level 1 and level 2. So there is a certain amount of kill pressure right there, but it depends on what we're going to see from this start. Shy actually going to hit level 2 off of the shared XP before teleporting up into the top side. And fast push coming down from Smeb early on.
This will be an interesting one. Because Smeb does have a way to take Shen right out of that ultimate, of course, with the dredge line.
Yeah, there's
with the taunt. So it might be kind of tough for Shy to get out of there if
especially
he gets followed. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, if he's close enough, he can use the depth charge. He's obviously got his passive as well. So there's a lot of ways for Smeb to shut down this Shen in the top side. But, you know, the Shen resurgence is a very interesting phenomenon. We've only seen 2 players play Shen so far. It has been Kuve, who took it away from CJ in their last match, and then Shy himself. And Shy going for the damage build, I think, is the right way to deal with this Shen. You need to provide some sort of damage threat, because being a pure tank with relatively limited CC options, especially if we compare him to a top lane Nautilus or something like that, he just doesn't have as much utility. In team fights, that is.
Yeah,
of course, his global pressure is huge, and that's really why I can see more and more teams, especially Korean teams, using him, because Korea tends to be very macro-focused, and having 2 global teleports is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I think Kuve demonstrated quite well what happens when you try for the tanky Shen right now. It does not work too well. That might have just been Kuve, but
yeah,
there's like the Shy way to go is the better way.
There is an element of Samsung being overmatched by CJ involved in that. But yes, definitely. I agree with you that I much preferred Shy's way of playing the game. Smeb actually going back pretty early here for his second Doran's ring. And he's just going to actively push the waves, and that's one of Shen's faults, is his lack of wave clear before he gets Sunfire Cape is quite pronounced. So you can really put the pressure on early if you want to.
Shy not doing a bad job of keeping up on CS. I mean, if anybody's going to be able to handle it, it is Shy. He is kind of, he's always been such a big Shen player. You know, I played some of the games with Annie with a reduced auto attack right now. It's not so bad.
Well,
it still makes me sad, but it's not so bad.
She still provides, that instant cast ranged engage, which is, it's relatively unique in League of Legends that you can have that long of an instant stun.
Yeah.
And so I think that they could make her a melee champion, and she might still be used.
Well, maybe if they give her like a Big Bear Arms as one of her abilities or something like that,
Just grafts Tibber's arms onto her.
That's right.
That's right. That's what we need, is more human-animal hybrid experimentation.
Why not? Seems pretty popular right now, We've got like Nami, and Azir's kind of like a bird dude.
Udyr.
Udyr, yeah. Udyr's got like 4 animals, I mean, nobody's using him really at the pro level at the moment, so why not give the bear arms over to Annie for a little bit?
That's right. Just swap abilities.
I think you should take away Annie's shield and give her bear stance so she can just charge in and single target stun when she wants to, too.
I think that's what Annie needs, is more stuns.
That's right. Only incorporate the shield from E into it, naturally, because you want her to have some survivability, so.
Well, Smeb here going for the deep ward against Rek'Sai. And he just wants to keep pushing. That's the game plan right here. Interestingly, Ku, when they played that mid lane Echo, they opted to use the Echo ult just to get Kuro back into lane consistently. And they've been really liking playing a high turret pressure style recently. In their last couple of matches, this game included, considering we could see Kuro playing very far up in his lane and constantly shoving the wave under the turrets. So Ku's been, for a team that would frequently kind of lose lane or lose those early towers, they've really changed it around to a much more aggressive style that focuses on a lot of chip damage in the laning phase now and more advanced warding. We also saw, of course, Wisdom getting the deep pink wards. They have deep wards on either side of the map right now. Ku is very safe to kind of do whatever they want.
You do kind of wonder how much of that is influenced by the amount of solo queue these guys have been playing too, where you are kind of forced to be more aggressive to try to grab those early advantages as fast as possible. It's interesting. It's a very positive change for this team too. They really needed it.
So, yeah, it definitely is a very big change.
Mad Life coming up to ward. Doesn't see them.
He's got a lantern out of there. They just want the recall. They didn't get baited into that. So basically, Ku just faked a recall right there, seeing if they would actually check the tri-brush. They still get something out of it. I mean, Wisdom is going to get a little bit of counter jungling here, rather, and Pranger's going to walk back out of the river. So they knew they were in the tri-brush, saw it with the ward that Mad Life had placed. So they're not really going to they're not really going to do much in this situation.
Yeah, pretty passive early game in general here. Just a lot of farming going on.
Yeah, Shy choosing the Merc Treads just for a little bit of defense and eliminating some style. Yes, you gotta have style for your ninja shoes.
That's right, man.
Notice that Shy is not playing with Ninja Tabby because
he's not a ninja.
He's not a ninja.
Yeah. He's like, sorry, those boots are only reserved for ninjas. I can't buy those.
Nice hook.
Yeah, Gorilla gets grabbed. Actually, Ambition coming over the wall, too. There's a knockup. They activate the Dragon, which pushes Gorilla back into the pit further. This is going to be first blood for sure. Ambition grabs it. Nice play using the CC from the Dragon to keep Gorilla locked in.
Yeah, that was really interesting, too, because Gorilla was just trying to clear a tunnel right there, and Mad Life just happened to be in the right place at the right time because it didn't look like they had any wards in the pit right there, so Gorilla just going to go down for free, basically, but very good positioning, and since Kuro wasn't in the lane at the time, there really wasn't any way to respond from that, and that's one of the dangers of trying to be in the river when your mid laner isn't there. Do you open yourself up for those possibilities? So Gorilla not really respecting CJ in that particular instance. Very odd way to get first blood, actually, but nice job by Mad Life.
Bishop Mad Life played it out very well. Meanwhile, Space getting a decent amount of farm here in the bot lane as well, too. Drill back, good grab onto Prey. He had just used that spell shield. They're going to pull him in with the play as well. 2 more damage goes down. Ult has to be used. Prey so low. Dodges the rockets, but he manages to get away. Has to burn that summoner heal, though. End his ultimate. This might mean a dragon for CJ.
Yeah, how hard can they push this advantage right now? Coco's back in lane. Kuro's decided to go for both of his, or I shouldn't say both because there are 3, but 2 of his Hex Core upgrades right off the bat.
I guess it's a decent amount of AP as well along with it, so
yeah, usually
not bad for like an initial early burst of damage.
Yeah, and of course you do get that upgraded Q, which is very handy in the laning phase for making good trades.
Yeah, you want to avoid that damage from the Sand Soldiers. Does help. Wisdom coming down. Looks like they might try to pull something onto space here. He's still got his summoners available, though, so it's going to be hard to lock him down. Going to need a very good Tibbers from Gorilla here. Tibbers has that stun loaded up, has his flash still, didn't use it when he died.
Yeah, but what is the follow-up going to be here? Because, you know...
Apparently nothing.
Yeah, there's no Sivir ult to chase down the Corki with 2 summoner spells and a Valk.
Yeah.
So very unlikely you're actually going to be able to pick up a kill in that situation. Not a lot of kill pressure on these lanes, actually, overall. Smeb in the top side. Probably going to be going for the Righteous Glory first. And now Ambition going to get out of the way. A little bit of a risky invade right there, but he had Mad Life to pull him out with the Lantern. So able to make it work and get those wards down.
Yeah, CJ's looking pretty strong so far in the early stages of the game. A lot of it's going to come down to the dragon fights. Oh, they find Wisdom in the jungle, too. Wisdom trying to get away, still has that flash to use. Oh, Mad Life barely misses that death sentence, and now they may be in a little bit of trouble. Ambition managing to burrow past the gravity field.
Yeah, have to burn.
Shy came down.
Yeah, have to burn that Shen ult, though, and that is going to be a little bit of a hit. He's going to teleport right back into the top side. So both globals used right there. That is not good, but... You know, they tried to harass Wisdom. However, Kuro was able just to walk right back into his own jungle. Now, they thought they could get out with all their movement abilities and with the Lantern, but not really worth it at all. And a bit of an overextension there from CJ cost them some pretty important ults and summoners.
It's interesting, too, because so much of the last match these two teams played came down to fights around Dragon and the ability to kind of take and control Dragon. And so CJ gives up a lot of that by Shy having to use his teleport, having to use his ultimate. Let's see if Ku tries to take advantage of it, though. Pretty passive game overall, though.
Yeah, I mean, it has been. It's been every death so far has been a vision play around the ward. There's the flash hook.
Now they grab him. Coco just pushes him away, but the ult comes in from Smeb anyway. Gets low, nearly taken out by that ultimate from Victor. Didn't quite get it. Ambition getting chased, but he'll be able to burrow his way out of danger there.
Yeah, nice roam from the top side. Didn't expect Nautilus to come up there. And that was enabled by the teleport play that was made earlier on. Of course, with Shy going out of lane, Smeb was able to push up and then open up the opportunity for him to roam into the mid lane without really losing all that much in terms of experience or creeps. So creative play there from Smeb, and they actually get both summoners out of Coco in that instance. So he may be targeted again, especially with this Annie on the map, making it very difficult for Coco to escape from future situations. Looks like they're going to go for the Dragon.
All of this certainly leading up to what should be a pretty comfortable Dragon for the Ku Tigers. There's just too much down on the side of CJ. Too many ults not available. Teleport not available. They may try to steal it anyway, though.
And there we go, Sivir ult.
Wow, right onto Coco. They just evaporate him. Meanwhile, CJ turns onto the Dragon for a moment before trying to escape. Ku Tigers should still be able to claim it. They will. Coco just got a little bit too close, and they were able to blow him up with a combination of Tibbers and a few other hits from the Ku Tigers.
And I love that commitment to the engage from Ku. Just such a meticulous engage right there, going all in, using the flashes to make sure they could jump on Coco and safely secure the kill onto the Dragon. Kill goes over to Wisdom, and that's going to even us up in terms of gold, but you know, they use summoners for it, so there is going to be counterplay available from CJ Entis. But, you know, they may not be able to find much with it right here.
Yeah. The objectives still should be pretty safe, and as long as Ku doesn't play too far forward, you know, they shouldn't be ganked very easily.
Yeah, they have great wave clear. So
Yeah.
even though Shy has his ult back up right now, and they may find some room to make a play, it's going to be really hard for them to take a turret because they're just never going to have the minion waves there unless they attack at exactly the right time. Of course, Victor and Civ are very good at making sure that pressure doesn't ever hit the tower. And you know, look at that, just a little bit of damage on the mid lane, more on the top side tower than anything else as Kuro goes and snags another blue.
Yep, back to a bit of a farming game. But those towers starting to get just barely chipped away a little bit. A little bit on both sides, actually. And CS is about even. A little bit of a lead for CJ in all their lanes right now. But not a ton.
CJ has very good poke right now, and even with those little leads, now they're going to hit the Trinity Force. They have the Azir, so very good poke to make sure that people are removed from the areas around the Dragon Pit. And can they get this next objective is going to be the real key, because they should be the stronger team right now. Pray not get at that Infinity Edge, and Kuro looks like he's going to be building an Abyssal Scepter, which is probably a good idea considering that he is really the sitting duck against Coco in space. He's going to be the one that's targeted in these team fights because Prey's going to have that spell shield, and here we go again.
Activated. They drop the tippers right onto Ambition. Ambition turns around, though. Mad Life drops that box. They try to get a knocked up, but goodbye Ambition. Goodbye Gorilla as well. 2 kills on each side. Shy comes down with the teleport. Oh, they got the ult onto Space. Space in a little bit of trouble. Has to Valkyrie Ray, turns around, and Smeb goes down. Coco with a kill onto him, and CJ taking this fight. Kuro gets taken out after a death sentence from Mad Life. 1 kill in the end. A final parting blow from Kuro. And it's a near double ace, but Shy comes out of it. See, he was very ninja there. He just like stayed out of it. He's like, nobody sees me, I can live.
I was going to say he was very Highlander because there could be only one.
I guess
at
so.
The end.
Depends on how you look at it, I suppose.
Gets all the buffs concentrated onto him with that double kill at the end. So let's take a look at this setup. So they're going to be, Ku is going to be the proactive team in terms of going after this gank. Gorilla burns that ultimate early, goes down as expected. So support for support traded right there. Fast fingers from Shy. Now Kuro a little late to this fight. Had he been about a second earlier, everyone on CJ would have been lined up for a near perfect Chaos Storm. Can't get that same hit though, and then Coco goes in afterwards with the shield on him in order to actually just finish up that kill right there. Very interesting play, but he went all in at the right time to keep himself alive. Mad Life did die to the Hex Tech core upgrade from the Death Ray on Victor.
Well, in the end, gold lead a little bit in CJ's favor right now after that one, but not too much. Still a very close game. The question is, you know, will CJ be able to get some objectives out of this? Gorilla coming down. He's got the stun with the Q. Shy going to be able to just crab walk his way out of there.
Yeah, they want this turret right now. They don't really think they're going to be able to kill Shy at this stage, especially with, you know, an Annie, Evelyn, and a Nautilus.
Yeah.
Not the kill pressure there, but they do get that turret, and they've been working on that turret, getting that chip damage the entire game so far, starting to come through, but on the other side of the map, Space will answer with that Trinity Force Corki.
And that's exactly what the Ku Tigers needed right now as well, too, to just kind of stay in the game, get a little bit more map pressure on. Tying up the turrets. About a minute till the next dragon, and we'll see if Ku can take that one.
So Wisdom, though, he's got the Aegis right now, and CJ's composition is pretty darn vulnerable to MR stacking. That Corki and the Azir, and while Shy probably will be building Trinity Force, he usually goes Cowl into Phage or Phage into Cowl right after his Sunfire. We think we can assume that he's going to be building that item, so they do have a bit of attack damage with the Sheen.
You'd think so. CJ moving up. They want to take this mid lane turret. Smeb coming down. Doesn't have that teleport. It's going to take a while. Death Sentence onto Kuro, but no follow-up, except for a rocket from space.
Yeah,
the player space, not the place space. Space rockets would be pretty cool, though.
Well, yeah, that's where rockets
Orbital
belong,
lasers.
right?
Well, generally, yeah. I think so. It's quite the political statement, Monty. Oh, Wisdom gets grabbed. He's okay for now. And they think about coming in, but both teams playing it pretty tentatively right now.
Yeah, Shy with the double global, so he's going to be able to get some pressure down on the top side. So Ku really has to commit to pushing down this mid lane turret right now. Uh-oh, Coco's doing his Coco thing.
Yeah, we've seen Coco make some pretty amazing plays out of the Raptor pit, which seems appropriate with Azir. Ku Tigers maneuvering down to try to maybe put some pressure onto this dragon. Fight on their terms. They're going to go ahead and activate it. They've got the speed shrine. And can CJ contest this? We'll see. Dragon going down very quickly. Nice zoning from Kuro. They may come in here. Ambition comes in to try to take it too late. Ku's already got Ambition. Gets taken out as well. Smeb grabbed by the Descent, and so the Ku Tigers have a pretty good angle on this fight. Actually, wow, Coco managed to get out of it, though. Still alive right now. Shy gets in the back lines, gets a nice taunt off. Shy with the kill. There's one for Coco as well. CJ turning that one around. Coco just barely able to get away from certain death, and then CJ turns around. Shy had a great taunt, and he's not done yet. Trying to intercept Gorilla, and they get him. Goodbye. Wow. CJ with some great team fighting today.
Yeah, this is a very messy team fight, at least at the start. But then when we see what happens with Coco's Azir, he really comes in and makes a very big difference with his committed engage. In fact, actually managing to get out of that one with the help of his summoner spells as well. And Shy's ult, pretty darn convincing too, to get into the fight as Ambition's going down. Barely actually managed to make the TP in time before Ambition died, but that's going to be a very nice fight by CJ Entus, and they're coming out with a big lead.
Yeah, that's going to go ahead and give them a lead in turrets by 3 right now. Pretty amazing.
Yeah,
that was so fast too,
yeah.
Blowing open that turret lead.
Yeah, this is going to be CJ and their power spike. They want to fight with that Corki right now. The big problem is that Ku still has all of the dragons, and this is a team composition that I think is going to scale a little bit better. How are you going to kill this Nautilus in the late game if you're CJ Entus once he really starts to get tanky? Because remember, he started with the Righteous Glory, which gives him some decent stats, but is by no means an item like a Frozen Heart or a Banshee's Veil that is really going to make him very damage resistant.
Well, I think the bigger question is Smeb going to be there in team fights? I mean, that's the tricky part. You've got Shy, who's so mobile as far as his double globals go. Smeb has his teleport, but that's all he has. He has to rely on his own 2 big metal feet to get him to fights in the meantime.
Yeah.
Whoa, they're going to find Ambition, though. Another pick onto him. Mad Life takes him out the Lantern. Flash ultimate on the Mad Life. Smeb going deep for this one. Ku really wants this pick, but with Coco there, they have to turn it around. Just barely not able to finish off that gank. Thought they had an opportunity. Shy, meanwhile, going to the bottom lane to start doing a little bit more split pushing. Oh, Space. E-Vault, Space Valks away, but that's a lot of damage. Flash, he gets the Lantern anyway.
Wow, right there, yet again, a Flash Lantern. And you have to respect Mad Life's Lanterns this game so much, because they really have been the difference in this game for CJ Entus. He has gotten the deep wards in with Ambition, and then gotten Ambition out safely on multiple occasions where he really has no right to be invading the enemy jungle, as you can see from the collapses from Ku. But Mad Life absolutely everywhere to help save his teammates. And this is making a big difference because CJ is able to set the tempo of this game by getting the deep wards and the advanced pressure on this map. And that is really what has helped CJ snowball this game so far.
It's a really interesting use, too, of Thresh, too, to kind of use that Lantern to allow your jungler to go in there and play the warding game on what would normally be a very overly aggressive level. Yeah. But if you've got the Lantern, you can get him out. It's really kind of an interesting little modification.
Yeah, and we've seen this before, but I've never seen it this many times in a single game. You can really tell that Ambition and Mad Life are working well together in this regard.
Yeah, for sure. And the Ku Tigers, what can they do? They're 6K gold behind now, about 5K gold actually, I suppose. Do you just kind of try to hold things down until the next dragon comes back? I mean, they're losing so much vision on the map, it's going to be really hard to take any dragons from here on out anyway.
Yeah, but since you already have the first 2, you're not really that concerned with CJ getting 1 or 2 right now. If you can play back, get a couple more turrets, then you're within striking distance. And Ku, they've got a lot of damage on this composition. The Sivir, more than likely, will be able to carry harder in the late game. And Ku also just has more reliable engage with On the Hunt and the Tibbers. So
They're also starting to build up quite a bit of MR now.
yeah.
That's going to make it a little bit tougher for Coco to do his thing.
You're absolutely right. It definitely will. And they have 2 Righteous Glories alongside the On the Hunt, so they can continue to try and make picks here. And I think for me, the question is whether Madlife will be there to continue making these plays. Because he's been very good this game about stuffing the picks so far.
We'll see. Smeb moving down to the bottom lane to try to do something about that split push from Shy. Kuro taking the Raptor in the bush, hiding it away. Oh, throwing the anchor out.
Yeah, not really going to get too much done right there, but Smeb is slowly starting to push this one back against Shy. Now, Shy didn't go. He completed the Spirit Visage before going for the start of a Trinity Force right now. And now they're going to try and collapse onto Smeb. And Smeb's got
in big
TP.
trouble.
Yeah, he's fine.
Has to teleport. Is the taunt cooldown back? No, just barely. Gets out in time.
Wow, really
That was about
very
as
close
it gets. Yeah.
to that taunt cooldown right there, but Smeb had the timing on it, was able to correctly predict that after the last taunt was used to get out of danger, but now 2 globals on the side of CJ, and this is why the Shen is so good. You know, he's been getting these incremental buffs. Now he's better at split pushing than he was before with his passive being up more frequently, and he did have that CDR buff a couple patches ago.
Oh, grab onto Kuro, but Ku's still coming down onto this Dragon here. Ambition, CJ a little bit split up here. Can they make something happen? Dragon getting very low. Lantern goes in. They're going to walk up. Dragon actually taken by the Ku Tigers. Prey was able to just take it with a little bit of damage.
Wow, that was Wisdom and Prey combining to take
so.
that. Ambition not even using his smite. And CJ couldn't find the engage there either. Ku gets away with murder a little bit, just swooping in. When Shy has those 2 globals up, he used one of them, but just couldn't get in. Wisdom takes the blue buff as well.
That's pretty important for Ku to get that 3 Dragon advantage. That's single-handedly kind of keeping them in this game right now.
And that's more movement speed that they can make that they have for picks as well, as if they needed more. 2 Righteous Glories and a Sivir. Not quite enough for Ku this game. Now they have a Dragon stack.
The more the merrier, man.
The more speed, the merrier.
That's right. Just need Zillion to speed everybody up too.
Where's Rammus?
Throw a mid-Karma in there. Yeah.
Jace Gates.
That's right.
We haven't seen new Jace yet here in Korea. I'm a bit sad about that.
I'm a bit surprised because Coco has always been such a big Jace player, even this season.
Yeah.
But with the way he's been playing in Azir, I can't really blame him, I guess. If Azir is open, you should probably take it right now.
Yeah, definitely a more safe champion, too, in most traditional matchups. And, of course, now we see the Trinity Force beginning. For Shy, always starting, of course, with that Phage, and then moving on from there. Ku can't really make picks onto Shen, though, which is a big problem in this game because they can't allocate enough damage to actually take out the Shen. So stopping him has been a bit problematic.
Well, his split push is going to be extremely strong whenever Smeb's teleport isn't up, too, because, Smeb has to go up and defend it, but then Shy has the ability to make most fights a 5v4, depending on if everybody mates up. At least Smeb has some wave clear. He can push the lane back fairly easily.
That is the nice thing about the Nautilus, is that you can just spam the Riptide. And even though the Shen has this Sunfire cape, you're still going to have that wave clear there. Now we see a potential flank coming in from Ambition, but Ku wisely just backing away. CJ continues to move that ward line forward, looking really good for them so far. They've done a great job of capitalizing on their power spike with the Corki. And now, can they close the game out? Certainly they have a very respectable lead.
Ku Tiger's trying to find an opportunity to hide in a brush, maybe for a pick here. Got the pink ward. Oh, it's going to be Baron from CJ, though. That seems a bit brave, as it will be more or less spotted.
They can definitely see this. Now, how much is this going to hurt CJ? They're going to come around. Madlife going to die instantly.
Yeah, Madlife, though, allowing his team to take that Baron, but at what cost? Here we go. Shy comes in. Tipper's pushed away, though. Kuro getting a little bit of damage done. Coco has used that Emperor's Divide already, so that's out of the way. If Ku can catch up, it could be bad. Wisdom coming in. Doesn't have his ult, though. Space a little bit on his own. This
There's
could
a
be,
lantern.
Oh, he'll get back.
Oh, there's no lantern. Mad Life is dead.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like CJ's okay either way, though. So a bit of a risk, but giving up Mad Life for Baron, not bad.
Great disengage from CJ, however. They came in there, and then the Azir wall was used instantly while Mad Life bought them time. And then they clogged the choke with Corky Rockets and Sand Soldiers just so they could disengage in a very good way. Now Shy going to go back, and you know the Ku Tigers, they don't really have anything to deal with this. The siege from CJ is still extremely strong. And even with that wave clear, these super minion waves with the Azir are going to be difficult. Now they're just going to actually teleport in.
Shy tried to teleport in for a taunt there with Home Guard, didn't really find it. They get the tier 2 turret anyway.
Nice port though, Shy.
Yeah.
He knows his ult's going to be back up by the next time he needs it to split push, so why not go ahead, keep that minion alive in front of the turret for just a little bit longer and allow them to successfully siege and snowball this game. CJ's playing very well.
Now, CJ's got all the pressure right now. Ku Tigers are scrambling to defend this tier 2 turret in top. Looks like they've got enough wave clear for now, for the moment anyway. We'll see how aggressive Shy wants to play this. A little bit of damage done to that turret, but not a whole lot. Meanwhile, a big crowd building up in bot lane.
Somebody's going to have to go clear that. Smeb has TP, but they're finally going to go do it after the tier 2 goes down. This probably means they can't defend the tier 2 in the top side either. Pretty big risk here for Ku to continue to position in the defense of a tier 2 tower when their top laner's on the bottom. Yeah, they just have to give this up. It's too risky.
Yeah, there it goes. Coco takes out the turret. Smeb pushes back bot lane, but doesn't look like it'll be for a whole lot of time. Ku may, wow, Prey's so chunked out, it's going to be really hard for Ku to engage here.
Siege continuing. The Baron buff is getting relatively low, though, so it doesn't seem like CJ is going to be able to crack the base. And again, remember their form of engage is really this Azir ult, and if he gets under the turret, he's going to start to take a lot of damage. So that's not necessarily the best way to deal with this. And the wave clear is good enough that there's not really a whole lot of options here. Smeb going to get grabbed, but...
Yeah, played in. Mad Life uses the box, but Smeb able to repel to the wall and get away.
The wave clear still around also. So yeah, CJ, they just don't have the tools necessary. They have that great siege and they have that great poke, but it's getting countered by the Tigers' just presence in terms of the wave clear. And CJ not yet ahead enough that they're going to be able to dive, particularly with the composition that they have.
Yeah, Ambition doing a good job of clearing out the enemy jungle, though. Not really leaving the Ku Tigers with much at all. Ku Tigers are just going to bull rush this mid lane, it looks like. Dragon is up. And if they could grab their fourth, again, you know, it feels like these Dragons are keeping the game. Wow, they jump onto Wisdom. Ambition knocking him up. Oh, they pull him back in again. Ambition getting low yet again. Evolt used as Shy tries to come to the back line. Space, they have the Chaos Storm over top of him. A kill comes in for the Ku Tigers. Prey picks up the first one on Ambition. Scuttle Crab taken by the Ku Tigers. And Coco has a lot of poke. And the Ku Tigers maybe a little bit low health on some of their members.
Yeah, but they're only 4 members alive for CJ right now with Ambition going down, and Ku actually may be able to take this dragon. They're slowly moving in. CJ's going to have to back off, so that's dragon number 4 actually for Ku. And the big problem with that is, yes, there's a very large gold lead, but 3 to 4K of that was actually CJ. It was in the bank for CJ, because remember, they had just taken down the entire outer ring of the turrets right there, or inner ring rather. So there was just a lot of gold that hadn't been turned into items yet. So the deficit wasn't as severe as it might have otherwise been, and that combined with a 5v4 means CJ's going to play the safe game, but that leaves them in a very interesting predicament.
Well, they have to really hope that they can win the next team fight by Dragon.
Yeah.
Because if they can't, then Ku Tigers can easily just bulldoze their way right through whatever objective CJ has been protecting all game.
Yeah, Wisdom just going in for a little check right there, knows that Shy and Coco are taking away the red buff.
Shy's look good again on this Shen. 4-0-5. Has been making a difference in the split push in team fights, but they just haven't been able to control the dragon.
Yeah, this is it's been interesting from CJ. It has been to a certain degree, a bit lucky for Ku as well that they've had these opportunities. They need to make a pick right now. There goes the Sivir ult.
They're going to go after Shen here, and it's a longer death timer now, 34 minutes. Can they catch him? Gorilla comes in. They use the Evolt. Gorilla saving that stun, waiting for it. Shy gets so low. They burn a lot on him, but it works. That's a pick. What will they give up for it, though?
Yeah, they're going to have to start recalling immediately right here. Can they get back in time? Because the inhibitor is the most important factor, and it looks like they're starting to filter back into the base right now. The minion wave isn't there yet, and they may have just gotten away with that one for free.
I think so. They weren't able to really push any more turrets down with it, but they were able to at least make a pick. Still 7K gold down. It's weird because you watch this game and it doesn't seem... It seems very close, but then you look at the gold total and it seems like CJ is way ahead. Well, I think this is one of those games where the gold lead is not everything.
Yeah, CJ just also Ku playing their team comp correctly also. I mean, they knew they needed to make a pick to have the presence around this Baron. Now they're going to get some wards down. And that one pick really translates to a lot. They didn't lose an inhibitor turret or an inhibitor. They got enough vision around the Baron that it's not going to be a free takeaway from CJ. It's going to take them more time. So CJ getting stalled out here. And this has always been one of the factors that the Ku Tigers have, is that they have such good shot calling. They're able to play from behind, I think, better than any other team here in Korea.
Yeah, very true. And if we go back to the last match, these two teams played too. A lot of it did go around Ku able to control the Dragon for that first game, which CJ did still lose.
Interesting build
It's been
from
a while
Kuro,
since
going straight into the Void Staff, but with all the MR on the opposite team, the Abyssal, the 2 Spirit Visage, this might be a very good choice for him. Obviously, he's a little bit behind in terms of his itemizations, having to go for 2 Magic Pen items flat and percent before really stacking any AP, but it may be a necessary evil at this point in time. Smeb getting just ludicrously tanky.
Yeah. And able to do a little bit of split pushing of his own now that he's got that teleport up too.
Well, this is very methodical from Ku. They know they can reclaim some easy gold, start to cut down that gold lead by taking the remainder of the outer ring of turrets. You know, the fact they haven't done it 36 minutes rather into this game is problematic, but they're finally getting that map pressure down. Here we go!
Yep, bears up, Tippers goes down onto Coco. They pull him out on the Lantern anyway. CJ on the disengage right now. Ambition getting chased out. Space creating a lot of zone for himself there.
That was a lot of the engage from the Tigers gone there,
Yeah,
though,
it
for
was.
a bit of a hope that they would take out Coco. Coco did have to burn his cleanse, but that was flash use from Gorilla. Here we go, Void Rush, and Ambition's right back in.
That's right, Baron being taken. Smeb right there as well, too. Baron's going to do a lot of damage. They're going to grab Ambition, Smeb, and Wisdom backing away. Alt use, Wisdom getting very low. Kuro laying down a ton of damage, though, with that Chaos Storm, and Ku Tigers may have it. Coco dives into the back lines, but gets taken out. He had to do something, but it was already too late. Ku Tigers, what a great engage from Kuro, getting so much damage done when CJ grouped up, and that's going to be a Baron most likely for Ku. Space going to try to be a hero here. He gets grabbed, though, gets taken out. No Lantern for you this time, and a flash from Kuro to try to take down Mad Life.
Here we go, TP.
Yeah, that's right, Shy coming in. They may not get this Dragon. Shy gets slowed. Really needs to get out of there, man. I don't think this is time to take the Baron. Nope.
Well, no Baron taken, but a very important team fight win from Ku. Nice save by Shy at the end as they had chased everyone out of that engagement, but CJ making a massive error. You cannot go back into that choke against a Victor. That is going to cause you immense problems.
Kuro did so much damage that fight. That was disgusting.
Traded too. When everybody was grouped up right there, the ricochets and the boomerang blades were doing a lot of work. So CJ, I think that them forcing the Baron necessarily isn't that big of an issue, but if you're going to start to fight after that, even though you have a great kiting comp, you cannot kite into a choke point like that. It was just quite easy, actually, for Victor to set that up.
Well, who wants to try to take this Baron again? It looks like they're going to restart it. CJ, not going to get... Oh, no, they're going to go and catch Ambition. Whoa, Ambition getting a little bit too close. Nice turnaround by the Ku Tigers. They use that Chaos Storm, though. They're going to turn back on the Baron. With no jungler, though, CJ's going to have to let this one go. They're going to go down and take this Dragon, but Ku could chase. Can they actually get there to take this 5th Dragon?
Oh, yes, they can, though. There's no smite. on CJ Entis right now.
Boy.
This has been such a beautiful display of the Coup Tigers playing to their win conditions because they kept making picks. They kept using their speed advantage. They kept going after it, forcing objectives, and then turning this game around by forcing CJ to play around them.
Wow, CJ needs to do something desperate here. Otherwise, this is going to be a Baron and 5 Dragons. It is for the Coup Tigers. A huge, huge power play for them for the next few minutes of the game. Now, what can they get out of it? Still down 3-6 on turrets. But man, with a buff like this, you'd have to think they can do something with it.
Yeah, they can. And Coup, they've just been doing work because they're not afraid to make the risky, aggressive plays right now because that's the only way they can get back into the game. But CJ with a late setup after losing that first Baron fight, not being able to get the position on it once again, forces Ambition to do a little bit of blind face checking. And in a heartbeat, the Coup again just committing to the team fight instantly and then making the plays to follow up.
Well, this, again, this is just one of those games where the gold lead just doesn't matter, man. Remember, Coup Tigers were 7,000 gold behind not too long ago.
They're actually up to 9,000, I believe, at the peak.
Wow, yeah.
In this game. That was turned around pretty fast because that was when they won the fight at the Dragon because there was so much unused gold on CJ.
Either way, it just goes to show in a close game like this, one small mistake, one little positioning error by CJ, and now look what happens. They grab Ambition again. Either way, they're going to get this tier 2, and they're not going to stop there. Shy recalling now to get back to help his team, and they need it.
Yeah, they're just going to keep on pushing through right now. Not really anything that can be done to stop them with a Baron buff and a 5th Dragon. That's guaranteed a lost fight for CJ, barring some miracle.
Coup Tigers. Tigers are a fearsome animal, but as we see Prey get chunked out, Coup Tigers is looking more like a rhinoceros or maybe like a stampeding elephant at the moment.
Well, you
just got to get out of the way.
You know the most dangerous thing, besides a tiger, of course, is a wounded tiger because they fight to the bitter end.
That is true. You don't want to corner a wounded tiger, otherwise this is what happens.
Yeah, that is definitely what Coup is showing us this game. They have been very tenacious.
Maybe a bit of a hippopotamus as well. One of the most dangerous animals in the world.
Here we go.
There's Sivir activating that ult like a stampeding hippopotamus. Coup Tigers come in. Space has a decent zone. Smeb, though, getting into the back lines. Kuro able to get the kill onto Ambition here. Coco manages to jump behind Coup Tigers, and he is starting to do some serious work on this Azir. Prey still full health, though. Everybody avoiding. Wow, Coco with the double kill. Coco with the triple kill, and he's not done yet. No, never mind, he is done. Prey scuttle crabbing it up, and Shy comes in. Double kill for Prey, but he's got to get out of there. Smeb teleporting. Now it's a 1v2. Tank wars are back, but Space may be able to turn the tides. This fight is still going, and Space, oh no, Space, he's got to get out of there. Oh, they barely take him down, and that's an ace now for CJ. Coup Tigers perhaps overextending just a little bit.
But there's nothing for CJ to take. They have super minions, they lost one inhibitor, they have another exposed. So there's really no problem with Coup kind of all-inning right there because CJ can't respond in any kind of meaningful way. Space also got saved there, by the way, by the Shen Swords. He was healing off of the Shen Swords, but that was funny. Anyway, so the engage here, they want to dive this. Space actually just going to QSS immediately, and Coco has this setup here, gets all of the poke into the side. Kuro and Wisdom just can't get over there. Great combo, and then a flash over the wall. So Coco once again doing beautiful positioning work on this Azir.
I really feel like you need to ban Coco's Azir.
It's crazy.
It's getting way too good.
It's getting nuts, and look at that play that he's able to make for the triple kill. Such calm patience on the outside, waiting for that opportunity instead of just throwing himself right back in the mix. Now, Smeb's going to come here, and Space really, really benefits from the lifesteal tanking he was basically doing. And
oh boy, Shy, can they catch him? No, I guess not. It just also shows what a not ninja Shen is when he even does something to deliberately show who he's attacking. It's like, hey, look at this. Swords above their head. Feel free to hit him too. This is the person I'm trying to assassinate right now. Wow. Just when you thought there weren't more ways where Shen could be a bad ninja.
Well, I don't think there are too many more of those ways in existence.
I think that's the first new one we've discovered in a while.
That's true.
Yep.
I'm not really sure what Riot could have done to design a less ninja-like ninja in every possible capacity.
There's never been.
Maybe given him guns instead of swords. I don't really know. Like like a big minigun or something like that, or a bazooka.
Oh, yeah, because if you give him like pistols and he's got like silencers on it, that's still more stealthy than, you know, throwing swords at people. Yeah.
Where does he get? How does he get his swords back once he throws them? Are they like Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, where it just
totally
like returns to his hand?
Yeah. Definitely the Mjolnir effect there. Only Shen can pick them up though. Captain America, a little bit here and there.
Was the Mjolnir effect the name of one of your bands in college too?
It was. It was kind of during our fish
or high
phase,
school.
you know. We were into fish, Flaming Lips. It was that kind of phase, you know.
More prog rock with the flaming,
yeah, a
flaming
bit.
lips there. Okay.
A bit. You know, like you do. Well, this game is extremely close again. CJ fighting back a bit. Baron and Dragon both coming up within 30 seconds of each other. And this has been an exciting one. I mean, these two teams, CJ certainly playing a bit better than we've seen them play in recent weeks against top teams. So it's a bit of a fresh air to see CJ do so well too.
Yeah, and now they've got that poke. They're starting to control those choke points very well. This Dragon's live, but they actually have to start it if they're going to be a threat right here. Notice that Wisdom's already set up for the flank. Here we go.
He's coming in, ult onto Coco already, and Wisdom also as well. They drop Timbers as well. Coco taken out so fast, and can CJ win a fight without the Azir? Doesn't look like it. Coup Tigers just massacres CJ Entis. That was Operation Kill Coco, and it went off without a hitch. 5th Dragon again. Let's just waltz up and take a Baron as well.
Well, and this is one of the problems,
they can just end, actually, can't they?
Yeah, this is one of the problems when you reach 6 items on a lot of these champions, is there were no pink wards for CJ to flank. They needed a pink ward on their flank so they could see that Wisdom's coming in. But what a great engage there.
No kidding. That was just like, let's put everything onto Coco. Well, let's just kill the Azir, and it worked.
He's the only major damage threat on the team. Corki's just not doing that much this late in the game, and the Coup Tigers gonna come back, gonna take the gold lead.
Wow, and they're gonna take the game as well, too. Coup Tigers down 9K gold at one point in this game, coming back and winning it. GG, what a start to this best of 3.
Well, that's the Coup Tigers for you. They've always been able to do this since they were formed, which is their flaw was in the early game, falling behind, but it's never been in doubt that their mid and late game shot calling and their ability to adhere to their win conditions of their team comps has been world class, and we really saw that there. Now, CJ did a great job of controlling that game early, but the Coup Tigers knew that their only road to victory lay through making the picks, using the speed advantage that they had, and controlling the Dragon, and they managed to pull it off.
I really can't wait for the next game, man. I feel like if you're Coup Tigers, you ban the Azir, and you see what CJ has besides that, right? It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, Coup was going to have more bans on the blue side next game without having to take out champions like Gragas and Kalista and Alistar necessarily, so very important win, but well played by Coup. Definitely a bit sloppy down the stretch from CJ after their massive early game advantage, some ill-timed recalls, a little bit late on the grouping as well. And they pay for it, but what a punishing performance by Coup.
Yeah, Coup Tigers, man, really, in their first game anyway, coming into round 2 like a lion, I should say like a tiger instead. Either way, it's a big cat, it's fearsome, and fearsome is what the Coup Tigers are. And so when we come back, guys, we'll see if CJ Entis can tie things up, or if the Coup Tigers can just take the 2-0. I would be surprised. I feel like this one should go 3 games, but after that one, you never know. I mean, that's the type of game that kind of breaks your spirit a bit, too.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a hard one for CJ.
Yeah.
But
luckily for them, Spirit left the team a while ago, so they have less to worry about now.
Yeah. Well,
we'll see what happens when we come back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Game 2, CJ versus Coup right after this. And welcome back to Champion Summer. Looks like Wisdom is our MVP. He had a lot of great flanks that game.
Especially that last one.
Yep, really helped set up the fights that got KU Tigers the win.
Yeah, just taking a look at some of these earlier engagement right there. I mean, not too terribly much impressive, while barely surviving the help of the shield. And then...
This is a good one. This one really able to get in there and do a lot of damage with the hate spikes, but that one was mostly Kuro damage-wise, but he kept him around.
Right, Prey was right in the mix too, and no one was even touching him while he was auto-attacking throughout most of that team fight. And Ambition, buddy.
Oops.
Wrong time to Void Rush.
It's like, did I mean to go to this tunnel? I meant to go the other tunnel.
You know, the sad thing is he could have gone to the other side of that same tunnel, but he got really confused. But that last engage from Gorilla and Wisdom was picture perfect. Able to drop even the Chaos Storm onto them. Shy, they just don't have a front line to stop everyone. And the two Righteous Glories, the Sivir ult, and everything just going on to CJ Entis. So tough game for CJ to lose. Very exciting game. Bit questionable on some of these engages so far, but especially from CJ. But they didn't really have the best engage tools ever, and that's what I was concerned about going into that one. Is what was it really going to look like?
Yeah. I'm curious to see what game number 2 is going to look like. I really want to see what CJ does when they ban Azir. What's this? A substitution coming in. Why, yes. In fact, down at support, you will not see Mad Life. It's Max. Yeah, alternate support. Interesting.
Yeah, that surprises me because Mad Life did so much work on the map in the last game, saving his teammates off of Ambition's rather aggressive and possibly reckless jungle invades right there.
He played really well. I mean, I don't know what CJ's plan is here, whether they're like, all right, well, we'll just like, you know, we don't really need to win this one. We can still get enough wins back against weaker teams to stay relevant in the playoffs, perhaps. It's hard to surmise what the plan is, but man, you really got to win after, or you really got to wonder after last game with how close that was. You know, with how much of a difference Mad Life did make with those lanterns, with other abilities, with the warding he did. Can Max live up to that?
Yeah, big question. And Max, you know, we do have some more players on the roster for a lot of these teams this season. Some notable returns, especially in our next game. IM has signed Paragon and Expression. Especially the big surprise is Expression.
Yeah, he's back, man. The longtime Najin Shield top laner is now on IM.
And then Najin Sword, and then allegedly retiring for the pro team. We'll see how much play he gets. But it is interesting. Okay,
so there's the Shen ban against CJ. So KU Tigers not wanting to deal with that one at all. Just really quickly, Max has played 2 games so far this season against Janair. They were both losses. He played Janna and Leona.
He played in the preseason last year.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, it was only that one match recently anyway.
And notably, CJ did very poorly in the preseason. So we're talking about December here was the last time that this guy saw some time in the booth. Certainly an interesting moment to substitute in a new player.
Yeah. It's been a while. We'll see what he can do. Gragas banned against CJ as well. Not wanting Ambition to take that one. He hasn't really prioritized Gragas a whole lot, but he's shown that he can play it just as well as anyone else can, showing KU Tigers does not want to take it too. It feels like this is gearing up for an Alistar first pick.
Yeah, I think CJ will probably ban that. Remember that Gorilla is professionally undefeated on Alistar, but they are not going to first pick it, actually.
Who's going to ban it? Huh. So I wonder if this is going to be a Sivir first pick then.
I think that would... All signs point to that being a true statement.
This does still give Azir over to Coco.
Could be Rek'Sai as well.
Could be. I feel like you grab the Sivir, though.
I agree.
They will.
Yeah, you're not going to ban out Ambition or really hurt him by taking that Rek'Sai early, and instead KU going with that Sivir champion that has risen dramatically in terms of priority around the world. I think CJ has to take Annie here.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Wow.
Oh, they're going to take the Azir. All right. I mean, Coco is a great Azir player, and he even played great last game, but KU Tigers seemingly having answers for him.
Yeah, that is...
It's a very early Azir as well, too.
Yeah, you're not really worried about that though, because Kuro's not going to hard counter him with Zed or anything.
Yeah, I suppose.
Kuro not that kind of a player, so I'm sure Coco feels very comfortable in whatever matchups Kuro's going to be able to provide. But Ku Tigers have, I mean, they could basically just run the exact same team composition they had last game.
Annie Maokai, a very strong couple of pickups for the Ku Tigers.
Going all in with that.
Oh boy, yeah.
They've got kill pressure in top and bottom now with that hard CC, and Wisdom can definitely play that Evelyn again. Maybe he'll opt into something with even more early game pressure like a Lee Sin and really try and snowball out of the laning phase when they fell behind in the last match.
Now I wonder what we're going to see Shy take this game specifically. Do you think maybe a Hecarim might be a okay pick here? Or is it too much of a risk with the Annie?
I think you can take the Hecarim for sure. I'm just always worried about Shy playing Hecarim because I don't think that CJ flanks very well as a team. And that has been one of their major downfalls in terms of their team fighting. Taking the Gnar here. Now, Shy has never won a game on Gnar. He's 0-2.
Yeah, he resisted playing it for so long, and then when he started to, you kind of see why, I guess. But they're going to go with it. Space grabbing that Corki as well, too. It's been pretty much all Corki for this season with the exception of a few Vayne games for both of these AD carries, so no big surprise there.
Yeah, I really don't see why Ku would mix it up. Just go for the Victor and the Evelyn. Basically, you have an even better version of the composition that you played last game.
Seriously.
The only substitution being like the Maokai instead of the Nautilus, but Maokai provides more primary engage.
Yeah.
You're still going to itemize early with the Righteous Glory, and that means that Ku is going to have even more reliable engage. They're not even going to be dependent on a skill shot like a hook now. It's just point and click, twisted advance, and that's it.
Man, I almost feel like you pick something like Nami here just to get some serious disengage. Janna, I suppose, as well, too. Leona, I mean, Max's 2 games in the booth ever are Janna, Leona. But I feel like out of the 2, I would go with Janna here.
Yeah, he does play a lot of Leona and solo queue also. So, but the Black Shield may be very effective if they can get it on the right target to deal with the crowd control from Maokai or Annie. But that's still
you can't. It's hard to Black Shield someone that's been insta-stunned though.
Yeah, you have to get that that stun up there first. But it's another shield for the Azir. But
that is true.
CJ, they just don't have primary engage again. The only engage they have is like landing a binding or a Flash Morgana ult or Coco pulling off some crazy Azir ults again. And as good as Coco is, that's just not a reliable form of engage.
Well, with the entire last game, too, being like Coco Azir killing practice 101, like Ku should come into this game with a pretty good plan of how to take down this Azir. They can pretty much do the exact same thing they did in that last team fight last game.
Except it's going to work even better.
Yeah, because you've got the Maokai now.
And because now CJ doesn't have 2 globals to respond to the picks.
Yeah.
Basically, CJ always had another shot to turn a pick into a 5v5 or a 5v4, something like that, by having the Shen with the teleport and with the Stand United. Now you only have one of those things, and you're running a Gnar, where you need to manage your Rage Bar to turn into Mega Gnar to actually get to those fights and make a big difference in time. And guess what? The Ku Tigers is not going to play around your Gnar bar while they're engaging on you with, again, 2 Glories and a Sivir ultimate. There's so many timing windows for Ku to exploit here. I am very worried for CJ.
A pretty massive risk for CJ compositionally, and they need to win this one if they want to tie it up and force a game 3. Can Ku Tigers take the 2-0? It's time to get in the game and find out. And welcome once again to Summoner's Rift. Big cheer from the CJ fans in game number 2. Ku Tigers trying to match it. I love it. I love it when we have the fan battles going.
Always quite
Good
entertaining, and everybody's pretty pumped up after that first game, and why wouldn't you be? It was very exciting.
Full house tonight in our studio here in Seoul, South Korea, which you should definitely visit if you come to Seoul. It's awesome.
It is. Great time.
I've been here like multiple times a week for years, and I still love coming here.
You still don't get bored.
That's right. I'm not getting tired of it anytime soon.
High praise. High praise indeed, sir.
That's right.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Well, that ward gets taken out. Gorilla with the killing blow already on the ward. Oh, yeah.
So, no early invades here. Nothing really happening. Shy looks like he's going to start the follow once again on the bottom side of the map. He did this last game to hit level 2 and then immediately teleport into lane. And Smeb starting to stack some saplings at a camp. Defensive wards and positioning just so that can't be disrupted by CJ. And so, it's like Smeb will drop 2. Is he going to put a third one in there and take the camp himself? Looks like he will.
Okay. Why not? I like that Maokai skin too. It's freaky. Ah.
Yeah, so he's going to take the little raptors. That'll get him about half level worth of experience, and he should get the other half off to the camp. So this is a different Maokai start than we've seen before. If Maokai stacks 3 saplings at the raptors, typically he'll just finish off the big raptor by standing there. But instead, going to be doing a jungle fall. Looks like Wisdom actually got all the XP off the red, and they're going to share off this one, perhaps.
Okay.
Different than what I thought. And Shy going to hit level 2 off of the Gromp, and
Yeah, lane swap for the Coup Tigers.
yep, and the lane swap. Bit interesting. You'd think they would maybe want to be in the Corki lane, but there's that black shield to deal with some of Andy's stuns. Max going to look for an invade right here. Not going to find anything because it was a red buff start instead of a Krug start for the Coup Tigers. And so he will just walk home without harassing anyone empty-handed. Smeb still jungle following, of course.
Yeah, level 2 now. See when he decides to go to lane.
Okay, well, how fast can CJ respond to this? Because Shy is in a really bad situation and can be dove immediately right now.
Oh boy, there's no
and
wards
he has
either.
no wards, and
Oh boy.
Max is not making the speediest attempt to get into lane.
Shy knows
good
what's
timing.
up. Yep, sees Smeb come in, gonna try to get away. Double buffs on Wisdom as well. Smeb going in with that twisted advance. He's gonna arcane smash Shy back. No, he only has the saplings. He's only level 2. Max and Ambition coming in now. Here's Gorilla though with the stun. A big W from Annie. Could be very bad for CJ, and this is so much damage being done to the turret. A lot of XP being denied too right now. Meanwhile, a little bit of action in mid lane. Coco and Kuro trading blows.
Yeah, so pretty standard here. Max, not sure. He probably should have gotten there just a little bit faster to see if he could have done anything to deter that whatsoever. But Shy doesn't die in the end, isn't forced to use his summoners, but is forced off the turret. Ambition was busy doing red buff when that occurred, so looks like CJ got a little bit surprised, but Space is able to start really freezing this lane in the bottom side.
Shy's going to miss out on a whole wave there. And look at the win rates between our two junglers here. Wisdom's done pretty well on Evelyn, and a lot of people, you know, kind of criticize him using him here when you've got such a good jungler like Hojin on the Coup Tigers. But Wisdom's been playing really well in his games we've seen him in so far.
Yeah, again, that is a very worryingly low kill participation score, though.
You know, the thing is, though, I thought I looked at it right before the matches today and saw he had an average of 73% in his game. So I kind of am a little bit curious about that number because that's way off from what I saw when I was doing some stats research earlier today.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah.
It does seem very low.
It seems like way too low, in fact, you know?
So, looks like Prey actually just going to go back up into the top side right here. Basically, we saw over the last couple of minutes, Prey going for the Avarice Blade, so very, very intent on stacking that early gold means that Ku's not really going to have any kind of kill pressure early in this game. Space with that CS lead, of course, after freezing that wave, but should be normalized by Prey within about 5 pretty soon, as there's a big wave at the bottom. Gorilla actually preempted Smeb in the bottom side. Just went ahead and walked down there, got some wards into the river before Smeb arrived. So pretty safe play so far from the Coup Tigers, and they're going to get a lot of CS onto the Maokai. Wisdom. Yeah, wrapping around. There we go.
Behind, flash stun onto Max. Max in a little bit of trouble. Smeb jumps in as well, too. Max getting very low. There goes first blood to Wisdom. Space will Valkyrie away. And so it looks like Corky makes it out, but a very well-coordinated gank for the KOO Tigers early on.
And there
Pick
you
up that
go.
first blood.
The old abuse the rookie strategy.
Oh yeah, it's been effective across multiple sports for probably thousands of years at this point. So why stop now, right?
Yeah, and Max really not anticipating the flash stun there from Gorilla, and then of course the follow-up immediately with the flash twisted advance. So
Yeah.
good chaining of CC before Max could get the black shield down, and that meant he even held up long enough for Wisdom to get the gank in, make a very clean kill.
Now the data I have here for the kill participation for Wisdom is 73.9% for Summer Champion Summer. So, and actually it's still pretty good overall career-wise, 73.6. So I don't know where that number is coming from actually.
Yeah, very
it's a bit odd.
interesting.
A bit odd. Because I mean, if we look at the games that we saw him in, the game we saw him in earlier today, and also what we've seen him in earlier this season, I feel like we've been seeing him be quite a big part of a lot of the kills and plays they make.
Well, we haven't seen him in a little bit now. It has been mostly Hojin playing the games.
Yeah.
Oh, still Shy getting a very nice CS advantage compared to his bot lane opponents, but that is evened out by the assist that Smeb has managed to pick up. So just really that first blood gold, the main point of difference, at least for the moment.
Well, Shy can throw a tantrum if he wants to, but it's not going to stop his lane from not going his way quite yet.
Yeah. So after that first gank, no real moves from Ambition yet this game. And he's not going to be able to play as deep as he was last time without that lantern to bail him out of the enemy jungle. You can see KOO already responding to that a little bit. They have some nice defensive wards around their red buff and around the top side of the river. So he will have a very difficult time invading without being seen.
I would love to see Ambition pick up more Nidalee again.
Yeah, it's been a strong pick for players like Eve and Chaser recently.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at, I'd love to see like a super poke comp, right? Where you've got Azir, Corky, Nidalee, or like a Jason there as well that Coco can certainly handle.
Well,
looks like a move up to the top of the map here.
Have I got the team for you?
Oh, really?
They're called generic.
I know. See, CJ could pull it off too, though.
They definitely
and here's the dive. Shy being very wary about this one. Here comes Wisdom. He's invisible. Kuro coming in as well. They ult him. They get the slow, even though Shy flashes. Gets so low, so fast. And Wisdom picks up another kill there. KOO Tigers really picking on Shy just as much as they are on Max.
And look at this. We actually have Smeb just TPing immediately into the mid lane to save that turret as Victor went on the roam. So that was the commitment of that summoner spell. Actually, we can kind of consider that as part of that gank in the end. CJ doing some work on the towers, though, as well they should, for how many people were committed into the top side. And Shy was really punished for not recalling during that time, because all he had when he died was a Doran's Blade. He had stacked up a huge amount of gold, and he died very fast because he had no tank stats whatsoever. Gorilla here, Space has that Sheen already, hence the fast push down onto the tower and the large chunk of HP taken away from it.
You know, not a nice thing for CJ, but not the biggest concern for KOO. I mean, we saw them down quite a few turrets last game. They were still able to come back and take it. Oh, another gank onto Shy. He has no flash this time. Arcane Smash tries to hop out. There's a flash from Wisdom. They really want this one, and they will get it with the dive. Wisdom. Oh, he's stuck around. He could have just been walking. Oh, that was Wisdom. Oh, that was not wise, Wisdom.
That was actually very, very close in terms of the next timing.
He thought he had lost. He thought he had lost turret aggro.
I thought he had too. So
yeah, it was right on the edge. It almost looked like he lost it for a second and then regained it, but he just must not have gotten out of range.
Yeah, that's what.
It was a bit odd.
That was a bit odd, actually. Yeah. Can't blame really Wisdom for that particular death.
I blame him.
It looked like he was going to be able to get out of that one. Did end up with the trade kill, though, and that means that Shy has some more money to work with right now. And, of course, the kill going down onto Wisdom, too, not exactly ideal in terms of snowballing the top lane, because Smeb, just with an assist, Shy picks up the kill. So honestly, Gold Swing kind of a bit in favor of Shy in that regard, considering he was able just to TP right back in and continue farming. Didn't really lose much at all.
Yeah. It was a bit rough. Kuro and Coco and Prey and Space still pretty even on farm in the other lanes, though. And I wonder when we're going to see our move towards the first dragon of the game here for one of these two teams.
Yeah, no one's really had a very safe opportunity yet, and Ku's happy with the way things are going in the lanes right now. Overall, in terms of global gold, they are expanding their lead. Most of it is on the jungler, so Wisdom continues to have to make moves to help his team. He has his ult up, though, and so does Gorilla.
Yeah, and I feel like because he's been getting those skills, the pressure's on. Oh, he missed the Emperor's Divide, and there's a Chaos Storm. Coco really low. Wisdom comes in. Flash Tibbers. They can't quite hit him. Stun onto Max, so Max takes some damage. Ambition. Twist advance onto him, and there's a kill for Kuro, who's been wanting that for a little while. They're not done quite yet, though. Yeah. Oh, they could still. Nah, I can't quite catch Max, I suppose. Coco did not escape with a lot of health.
Yeah, Coco right there, definitely escaping, using both of his summoner spells to do so, however, and a very timely spell shield from Max. But, you know, frankly, that was a really risky all-in from Coco when he didn't know where Gorilla and Wisdom were on the map, and even Smeb had already wandered down into the mid lane. So CJ playing around there without adequate vision to just be so aggressive, and I think that's just a trend that we've seen from CJ over the last couple of games, is really riding a very fine line between aggression and over-aggression. Sure. Last game, they got away with it, thanks to Mad Life's Lanterns. This game, they're getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, we've seen Coco get away with a lot of things that we don't normally see Azirs get away with, and finally that time he didn't quite hit the Emperor's Divide like he wanted to, and he didn't die, but his team still suffered for it.
Yeah, bit rough on the mid lane all-in attempt, and Ku just had more people there at the end of the day. Shy wasn't able to respond, and Smeb has been doing a great job in both games tonight, getting ganks onto the mid lane. He's been wandering mid quite a bit.
Yeah, it was really nice too to get that kill onto Kuro as well for the Ku Tigers, able to get him a little bit more money, pushing the lead over Coco that much more. And I mean, to Wisdom's credit, he's gotten those kills that maybe should have gone to someone else, but he's put them to good use. You know, he's made a lot of plays in lane. Hasn't really gotten a ton of awards down in the enemy jungle until right after that last fight, but he's certainly kept the pressure on really well.
Yep, and again, mid lane tower chipped out just a little bit. Kuro coming top side. He will get seen by a pink ward. Smeb lurking in the brush. No Righteous Glory yet, man. That tower is just hanging by a thread, though. And
yeah, I mean, Shy has his flash up again, but I think the Ku Tigers would be happy to get even just that. They probably could. Mission up there now, so not for a little while anyway.
Well, they can't see Wisdom anymore, so they have to play like Evelyn's there without the pink ward. They're going to go after Coco.
We know where Evelyn is. There's the gravity field. They slow down Coco with it as well. Oh, goodbye. Coco, just no chance at all. Yeah, I don't even know why you throw out the Emperor's Divide there. I think maybe he thought he could catch Wisdom, but...
Well, you got to do something if you're going to die right there.
I guess,
without summoner spells, he was a sitting duck. Kuro cleaning that one up, but Wisdom, again, actually getting the kill.
Yeah.
That's really problematic because this Evelyn is just going to be a non-carry factor in the late game. Certainly strong right now when she just has the Warrior enchantment, so and not everybody has a lot of tankiness yet, especially even Shy, who just has magic resist right now and no armor to deal with the Warrior enchant, but ooh, could get a bit dicey.
It is a bit risky to give the jungler that many kills. Gorilla's going to take a little bit of damage there. Here comes Wisdom again. Twist advance onto Shy. He's got that flash. Wisdom still catches him anyway. There's the hop. Shy about to go Meganar. Oh, nice dodge on the stun from Wisdom. Flashes behind it. Turret's so low. Wisdom gets another one. They don't kill the turret. And again, yet another kill. And, you know, some of these, I really feel it's not Wisdom's fault. He's just the only one who's in range.
Yeah, that one especially. Honestly, that was just a great flash to secure the kill
right
there.
that was a beautiful play.
Dodging the stun. coming in from Shy, and Shy didn't have his ultimate in that instance. CJ is going to trade a turret for it, though. They put the pressure on into the bottom lane, but they're really falling behind in terms of gold, and Smeb just keeps on cruising in this top side. Still hasn't been able to pick up any of those kills, but...
I mean, he's getting the assists, so it's something, you know?
And he's denying a lot of CS.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect of it as well. Wisdom going for that Aegis, and again, against the Azir Corki combo, CJ is faced with many of the same problems that they had in the last game. Who is going to be doing the late game damage here, especially the tankier and tankier the KOO Tigers get? CJ really didn't have a lot of answers late for if Coco died instantly, and Coco is even more likely to die instantly when there's a Maokai in the game as opposed to a Nautilus, because Nautilus's ult will take time to travel to the target.
Yeah.
So Coco has counterplay. He can get out of range so there's no follow-up. Good luck with that with Maokai. If you don't have flash to take him with you with the Twisted Advance, then you are just going to die. And even then you might die, so...
Wisdom for a while, well, he is now two levels above Ambition, a solid 2 levels. Ambition just hit 9, Wisdom hit 11 immediately afterwards. And that's going to be nice with these dragon fights that are going to be coming up here too. And we've seen Wisdom just kind of walk in and take the red buff away from Ambition right in front of him. There's just nothing that Rek'Sai can do, being so underleveled.
Yep, Rek'Sai just can't fight Wisdom. Like you said, those 2 levels making a really big difference right now.
He's a full big item ahead. Look at that, Wisdom already with the Aegis. Only Sightstone in the enchant for Ambition. Coco, he's got his summoners up. And do they want to commit to anything right before Dragon? I wonder. He's on his own. I guess if they can.
Coco has his summoners up. This isn't going to be as fruitful a gank as...
Yeah, I mean, because you're really going to have to blow a lot of it just to get his summoners, and is that enough with the dragon coming up?
Well, if they can move him away from the dragon, that'll be a victory in and of itself. If they force him to recall, then they can just take it.
That's the idea. Wisdom gets spotted by the pink ward. There's a dark binding on the gorilla. Prey right there as well. KOO Tigers really wants to take the second dragon.
CJ's very interesting. Uh-oh.
Oh, teleport coming in. Here comes Smeb coming in with those home guards. Flash twist advance onto Coco. Coco pushes back with the Emperor's Divide. Prey still picks up that first kill anyway. Oh, and he manages to die to the turret. Smeb getting very low, but they finally take the turret down and now turn on to CJ. A couple kills come in for CJ. And have they gotten enough presence here to take this dragon perhaps? They lost their turret.
Yeah, they have the poke advantage, though. Remember, Space just got his Trinity Force and Sork Shoes, so following through against the kite from CJ, not the smartest thing from the KOO Tigers.
We saw Coco play out that fight really well. He waited for the twist advance to finish, pushed Smeb back under the turret, and the turret had enough health that KOO Tigers couldn't efficiently kill that and win the fight at the same time. So that is going to mean a dragon for CJ.
But, you know, honestly, if they can take a kill and a turret in trade for a dragon when CJ is at their strongest with this Corki, that's actually really good for KOO. They're still ahead in gold in a game where they are going to have the superior late game once again because Coco has to stay alive. If they kill Coco late, this game is over because there isn't sufficient damage to mop up the rest of the team. Yeah, just like the last game. And I was going to say, CJ is really interesting. So remember we saw in games 1 and 2 against Najin, CJ and Najin kind of played the same compositions in both of those games. And we're seeing that a little bit here also. CJ kind of going with the Rek'Sai Azir Corki 2 games in a row, and KOO and the rest of the Tigers answering with a composition that is almost identical, except slightly better than last time. And we saw this from Najin too. They lost game 1 against CJ, and then in game 2, they managed to grab the same composition, except they switched out their jungler, getting just a slightly better one, whereas CJ's was slightly worse. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here from CJ. Same story. The difference is that KOO actually won game 1.
Ambition getting caught here. I think they got the red buff. No, he got it.
Wisdom got it.
Yeah, KOO may be a bit... They had to use Tibbers on a go-go here. Oh no, Kuro gets caught as well too. He's in a lot of trouble. Does a ton of damage though. Can they follow this up? Big up from Wisdom as well. Kills coming in for KOO. And Kuro still alive. Shy trying to make something happen. He goes down. There's a double kill for Kuro. What a turnaround and what an enormous amount of damage being dealt by this Victor already. Kuro with a big smile on his face after that one.
Guess who wasn't there? Prey was split pushing in the bottom lane. Is he going to get 2 turrets? Well, space goodbye.
geez.
Wisdom having a huge game. Now, look at this positioning Wisdom got. They drew all of CJ into a cluster while they were trying to chase Kuro.
Yeah.
And then they got smashed by Death Ray as well as the ultimate from the Evelyn, just locking everyone up right there. Smeb managing to come down from the top side just to save Kuro in the end. That was an extremely good turnaround.
It was a party in the Chaos Storm, and CJ was invited. You'll see it right here.
Yeah, Kuro also dropping the Tibbers onto Coco to keep him out of the fight. Now everybody's just going to group up, and look at
wow.
that. They just lining up for skill shots right here. And then the stun as well from the gravity field means that there's not enough damage to actually follow up on anything. And Shy tries to pick it up, but Kuro shows up and takes him down.
Oh, there's some kills on somebody other than Wisdom, but Wisdom still manages to pick up a couple himself, too. He's 7-1-5. Monster game on this Evelyn. I'm really impressed by Wisdom this game. I was impressed by him last game, too, but this game, man, he has really gone off.
Also, Ambition doesn't have an Aegis yet. In that last fight against that big AoE, that may have been a bit of a
Might have helped a bit.
game changer.
Maybe a little bit. CJ needs to really be careful that they're not grouping up against this Victor, though. I mean, that's the second game in a row when we've seen them kind of tunnel onto one pick and then group up and get annihilated.
You're right, and this is what happens when a team lacks a reliable primary engage.
Yeah.
We talked about how Coco needs to come in, but Coco was zoned out on the flank of that fight with the Tibbers. He wasn't able to get into that fight until later on to make a difference. And CJ, just to keep damage onto Kuro, had to cluster up, had to get close and chase him in. And that means that they set themselves up to be turned around on with some AoE.
Well, they trade turrets. Tier 1 taken by Space up in the top lane. Wisdom, though, finding time to clear the enemy jungle, put down some wards. Ku Tigers still with all the pressure right now. And this strikes me as one of those mind your lanes and wait for dragon situations for the Ku Tigers.
Indeed. Well, it's going to be rough from here on out. There's that massive gold lead in favor of Ku. What do you do in this situation if you're CJ? You don't have a reliable way to get back into this game. And basically Ku can just engage on you whenever they feel like it. So trying to bait objectives or even make plays around this river is going to be very difficult.
Wisdom thinking about engaging there, but deciding not to quite pull the trigger. Coco has both of his summoners up again, too, so Ku Tigers are going to need to approach this a little bit more safely. We'll see. Dragon up in a minute 5. Critical hits now enhanced with explosions.
You mean with lightning, sweet lightning, or the
It looks
critical
more like
hit?
an critical hit. Yeah,
Yeah.
looks like an explosion. Little icon by it.
That's what I think about when I think about critical hits. I don't think about, hitting the right part. The
No.
critical hit. It's not the.
just blow it all up.
It's just massive explosion. Just blow it all up. No precision in a critical hit
Just
involved.
nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure, That's my attitude with playing Annie. Just nuke it from orbit.
TP.
Yeah, that's right. There's a Sun Ambition TP's coming in from CJ as well, too, and all over Coco. Well, that was a catch. Space backing away. They're going to chase him as well. And Chaos Storm doing a lot to CJ yet again. Ambition goes down, and Ku Tigers all over whoever's left. Kuro just chasing down Corky. You can't hide in there. That bush is tiny. What are you thinking? Oh, Space. You joker.
Well, he couldn't run away because Victor got the Q speed.
He thought Kuro was a T-Rex and his vision was based on movement. It's like, if I just stop, he'll be okay. He won't see me.
Well, easy engage
Yep.
for the Ku Tigers. They get on that priority target of Coco. They know who they need to kill first and how simple it will be to clean up the team fights afterwards. They stretch their lead even further.
Man, Operation Get Coco has been very successful 2 games in a row now.
So
CJ going for this dragon. It's not the biggest deal if they take it, but
they can't
I don't
take
think
it.
they're going to.
they don't have the damage to take it right now.
Or the bravery. Yeah, running away. Even the Rift Coward is unimpressed.
Well, bravery would be a little bit foolish at this stage. There's bravery and then there's suicide, Doa. It's important to know the difference.
That's generally true, yeah. The line between bravery and recklessness is very thin.
Oh, this Baron buff. Powerful siege will be incoming.
It's a 13k gold lead right now for KOO Tigers too. They just are massively more ahead than CJ ever were last game.
This is why the KOO Tigers are so dangerous right now, because back in the day, even at the start of the spring season when they were on that big win streak, you couldn't really expect them to have a 26-minute 12k gold lead. This is a new facet to the Tigers that has come out in their 5-match win streak this season. And that is very important because they have more dimension to their play. They can come from behind like we saw in the last game. They can play from ahead.
Yep. Well, there's a kill on the space immediately here. Shy gets in the backlines, pushes people under turret, but it's already going very badly for CJ. Gorilla low, there's a double kill for Kerr already. And Shy on the run. Meganar will soon be mega dead. Maybe. Oh, come on. Don't make me ruin that one. There we go. All right. Mega dead. That's what I meant to say.
You mean mini dead, Doa?
Mini dead. Meganar is mini dead.
That is an accurate description.
Mega sad. There goes Nexus turret number 1. I mean, it looks like it is just going to be a 27-minute closeout for the KOO Tigers. We said it before, the last time these guys lost a match was against CJ in a very close 2-1 in round 1, and they're not going to lose any more today. That is it, a 2-0 GG for the KOO Tigers, and man, do they look strong right now.
Yeah, and just think about it. They played this nearly the identical composition in Game 1 and Game 2. They showed how to snowball and close with it very fast, and then in Game 1, they played so well with it from behind. So you see this shot calling flexibility to the Tigers that is very, very scary, even with effectively the same composition and the same win conditions that they had in the first game. I mean, I'm really excited to see these guys play against SK Telecom.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you go back to the spring season, KOO Tigers, after their showing at IM Katowice, really fell off. This season, looks like they're only getting stronger going into the second round.
It's nice to see them playing with more dimension to their play.
Absolutely, yeah.
Focusing more on the engage. Of course, they had the Sivir. I think that I want to see more of this team when they don't play Sivir and Corki, because that's kind of a big question mark as to how well they can perform without these two 80 carries and prey on these champions. Does he have the versatility on other picks to really provide the same kind of force in this team that he can?
No, man, this is the Corki Sivir season. Come on.
That's true. Sivir probably gonna get nerfed again though, so
very possible. When we come back, guys, it is going to be IM versus Samsung. And we will see if IM can make a little bit more progress than we saw them the last time out against Samsung. It was a pretty quick 2-0, but it'll be entertaining either way. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with our second best of 3 of the night here on Champions Summer right after this brief break. So I really mean it. Don't go anywhere. I know you're tempted, but I mean, you can get a snack, but after that, come right back. All right, bye.
up next, Longzhu IM, Samsung. 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Summer.
And we are back on Champion Summer. The Game 2 MVP is once again Wisdom. Really incredible day for this guy. 90% kill contribution in that second game. And yeah, I think that percentage may change a bit that we saw earlier.
448 GPM per minute on a jungler too is pretty nuts. I mean, Smeb and Gorilla did most of the work here, just very aggressive, double flash, and then follow-up kill onto Shy, as well as a nice roam from Kuro. What you're seeing here, though, is just great coordination and skirmishing between all the members of the Coup Tigers, very nicely using their abilities. Wisdom just staying behind, making sure he's not going to get ulted right there by the Azir, and coming up for another kill.
This is a great dodge right here. Wow.
Right on the transformation, too. Good reflexes from Wisdom, reading that Gnar bar very well.
Pretty incredible stuff. And just helping lock down Coco in both games, too. Really kind of putting on some textbook Evelyn play today.
And Kuro was great, just running space out of these fights, finding the main targets, and just being able to 1v1 them much more effectively. Goodbye, Space.
Kaboom. He has an abnormally large explosion when he dies.
Flash from Kuro. Instant laydown of that gravity field. It gets a 4-man, 3-man, 4-man stun. Holy cow, Evan.
Wow.
And then Wisdom with the ult and the hate spikes just ripping through CJ.
Spikes of hate. Getting the win. Here he is. Just like, yeah, I can tank the turret. I'll kill Space again. Why not?
Great guess right there. And lives thanks to the shield. And there is the ring troll.
Ring troll's like, yeah, but how's this Lee Sin? Most beautiful hair in all of League of Legends.
Here to watch his old teammates at Incredible Miracle tonight.
That's right.
Next match.
Yeah, Ring Troll. For those of you who haven't watched Champion since the beginning, was the original, like, amazing Lee Sin player in Korea. This guy was insane on Lee Sin.
Yeah, it was great, and also got suspended by his team for a while for sneaking out of the house in the middle of the night.
Yep. Nobody could control Ring Troll. He had to party hard. Well, guys, time for an interview. Barry will be translating as always. Take it away.
Good evening, everybody. And we're going to go into our sole MVP interview with Wisdom tonight. Coup takes the win over CJ 2-0 in a simple victory. There were a lot of teams tied at 6 wins, 3 losses at the end of round 1. So today was a fairly big match. And let's meet the MVP. Congratulations, Wisdom. This is your first MVP this season. And this is your first interview after moving to the Coup Tigers. How do you feel? Well, after 5 months, it's kind of like the first time here in the interview booth. And it's the first time getting the MVP, so it feels good. So I feel like you guys might feel even better because, you know, you guys beat CJ. So, you know, what was your kind of state of mind going into the match today? Well, we lost the match against CJ last time we met, and today was very important for me that I came in and I really wanted to win, and I feel really great that we were able to win the clean 2-0. So let's talk about set 1 first. In set 1, the early and mid game, CJ was ahead by quite a lot. Now, how'd you feel during that time when you guys were behind? Well, in the early and in the early mid game, we kept losing at the dragon fight, so I thought we had lost. But you know, I kept thinking, you know, we still gotta try hard, we gotta try our best, and kept thinking about how we could still win. So I think, you know, to be honest, I feel like I got carried, and you know, and our team won. So I feel like, you know, Shen on the opposite team, who got a lot of kills early on, was problematic. You know, how'd you guys feel about that? And I went, in the middle of the game when I looked at him, he had 4 kills, 5 assists. So wasn't sure about how we were gonna kill him. But he got Triforce, and Shen isn't that great during team fights. So towards the end, you know, I thought that it kind of his impact lessened, so didn't think too much about it. We weren't that worried as we went further and further into the game. So, what really helped the Coup Tigers out was like the dragon stacks that you guys were managed to keep accruing throughout the game. So, as the jungler, how do you feel about making sure you got all these objectives? So, and the third dragon, I thought the Rek'Sai was gonna come in and then steal and then get away with the lantern, but I managed to secure it with the smite, and we managed to kill the Rek'Sai. So it was kind of a little bit of a surprise at that point. Let's talk about fourth dragon. What happened during then? And when we were getting the fourth dragon, I thought it'd be stolen away, but I was able to get it. It felt a little bit lucky because it was a 50-50 smite, and our team just had a little bit of luck on our side today. So once you guys got 5 dragons, you guys got aced. What did you guys say between each other? I feel like there must have been something you guys said. Well, to be honest, when all of us died, so at that point it was a 4-10. So, well, it didn't say much. Just maybe let's just keep trying hard. Let's just play hard. That's all we said. So it seems like the Coup Tigers just like to play as best as they can. All right, in set 2, Max came out instead of Mad Life. Were you guys prepared to see Max instead of Mad Life? Well, we didn't even imagine that Max would be playing today, but he came out today. So, well, since he is an amateur player and he became professional only recently, so I feel like he felt maybe a little bit uncomfortable. So since Max came out, it was a lot more comfortable for us to play against CJ. All right. Behind the Baron pit, you guys had there was a big wombo combo in that team fight, and CJ, 5 of them were grouped up, and with the Victor, gravity field, like all the AOE effects. How'd you guys feel at that time? So at that point, Sivir was kind of split pushing out bottom, and it felt, we thought that maybe it would be a 5v4 because Corki was maybe in the back, but we suddenly saw Corki out of the corner, and we said, "Get Corki, get Corki." And then after a while, we decided to try to go back out. And one person was singled out, so we were thinking, maybe we should ditch someone or like maybe move out. We just kept moving back, and we saw them group up, and at that moment we decided, hey, we can really go for the big wombo combo here, and we just kind of kited it out until we saw the right opportunity. All right, so you guys had a new coach who came into the booth today to help you guys out. So how's he been helping you guys? Well, he's a little bit different from our head coach, Shinofe, and he's helps out with our small mechanical plays, and he's really just like trimming our kind of like the excess around our play, so cleaning our play up.
Interesting.
So it's been a while since you've interviewed, so I feel like fans may be waiting for a message for you. Do you want to say anything to your fans who've been waiting for this interview for a long time? Well, I'd like to thank the fans for always cheering for the Coup Tigers, and the Worlds is right around the corner, and I really hope that we're going to make it to the Worlds and give you guys something to really cheer about. All right, that concludes our interview with our sole MVP, Wisdom. After his first MVP interview this season, I'm going to hand back Doa and Minty Crisper.
Minty Crisper, what do you know? There you go. All right, thanks, Barry. You're fired. So, interview with Tucson. Or, I'm sorry, Wisdom. I was thinking of his other buddy cop pal.
That's right. Who's in the next game?
That's right. Tucson will be the jungler for IM. Now, Wisdom used to be the jungler for IM.
I would say this is a very encouraging performance for the Coup Tigers, because not only did they engineer that really wonderful comeback in Game 1, but this is the first time, I think, this season that we can say they were carried by their jungler. And that's been their weakest position for quite some time. You can argue, was it Kuro, was it Hojin or Lee? if you want to use his former ID, who is the weaker part of this team. But today, Wisdom really stepped up and delivered in a major, major way.
Yeah, it was a very pleasant surprise too, and it's yet another kind of building block that the KOO Tigers have sort of added on to this like fortress of power that they've constructed here in the season. That was a very like elaborate.
I wish I had a fortress of power, though.
Hey, well, we can't all be, either superheroes and like mad scientists. They both have those.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're the same. Who watches the Wisdom? Well, nobody if he plays Evelyn, I guess, unless you have a pink ward. But what do you do?
Nobody's going to be watching the Wisdom.
It's true. Not in this game.
Well, especially not in that game one when they didn't have any money for pink wards on their
I
flanks.
guess so. That's true.
Well, they had money. They had no inventory room. We should just tweak that statement a bit.
Saved it. Nailed it there. Well, guys, it's time for our second match. IM versus Samsung. And there is Incredible Miracle. And this team has had a bit of a problem this season. The only wins they've really gotten have been over Spenu. They have not won since beating Spenu. And I doubt they're going to win today because the team that they're going to play against absolutely crushed them about a week ago.
Yeah, actually on June 20th. So
yeah, a little over a week ago.
About 10 days ago was the last time these two teams faced, and it was not a close match.
No, not
now,
at all.
IM has increased the depth of their roster this season, as you can see by the million people on your screen right now.
Jeez.
They have added Expression, of course, a very famous top laner. Paragon is back from his stint coaching Winter Fox.
He's not that tall, though.
No, he's not.
That is a misrepresentation of Paragon's height in a big way.
They also have a new jungler named Spooky, who was formerly on Winners, the amateur team in Challenger.
Yeah.
And we can see the top and jungle picks right there for Lilac. I mean, I'm scared about Lilac being back in the top lane. If Maokai is banned, I don't know what he's going to play.
I just don't understand where it's like step 1, pick up Expression. Step 2, start Lilac at top.
To be fair, Expression's been out of the whole Scrim Pro environment for quite some time. He's maintained, a very high rank in the Challenger solo queue, but as far as we knew, this guy was done. This guy had retired. He was not going to come back after he had a stint on Najin Blacksword.
Could have said the same thing about Prey a year ago, too. Tucson in the jungle. Things have not been working out too well for him. Frozen in the mid lane. Probably, I would say, the best player on this team so far, but struggling to get wins on that Victor.
Yeah, it's either him or Ignar, because both of them have had decent performances this season, of course. Frozen has these really big games on champions like Varus with a lot of poke. Roar back in this game. Sonstar was in the last match. They suffered a defeat there.
I like the IM ADCs because they're not afraid to play something other than Corki, Sivir, or Vayne. Both of these guys can play the Lucian, still good. There's Ignar, despite that Veigar game, which he actually played pretty well.
Yeah.
It hasn't been a ton of success, although he has been one of the better players mechanically on IM.
Yeah, and he has a very high kill contribution for this team, 78.2%, number 4 in Korea overall with that statistic. And so he has been the major contributing factor to a lot of IM's kills and the small amount of success they've managed to have.
Yep. Well, IM with their work cut out for them here. The next team that we'll look at isn't necessarily the strongest team in the league, but they're a team with a bit of potential and a team that certainly didn't have any trouble beating IM last time they met just 10 days ago. It is Samsung Galaxy. There they are. And this time they will be starting Wraith, who did not play against their match against IM last time, but still has been pretty solid overall.
Yeah, Luna's been playing more recently, but they've been doing a little bit of flexing with their roster, and it's been about the same. I'd say Luna probably has had a bit of a higher upside, but also he has had a lower downside. When Luna's not on his game, he really doesn't play well, whereas Wraith is more consistent, but maybe not with the same highs that Luna has had in terms of particularly team fighting.
Very true. Well, Kuve, Eve, Crown, Fury, and Wraith will make up our roster here.
And
go ahead.
To go back to the last matches that these teams played, if we look to the Riven games and the Rumble game right there, Samsung played a very pick-comp, skirmish-oriented style against Samsung the last time they played. They liked to play the Riven, they played TF, they played Nidalee a lot, so it was a lot about up picks and creating picks. And I feel that that's where Samsung has been at their strongest this season, is with heavy pick comps. Meanwhile, IM tried to play Victor Vayne, Annie Rumble, more standard compositions, lots of AoE, but because they weren't grouping very well, Samsung was able to intercept them, pick them off, and have a pretty good amount of ease in that particular matchup. Also, Crown was picking Zed into Frozen's Victor and successfully killing him, successfully split pushing. So if Frozen wants to play that Victor again, he has to be very wary of the Zed.
Very. You know, it's interesting. We've made this comparison before, too, between teams like this. And you have IAM on one side that struggling so much, doesn't really seem to have any sort of identity to speak of. And then you've got Samsung, well, not getting wins, match-wise, is getting wins against strong teams, is showing distinct identities, distinct cohesive styles that they're executing fairly well. So you really look at these two teams, and although the match results are similar, Samsung with the team that you really expect to do much better as the season goes on, as the year goes on, whereas I don't know where these guys are going.
Yeah.
But maybe the new roster changes will help. We'll have to see them in action first. I mean, Paragon, Expression, both players that have not really played professionally for a while now, so...
Both of whom were solid in their own right, though. They're definitely potential upgrades to this Incredible Miracle roster, depending on the form that Expression is in right now. But again, Expression played so long ago. We're talking beginning of 2014 was the last time he played, and that is... It's going to be tough for him to rejoin the scene, particularly as a top laner when so much about the metagame has changed in terms of teleports and lane swaps. It's much more complicated to be a top laner than when he was playing.
Very true. Well, we will see what they can muster this game. It's going to be bans of Alistar and Rek'Sai for IM. Gragas Kalista so far coming out of Samsung Galaxy. See what the last ban for IM is going to be.
So no Zed band, even though Samsung does have the last pick on the red side.
Yeah, we talked about this last time we watched Samsung play too, and that Zed ban, especially against Samsung when they're on the red side, is starting to seem like kind of a necessity, but we'll see. We'll see if it ends up being a necessity this game or not.
Yeah.
Sure looked like it should be last time.
Rumble, okay. This could give a first pick Maokai to IM, and that is definitely Lilac's best champion, at least when we saw him last season. They are going to prioritize the Sivir.
Lilac has played 3 games so far this season, 2 in top lane, 1 in the jungle, and he's lost all 3 of them. Maokai, Echo, and Rek'Sai are the picks that he has lost with.
He's played 2 in the jungle and 1 in the top lane.
Oh, you're right. I had that backwards. My bad.
So yeah, he played the jungle Echo, didn't really do a whole lot of work there.
Not
and
really.
I think Kuve definitely takes the Maokai away in this scenario.
It's such a strong pick overall, and it really is Lilac's like only decent champion that we've seen lately.
It also opens up the possibility of a pick comp here. You have to keep that in mind that they don't have to pick their jungler right now if they don't want to. They can hold out for a Nidalee pickup. That is Eve's pocket pick of choice.
An early Azir picked up for Crown. Now that's a little bit surprising. Are they just kind of saying that they just don't think Frozen can handle him, even if Frozen picks the Victor?
Yeah, that is
it's a bit surprising.
That is a bit surprising, actually, as a quick pick in this game.
Yeah, Tucson with the Lee Sin. I don't know about that early Azir. That may come back to haunt Samsung a little bit.
Especially when they have that last pick, and we've seen Samsung successfully shut down the Victor with the Zed in their last match. Maybe they want to take the Twisted Fate. They already have a bit of a roadmap for how to beat Incredible Miracle. It will be a Mundo top.
All right, well, I mean, they're expecting a lot of AP coming out of Samsung. I mean, Corki would be the natural pick with the Sivir gone, and Dr. Mundo is going to be pretty strong against potentially that much AP coming out of Samsung.
Yeah, it is a bit dangerous, but then again, Fury is a player who can perform on these hyper carries. He is the focal point of Samsung Galaxy.
There's a Nidalee for Eve, and Eve has been extremely good on this Nidalee.
It's just that Nidalee has such high synergy for ganking with a Maokai because you basically guarantee yourself to land on the spear because you're able to W to set it up with the Maokai. And against a Mundo who's so highly gankable, this is a going to be really difficult for Lilac to survive the laning phase.
Yeah, and you know they're going to pick on him too. We saw Fury hovering over Caitlyn for a little bit. I would love to see Caitlyn come back.
Well, they need something to kill the Mundo.
Yep,
So
I think it'd be really good.
They have to go, I think, for a stronger AD carry. They won't have the damage to kill Mundo in the late game if they do end up selecting Corki.
The headshot changes did happen in 5.11, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that means that that Caitlyn would have that extra armor pen against Mundo. And we are still on 5.11, I believe, today, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, we are. We are indeed.
I love that Samsung's waiting for the AD carry here, because what that's saying is they see the Mundo, they know they need to pick something that is powerful but possibly not that mobile, so they need to make sure that they know exactly what they're dealing with in terms of the full composition before they commit to Fury as they try and build around here. They've got so much peel. They have the Azir wall, they have the Janna Monsoon, a lot of choices to be made for how to peel for an AD carry, so whatever he picks, he's going to be pretty safe. And honestly, not that much of a backline threat from IM, unless Mundo gets a flank, which is difficult to do. There is a total lack of primary engage on Incredible Miracle's side. It's going to be pretty easy to kite them.
Yeah, and again, I feel like this just leads into more of a Caitlyn pick. You've got the net to help kite even more.
You can totally pick
Kog'Maw
Kog'Maw
works
here.
too, yeah. They've got enough protection for him. I just want to see Caitlyn, man.
Yeah, but Kog'Maw is going to rip through this team.
Yeah.
And again, they have so much peel, and they're going to be able to kite really, really well. Sure, IM has a Sivir ultimate, but that'll just be nullified by an Azir wall pretty easily, and then you're just going to, or a Monsoon, and then there you have no way to re-engage. Multiple forms of disengage will trump the Sivir ultimate as long as Samsung is grouped and able to kite back 5v5.
Well,
so the Kog'Maw coming through.
Yeah, will be the Kog'Maw for Samsung Galaxy, and they've got the protection for it. They've got the ability to poke. They've got the ability to pick. And they should have the ability to win here. I am picking themselves into a little bit difficult of a composition to win with here. Seemingly.
Well, interesting times. Normally you wouldn't pick the Kog'Maw, but this, I think, is a very, very good time to grab it. They are going to have to be worried about that 2v2, especially once Roar and Ignar hit 6. Tucson may have some very good ganking opportunities because Kog'Maw is going to have to play very cautiously against Depth Charge and On the Hunt.
IM can still definitely make plays, but it's just going to be tough to get into the back lines like that, you know?
Yeah. Big, big task for Tucson to try and insect his way to kills onto Fury.
Yeah.
I don't know about this. Samsung looking like they have a lot of answers to what Incredible Miracle is trying to do.
Well, let's see if the answers are what it takes. Samsung again, you know, last time these teams played, Samsung won a very easy 2-0, was not even close. So I am looking for a bit of revenge too because it was so recent. But is that a good thing or a bad thing right now? I guess we're about to find out, guys, as we move into game number 1 between Samsung Galaxy and Longzhu IM. Here in our second best of 3 of the day on Champion Summer. It is time, guys. Let's get in the game. And welcome to Summoner's Rift. Longzhu IM versus Samsung.
오신 것을 환영합니다.
And something at the end there.
It's Castor John's birthday today.
Oh, it is. Oh, really? Nobody told me. I feel rude. I didn't wish him a happy birthday when he came in.
That's because you are rude.
I'm so rude. But actually, I would associate myself with Michelangelo, who's a party dude.
Not rude, just a party dude.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, I was thinking Raphael, but he's more cruel but crude. Yeah. Oh, well. Better than doing machines, right? It's like Donatello. That didn't come out quite right.
I didn't know that was where you were going when you started that sentence.
Really?
Nope.
Just talking about the Ninja Turtles. It should have been
Nope.
fairly obvious, I thought.
I just assumed
Well-
we were on our way to a glorious Freudian slip that revealed your true inner feelings and actions, Noah.
See, you would have hoped that, but it ended up just being another 90s reference. Oh.
Well, aren't they one and the same?
Sometimes. Maybe. Did you have like a 90s video game, or not video game, like a cartoon crush? Cartoon character? April O'Neil, perhaps?
No.
No?
Can't
I'm
say
trying
that
to think
I did.
of who the... What about Xanatos from Gargoyles? He was well dressed enough for you. I've got a feeling that was your cartoon crush, Monty.
You got it, man.
I thought so. That's what I was expecting. How about Xanatos? It's a great show. Gargoyles. One of the few we haven't mentioned before.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Gargoyles very
No,
much.
that was great though. A lot of ancient lore and history there. Oh, a red steal coming in from Samsung. Steals from both sides though.
Yeah, just pretty standard lane swap here. And
Yep.
Dogma going to be left alone early as Roar and Ignar are just going to farm up safely without having to deal with the Bioarcane Barrage poke. And that can be quite annoying, especially with the range on Kog'Maw and Janna's Eye of the Storm adding more damage. You really just want to wait until you actually have kill pressure in that lane.
Oh, Frozen actually was able to get one of the Raptors, I believe.
Nice.
I saw the gold mist flying towards him. Meaning, you know, he got the Raptor. Yeah.
It's a weird way to get a Raptor. You know, when you get it, you just have mist flying at you and entering your body. It's rather scary.
I don't think I'd like that. I don't know. We need Chris Pratt to come and teach those Raptors how to follow him around and help do things.
I'm so glad I haven't seen that movie.
Yeah, I actually wasn't going to see it, but then a friend of mine wanted to see it. I ended up going along. It was very average. It was my current most average movie. As we see perhaps a bit of a gank coming in here. Houston joining the fight. They're going to do some damage to Kube. Oh, they grab Wraith. A lot of damage onto him. There's the flash. Oh, Lee Sin coming in. Sin manages to get that first blood. And the turret not doing quite enough.
Yeah, nice follow-up there. Wraith getting a little bit greedy. Probably should have flashed a little bit sooner as Ignar lands the hook for that first blood, and that's be a nice early pickup right there. I am committing pretty hard to the top side of the map, and not enough checking of those brushes either. Ignar did manage to get behind as Wraith and Kuve walked forward.
Well, Ignar 100% on that Nautilus, which, you know, really isn't that impressive because he loses all the other games, but Nautilus games, he wins.
There's the assists per game on average. As we take a look at some of these new carry stats, you know, I'm actually a big fan of the top metric, which is damage dealt plus damage taken divided by playing time, because that's a good way to both get stats for if you're a tanky top laner and not punishing so much if you are in fact a carry top laner. The interesting metric right there. Something that I haven't seen used really in League of Legends before.
Yeah, I like the attempt. I still have beef with the support one, though. Only assists? Come on. Come on.
Assists plus wards killed?
Yeah. Maybe work it into, like, ADC death somehow. Way against it.
Kills are worth twice as much for supports right now.
Oh, absolutely. Because they're so much harder to get.
They call it the bloodthirsty multiplier.
That's right. Or BM for short. Maybe we'll need to think of a different name for that multiplier.
Nope. I think it's fine just the way it is.
We'll use it. I'm sure. I'm sure we'll see that up on LoL Esports in like 24 hours or so. We'll get Frank Fields on that one.
So, not a whole lot here, just some defensive warding, courtesy of Wraith in the top side as he's looking to protect his flashless tree in the top lane, and now they're going to flash for this one, though.
Flash Q on the Kube. Nice whirlwind from Wraith, though, keeping that gank from turning into anything more. And that was a flash used by Ignar to set that one up.
Not sure that Ignar should have flashed, considering they walked through a pink ward on their way up. And Samsung was already back underneath the turret, so
agree.
not a good use of flash there.
Well, Samsung's going to respond by going for this dragon, and they should be able to take it.
That's a great response.
Yeah,
That's
pretty easily.
So they lost a flash for really nothing, and now they are likely going to lose a dragon.
Oh, Frozen coming up, trying to cause some trouble, and he's going to try to steal it. Doesn't get it, though. Fury able to finish off the dragon.
Ring Troll is
Ring Troll
amazed.
disappointed. He's like, oh, I really thought he'd get it with the Death Later.
Wow.
It's been a while since you played, hasn't it, Ring
A
Troll?
little bit risky
A little bit.
because Eve didn't have Smite while they tried to take that dragon. So there really was a very real threat of Frozen being able to burst it down with the Death Ray. Doesn't end up happening. We do see Crown setting up those Sand Soldiers for a line of defense to prevent Frozen from moving in towards the pit.
Either way, a nice little early boost for Samsung Galaxy. And pretty sizable CS lead already for Cuvée up in this top lane, too. Lilac struggled like none other in the top lane in Champion Spring. Receiving the Long Panda Memorial Trophy.
Always an exciting award to receive.
Yep. We should really make a physical... No, that'd be too mean. That'd be too mean. It'd be hilarious, but it'd be really mean.
It would be terribly mean, though.
That's true. Let's not do that. Set the Reddit aflame. Oh, Ignar may get a little bit caught here. There's a knock-up. Still manages to get out with the dredge line, though.
If it's already in the air, you will cancel out some of those other interactions as soon as it hits the wall and drags you forward. So Nautilus is a champion that you can play a little bit more recklessly with as a result, because it is hard to lock him down. You have fast enough reaction time on the dread line. And Lilac is now level 6 and hasn't died yet, so they haven't made the big commitment to the top side that I thought we would see. Instead, I am really focusing on that top lane matchup.
Sure enough. I like when the Sand Soldiers stop attacking, they just sort of like stand there.
At attention with their spears in the air.
Yeah, they're like, well, nothing else is going on now. I mean, come on, guys, think for yourselves. There's minions all over the place. You don't have to wait for Azir to tell you to do stuff.
They're very obedient soldiers.
I guess so.
They don't even think or operate without any kind of orders.
It's true.
They also don't have brains because they're made out of sand.
They don't last very long. Oh, well. It's a tough life being a Sand Soldier.
Is it worse to be a minion or a sand soldier?
Well, at least you get to do things when you're a Sand Soldier. Minions, you only get to kill people once in a while when the people you're killing are, like, really dumb. Like, oh, that guy got killed by minions, wow. Or, whoa, that guy got killed by a Sand Soldier. You notice the difference there?
Yeah, but the lifespan is just so short when you're a sand soldier. Sure, it's short on a minion too, but sometimes you can get like triple the life expectancy maybe.
Yeah, but like, if you're a minion though, that depressing march to lane where you're just inevitably going to die. You know, what are the chances of being one of the minions that comes out at the end of the game and like lives? What happens to those minions? Do they get retired? Is there like is it like a like Hunger Games thing where there's like a special village set aside for the minions that live at the end?
I'd prefer to think that Summoner's Rift is a cruel place that just puts them in the next game.
They just have to go back and join the next game. Oh, it's a sad life those minions have.
Bleak. Very bleak.
Depressing even. Why would Riot make such a depressing part of their game? They just want us to feel bad? I guess so. It's not something we were meant to contemplate. Nope, nobody in there. In fact, Nidalee is coming out of the base right now. Maybe a play on to Crown coming in from the IM side of things, though. Nope, Houston going back up top. Looking for things to take, putting down a ward. Yeah, Cuvée still maintaining about a 20 CS lead up in this top lane. Still looking pretty powerful. Nothing going to see Houston. So this is going to help Lilac catch up a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he gets a little bit of a freeze here, but it's still not a lot. And they have to deal with this Kog'Maw, who is getting bigger by the minute, has gone unpunished, really, in this bottom side. We've only had that one kill this game, but Samsung securing the early dragon is huge because they have the scaling advantage here.
Yeah.
So they don't really have to worry about fighting that dragon all that much, and IM is still saddled with the same problem. Unless Lilac has some heroic teleport flanks, they're just never really going to be able to get into the back line as long as Samsung doesn't thoroughly botch an Emperor's Divide or a Monsoon.
We've even got Jurassic Cogma in this game. Oh, Ignar, wow. Roar taking a lot of damage.
Wow, he just stood there, and it seemed like he was trying to fake out Fury, but Fury just hit him with everything while he was standing still, and
Yeah.
Fury able just to dodge the boomerang blade at the end of that trade.
Eve may be coming down. You know, I would call... Oh, not going to see him. You know, I would call Jurassic Cogma champion 65 million years in the making, but that title's already been taken by Ao Shin. So we can't use that for him, unfortunately. Oh well. Tried.
Too bad.
Maybe next time, Jurassic Cogma.
We got a lot of time, though, before Ao Shin comes out, I imagine.
Yeah, well. Someday, our ancestors will get to play that champion. Or no, a little bit of a play on the ground. Didn't even need to flash for that, though. I guess not our ancestors, unless...
Well, I don't know.
Unless they go back in time and put them in beta or something. I don't know.
No, you're just going to bring them back from the past.
I guess so, yeah.
You're going to rescue them.
Our descendants someday will play Ao Shin. Be the best champion ever. Worth the wait. Well, I am taking a lot of space around this dragon. We'll see if they can actually get it, though, and tie things up.
Samsung definitely doesn't even have to contest this dragon. They can
They don't need to fight it, do they?
easily give it up at this stage. Wait for later into this game when they have more items on this Kog'Maw, when he's a bigger carry threat, and when he comes into his own.
Yeah.
After the Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King and possibly a Last Whisper are completed.
Well, that makes a lot more sense, too. Ooh, maybe a play onto this bottom lane. Tucson is right there.
Yeah, you have the kill pressure. This is the dangerous part about this lane. Fury's playing really far up, too.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Wow,
this looks so dangerous. He's got to check the brush. You've got to check the brush.
I'm surprised they didn't see what
He
they...
should really check the brush.
I think...
Whoa!
I think they think that Nidalee's there because of how he's playing. I think this is actually some sort of complex mind game where
There we
Fury
go.
walking in front of the wave like that is actually convincing IM that Nidalee is there, because otherwise you absolutely just pull the trigger on that.
It's the rare reverse bait.
Play like your jungler's always there, and
It's true.
sometimes you scare your opponents into not engaging. Fury again just right at the edge of that hook range, using that phage speed very effectively. But yeah, I really think that's the only explanation, because you can just flash on top of them with the depth charge and the Lee Sin and take out that Kog'Maw with...
Would have been a very easy insect kick.
Yeah.
Would have been a very easy Dragon's Rage. You wouldn't have even needed to insect that one. Well, Eve, now he is there.
He's there to farm the minions.
Yep, I guess so.
The spears, lots of wards for Samsung, and they're going to check that brush with the orb, but not find anything there.
Well, are they going to pull the trigger on this maybe, Roar? If that whirlwind would have hit, they might have been able to make something happen. Because here comes Eve, a lot of damage on the Ignar. Gets away, though, with the dredge line to the turret. And he'll be just fine.
If you want to play this lane against Kog'Maw Janna, you have to be willing to commit and pull that trigger if you are Sivir Nautilus. Otherwise, you get poked out. You're going to lose the dragon because you don't have the HP to fight it.
That's right. Tucson knows this is going on. Everybody does. Going to take out the ward. Dragon pulled out of the pit here. It's a bit of a risk. Tucson could come in and try to steal it. Will he be able to? Lands that Q. Came in really early, and looks like they'll get it anyway. Wow. Whoa, but a huge ult use. Big Dragon's Rage onto Samsung. Samsung backing away. Chaos Storm chasing them. Can they get back to the turret? They lost Wraith. That was a huge series of knockups. I I think that was the ult from Ignar. Yeah, that's right. It just went through everybody on Samsung.
Yeah, it did. And Wraith dies without using his flash or the Monsoon right now. Can they actually keep this turret alive is the main question.
Maybe.
Crown has his ult. I think he should just go in and ult these people away if they keep committing to it. Doesn't have to.
They don't even
They're going
need
to back
to.
out.
It'll be just fine. And so second Dragon goes to Samsung. It looked really close, but I think it was just Tucson kind of mistiming his smite a little bit. Allowed Samsung to grab it. And they are still a tiny bit behind in gold because of the kills, but they've got those 2 dragons. And at this point, now the Kog'Maw's got their Trinity Force. Now things are starting to sort of power up for Samsung, so I feel like we should expect some turrets starting to go down now.
Yeah, they are in a very good place at the moment, especially with that second dragon. Yes, they're a bit behind in terms of gold, but IM is the one that really has to commit right now. Otherwise, Fury's just going to keep on farming these empty lanes. There's no reason for him to be bottom side any longer. So what Samsung's doing now is just committing to give Fury a ton of farm. They just gave him the wave at the top side because they want him to get big as fast as they can.
A little bit of pressure coming in on this top lane. And with that Trinity Force now, they're just going to lane swap and push down the turret.
Lilac doesn't have a lot of armor to deal with this, so
Yeah.
they're thinking he's going to be easily poked out right now, which he is.
He will be.
And then they're going to be able to take the tower and just even up that gold lead. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Kuve has more wave clear than that Mundo, especially from range, and just stacking HP right now, catalysted to Health Crystal, so he's not limited in the same way. Rourke's going to spell shield that. Fury just continuing to walk forward.
Yeah, being very bold with this Kog'Maw. They actually didn't get as much damage done to the turret as I thought they would. It was a 3v3. But it shouldn't take too much longer. Wow, Crown's got the Morellonomicon and the Abyssal Scepter now, too. Whoop, knock up onto Ignar. That's a lot of damage coming in onto him.
Yeah, just so much work being done. And Eve, Samsung is a team that really likes to have even the lanes on these sieges.
Yeah.
Just doing work, getting that attack speed and the heal onto the Kog'Maw to do even more damage during the BioArcane barrage toggles.
See, this is what, I feel like we could see from CJ, right? We could see Ambition doing this exact same thing on Nidalee.
Yeah, Ambition he doesn't spend as much time in the lane as Eve does, though. Samsung is a team, yeah, they definitely could. Samsung is a team that definitely likes to have even the lane a lot. They started out this season with a fast pushing, with the Nunu in the lane, and having Fury on champions like Jinx, just to quickly push down turrets.
Yeah, they won some games like that too. I am, though, able to grab the first turret of the game in bot lane, so the top lane siege from Samsung not actually working out for them.
Yep. Good defense from Incredible Miracle. They managed to stave off most of the damage. They had the Mundo with the ultimate to make sure that he was healed up after his poke, and that means that they actually win out in the end as they're able to push down the tower against the Maokai. So good response from Incredible Miracle. They take even more of a gold lead, however small it may be right now, and now they move Roar into top. They want to keep trading objectives at this point, get that outer turret down.
Oh, they'll get it too. Doesn't look like Kuve is going to be able to do anything about it. They're just going to trade top turret for bottom tier 1, it looks like. Maybe Crown can get some damage done to mid.
Yep, going to give Fury the gold in isolation as he works towards his Blade of the Ruined King.
So when we talk about late game scaling for these teams, oh, never mind, there's a dive. Going on, ult onto Kuve is going to twist advance to try to avoid it. Gets pushed back, a lot of turret damage being done, but Kuve just not quite tanky enough. Meanwhile, Ignar perfectly tanky. There's a flash for the kill there. Oh, meanwhile, Emperor's Design and Crown comes in for the double kill. Emperor's Divide, that is.
Really risky dive. Kuve had just gotten some armor.
Uh-oh, Lilac in trouble, pops the ultimate, and he should be able to make it out.
But going that deep, and look at the response immediately from Crown. Heads into the top side to help out. And when you commit that much, because they barely didn't kill the Maokai, which meant that Roar had to flash for the kill, and then he was absolutely defenseless once Crown got into the top lane.
Yeah. Could have been worse. I've seen dives involving an Azir go worse for teams this last week. So,
Yeah. Good
Still.
CLG joke. CLG isn't even safe from the Korean broadcast, guys.
nope, sorry. That was a pretty funny play to watch, though. I enjoyed that one. It was simple yet beautiful, you know? Just an E, just an R, 4 kills. Well, 2 kills for Crown, but he'll be happy with that anyway. Fury getting even more farm. As he jumps out to a decent CS lead, of course. And this second dragon, will it go to Samsung? Coming up right now.
Yeah, they have the control at the moment. They trying to push forward.
Everybody has their ults except for Nautilus, and that may actually cause a bit of a problem. It's going to be up soon, but maybe not soon enough. Well, I am managing to find a position onto this dragon, but
They don't want
they
to
need
be
to
here,
be careful.
though.
Yeah, this could be a lot of AoE damage coming in. Oh, the poke is big. They get the dragon, but will they pay for it? Lilac throwing cleavers to disengage, and IM manages to do it. Now, can Samsung just turn around and take the mid lane turret or set up a fight by River? There's a ward there, so that's not going to work. Samsung in a great place to take this turret, and it looks like they should be able to. Good preventative whirlwind. Wow, Lilac just wading into the team. They're going to go in on Akube. Nice heal, keeping him barely alive for now. Gets kicked back in. That's going to cost Tucson his life, though. A kill for Fury. Kills on each side. Turret goes down in favor of Samsung, though, definitely coming out ahead in that fight, and they're just going to go down to the tier 2 as well.
Yeah, why not? There's nothing else left from Incredible Miracle. They botched their engage. They could keep sieging this, honestly. They do not have to back off right now. They have a lot of mana left onto Fury and Crown. They can continue pushing forward.
Oh,
there are
can't even
no
take the tier
ults. There are no ults on IM, and Crown still has Emperor's Divide. They absolutely could have kept sieging the tier 2.
Yeah.
That's your
Safe,
response?
I guess. I'm like, I don't know. What can you say? They didn't. I guess they didn't, Monte Cristo.
I mean, I know it's not when they're going to be at their strongest, but they 100% had a good opportunity right there just to keep moving forward and to at least get a little bit of damage onto the tier 2.
I do agree.
Also, they should have actually fought that dragon a little bit harder too, because when IM doesn't have a flank, when IM is grouped up as 5 like that, there's a huge poke advantage for Samsung. They can just sit there, and if IM tries to engage on them, all they have to do is walk backwards. If no one is threatening the flank, there's almost zero risk.
Does it seem a bit like Samsung doesn't understand their comp as well as they could, perhaps?
I don't know yet, because they could just be saying, we're not strong yet. Eve, this Italy is still stacking the tier. We're still waiting for Fury to really come into his own and get that Blade of the Ruined King, maybe get a Last Whisper. He has it now. But there's that possibility also, where they just don't want to commit to a fight when they're not in their power spike. That's respectable, but at the same time, you have to look at that situation and say, you can get more out of this.
There is such a thing as too safe.
Yes, well, that was definitely too safe.
Yeah. Well, as is, Samsung is still the team dictating the pace of the game, equal on turrets, up on dragons, up on gold, and up on CS in all 3 lanes as well. And Fury just pushing back this top lane, and there's not a lot that Lilac can do about it. He's healing up so fast. And yeah, this Blade means that Lilac really can't fight this one-on-one. He's going to lose the turret. There it goes. Wow, Fury's still chasing. He's got the support of his team. So really pushing Lilac back here as well, too. This lets Samsung maybe get a little bit of vision around Baron, too, if they want it. But that was the last outer turret now.
Yeah, this is it's looking better and better for Samsung. They have the gold lead at this stage after being just a little bit behind early, and they're going to have more control over Dragon when it comes to it. So Samsung really starting to hit their stride. As we move into the 20, 30-minute mark into this game, they have the tools necessary to deal with a tanky Mundo. And I am honestly, Lilac is not that tanky.
No, he has a Spirit Visage and a Giant Spell.
Yeah, and Fury really going to start hitting him hard. If he continues to stack HP without more armor, the Blade is going to do a lot of work on him.
That sure should. Oh, I am going deep into the enemy jungle to put down some wards. A bold scouting mission.
Yeah, they have 3 people there, and IM definitely has some nice vision control.
Seems like Samsung could cut them off a little bit, though. They're just going to go for this tier 2. They're like, all right, you want to go in and get wards? Fine, we'll get your tier 2 mid.
Yeah, they committed a lot of people to get that, and now they have to walk the long way around or risk going through that choke point. Lilac just going to check it with a cleaver. Does take a bit of damage from a Sand Soldier, and here comes the setup. Kuve's there. He can TP in at any time.
Whoa, that turret goes down fast.
Yep.
Oh, man. That was like 100 to 0 in a couple seconds.
Well, Trinity Force, Kog'Maw, and Azir are pretty good at killing turrets, and you can do it from such a long range, too. The synergy with the Nidalee, you get more auto attacks during that Bio-Arcane Barrage time frame with the Nidalee heal. Just really nice comp from Samsung.
That turret was just gone.
It's gonna keep happening like that, Doa. It's gotta keep happening like that.
Dragon up in 45, and if they can get that move speed buff, that Kog'Maw is going to be even harder to deal with, as if he wasn't already. Nearly 30 CS up on every single lane right now for Samsung. Yeah, things are not looking good for IM early on here.
Nope. And how are they going to contest this next dragon? Really, really difficult. They have no wards, so they can't get Mundo into the back line. Mundo's going for a Randuin's Omen, but that is going to be finished about the same time Fury gets his eye. Oh my.
Whoa, a lot of damage onto Tucson. Good poke there. Ignar's going to go in onto Fury, though. Fury in a little bit of trouble. Gets saved, though. Ijana with the flashback. And Samsung, like we talked about earlier, just walking back, just kiting, and doing that poke damage.
Okay. Fury's not playing Juggernaut. He cannot do that.
It's
that was a
dangerous.
very poor idea from Fury because they had to use 3 summoners and a Monsoon just to save him. And all he did was a tiny amount of damage, so he needs to be careful. You have to stay behind your tank line with Kog'Maw when you don't have a Lulu in the mid lane.
Oh, they're going to kill this dragon so fast, too. Look at that. Just evaporating it. Q lands. Is he going to go in? Tries to. Whoa, nearly gets poked to death afterwards, but now that's a 3-1 dragon lead for Samsung Galaxy.
Instant rotation over to the enemy blue buff.
Yep. They could get a lot of positioning on the Baron, too, as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of Baron threat. Azir Kog'Maw, they can do it just as fast as they can kill towers. Or the dragon, pretty much. They can't leave this unwarded. Kuve just diligently cleaning out the side waves.
Oh, Tucson. Run. He's not even wearing a shirt or anything, so having that like acid stuff dropped on him, that really stings, you know? Really hurts.
Well, just like in Korea, people think that they will go bald from acid rain.
Yeah, that'd have to be some pretty strong acid rain.
It actually is like...
It's a widely held belief.
Unfortunately it is. True.
It's not quite as unreasonable as fan death, but it gets up there.
Fan death is...
Fan death is the best. Oh, man. If just Google Korean fan death, if you want to know what we're talking about.
Yeah, we don't need to explain it here, but it is ridiculous.
Ridiculously awesome. And we're not talking about fans like you guys. So you're safe. Don't worry about it. Different kind of fan. The oscillating variety.
Well, I mean, some fans are oscillating. They like one team and then another.
That
very
is
rapid
true.
intervals.
That is true. I can think of a few organizations that may produce that type of fan. Oh, Tucson, they're going to jump on him. Dragon's Rage has to be used on Crown just to keep him away. Well, the slow but inevitable demise of LZIM seems to be continuing on, and it looks like it's just going to be a Baron now for Samsung. Oh, they might have a pick here on the Lilac, actually, too.
Yeah, they're looking for something. They need to do a better job of clearing out the vision because
Yeah,
they
they
could
do.
seriously be threatening this at the moment. Also, Talisman of Ascension done.
Oh, teleport coming in. Crown could be in a little bit of trouble here. Lilac
No.
lands a cleaver. Never mind.
Yeah, that was actually Crown did the right thing. He just stuck his Sand Soldiers into choke, dared them to come forward, and that was a waste of a teleport as a result.
I guess so. They're going to try to take mid lane turret in response, and even if they get it, I don't know if
They'll
they
get
can
it.
shield. Yeah, they'll get it, but it doesn't make a big difference right now because they're losing their tier 2 in bot.
Not a good trade. They basically traded a full health tier 2 turret for a tier 1 that had very few hits remaining.
Yeah, that's a 4-1 turret lead now for Samsung Galaxy. Yeah, the Mundo pick just has not really worked out terribly well just yet. I get the idea, but it's so hard to get into the back lines.
I mean, I don't really get the idea here.
I mean, theoretically, he'd be tanky against the amount of AP coming out of Samsung. But
Yeah, and they responded well in the draft. I mean, they saw the Mundo early on. Probably that's a lane matchup that Lilac's comfortable with, the Mundo into the Maokai. I don't think they expected Fury to default to a Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
It was a really good on-the-fly adaptation, though. Fury and Samsung probably haven't even been practicing AD Kog'Maw. We see it so rarely, but it is a great pick for the team composition. I really like Samsung's draft this game.
oh, some more poke damage onto Lilac. The MR really not helping him that much. And again, you know, I mean, I feel like we're seeing more of what you're talking about, where up near the Baron, Samsung could be doing a better job of clearing vision.
Yeah, they need to buy some pink wards and
Yeah.
get it together around that objective because basically they can force face checks right now.
Oh, okay. Flash ult onto Fury, but a Whirlwind slows it down. Oh, Wraith pushes him right out again. They're going to lose their tier 2, but will Samsung come in for some more damage? Cuvée is coming in from behind. Can they just flank and fight this?
Well, they need the vision. They decide they don't like what they see with the sapling, so they are going to back off. Regardless of whether that engage was successful, it was very good at quickly killing that tower, so that's a pretty nice win there for Incredible Miracle. They traded a tower for like a flash depth charge, or they got a tower for the flash depth charge and the Sivir. What they have to be careful now is if Samsung actually baits this Baron successfully.
Well, yeah, with that ult out of the way, with the Sivir ult out of the way as well, I feel like you can definitely bait that Baron pretty hard.
I don't know why Samsung keeps just grouping in the mid lane and split pushing bottom when they could just try to kill the Baron.
They do seem to be playing like overly safe. You know, maybe it seems to them like they aren't as far ahead as they are.
They want to do it because they know they have teleport advantage, but they can't play this way without adequate vision. I think the idea is solid here. You just threaten it, threaten it, threaten it, have somebody go bottom and then force a 5v4. But it's not exactly working. And also the other limiting factor is that Maokai is the primary engage on their composition. So, all right, they're going to go for it.
That's going to be a really fast Baron as well, though. I am coming up to try to stop it. Can they do it? Baron getting even low. I am looking very unsure of themselves. Here comes a teleport right on the Frozen. Goes Cuvée. Baron doesn't get taken out. They turn it around. Cuvée getting very low. I am coming in now. Sivir ult used. Baron must have been so low. Roar gets a kill onto, well, he gets a double kill actually. Samsung, things falling apart in a big way though. Fury coming back with a double kill. They can turn it around. Fury needs to be careful though. A lot of damage. I really wonder what the health of that Baron was at when they turned. It had to be really low.
Sloppy call from Samsung. They
Yeah.
didn't commit to the engage when Cuvée came through with the teleport and got the W down onto Victor immediately. They had to turn. A bit of a split call there. Even so, Fury absolutely carries that team fight, gets the flash onto Tucson. Tucson flashed to try and insec him out, and that just didn't work because Fury hit it on the other side. This is going to be Dragon number 4.
Yeah, they should be able to get it unless there's some sort of like miracle cleaver by Lilac, and there's not. So 4 dragons taken by Samsung Galaxy, and they can just get away. Not the best place to recall perhaps for Crown, but they got the objective. They got a objective anyway.
Yeah,
An
and
objective.
now they're threatening 5th dragon, so they should be in a very happy place. Gonna try, there's a Desperation Baron. They know there's a pink ward in the pit.
Looks a bit dangerous. Here comes Samsung. Now Crown is missing a little bit of health, but not much. Here we go. Oh man, the poke is huge from Fury, and they're going to come in. Baron taken by IM, but Samsung coming in with a vengeance here. So much damage. All used by Wraith to keep Kube barely alive as Crown starts to rack up the kills, gets one under Roar. And that's already one big Baron target out of the way, and now Samsung can just push right down this mid lane if they want to.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time up against the Baron minions, and they couldn't quite get an angle onto the Baron to take it, even though they responded in a relatively quick manner. So IM gets a bit of a lifeline here, but the problem is that Baron is going to be down when they have their next team fight around the Dragon. So it's all about how much IM can actually push these waves. And they don't have a single wave in their favor right now. So a lot of this Baron is just going to be wasted as they try to move across the map.
Yeah, I don't think Samsung's going to feel a whole lot of pressure from this. At least IM is clearing out wards. Yeah, I mean, if you look across the map right now, I feel like Samsung should have a couple more wards out, shouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they should. I mean, they have 2 warding totems, but one of the problems with playing jungle in Italy is that you just don't buy a sight stone, so you're going to be behind in terms of wards. And
true.
He's tried to make that up by upgrading the warding totem, but there's kind of been inadequate pink warding by Samsung over the course of this game at pretty critical instances.
Oh, they find Lilac at Tucson. A lot of damage coming in from Fury. A lot of damage coming in. Lilac forced to use his ultimate now.
Now, Lilac even has the Thornmail now, and he is still taking that much damage. Fury needing to get some MR. You can see him building into a QSS right now. That'll help him out in terms of tanking out the magic damage coming out of the Thornmail.
That'll help with AoE coming in from Frozen's Victor as well, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, Samsung, in spite of not having a Baron buff, easy time pushing forward. This is the desperation flank here.
Yeah, it's a good sapling too. They're going to see him with that in the ward. Now they know exactly where these guys are.
Yeah, very wise. The warding was fine there for Samsung.
Yeah.
They weren't really ever in any danger.
Ooh, faking that they're backing away and then coming right back into lane again.
Yeah, nice play. This is a great way to stall out the Baron. They gave it up because they didn't commit quickly enough. I think maybe they could have made it more of a contest. It was a bit of a 50-50. Eve nearly had a chance to steal it with the pounce into the pit. But in the end, just use these Azir passive turrets very aggressively, put them right next to your opponent's base and bottle them up, and now there's no more Baron. So nothing taken by IM.
Yep. Baron buff did not help them. Okay, they will push out the bottom lane just a little bit. Samsung falling back to regroup at this point. Have to re-push up some of their lanes here. Kind of maintenance stuff as they give the blue buff over to Crown. Wow, I am really coming in hard though into the enemy jungle. Getting some wards down. So that is nice. Again, you know, they do have a lot of wards. Samsung finally putting a ton of wards down the bottom jungler, but no wards really anywhere else.
Yep, and now they're just pushing up mid lane, setting up very nicely for this dragon. Samsung there well in advance. Although they still only have 1 pink ward to place around the pit. May cause them a problem.
Oh, Tucson, speaking of problems, gets caught. Twist advance onto him from Kube. Here comes Crown to do a lot of damage. Uses that Emperor's Divide. The dragon coming up in a minute. I think it's not quite going to be up in a minute 15. I could be wrong. It'll be really close. In fact, no, I think it's going to be up.
Yeah, it should be up. It's a relatively short cooldown.
Yeah,
so
it is.
just using it right there, make the pick, and know that the death timer will be about the same time as your ultimate timer, so no big deal. It's making sure that Lee Sin can't escape with his Q and his W.
Yep.
Secure the kill. That is perfectly okay. Well, back to waiting around this dragon. It did buy Samsung more time to increase their presence around that objective without having to play it dangerously whatsoever.
Waiting for Dragon. Sounds like a Lifetime original movie about the Daenerys Targaryen story. Where are my dragons?
Yeah, seriously, she can't do anything without them. She's useless.
It's true.
Can't even govern a city properly.
Nope. Pretty bad at that.
Has to have her dragons save her from insurrections that she could have prevented with better political skill.
Pretty much. I'm not on the Daenerys hype train when it comes to Game of Thrones, man.
No, she's pretty dumb, actually.
Yeah, she's not doing a very good job. Daenerys anti-hype.
It's okay.
Dragon's overrated.
I'm pretty sure the only person in that show who knows what they're doing is Tywin. So.
Well, I got some bad news for you, man.
Spoilers, Noah!
Well, Samsung, position over this dragon. They could take it. It would be dragon number 5 now. I am desperate to prevent it. It is do or die for I am in this game. If Samsung takes this 5th dragon.
Okay, but how do they engage? All they're doing is sitting there getting poked right now.
That's the problem.
And now the speed shrine is in favor of Samsung, so IM has to kind of wait for that speed shrine to go away.
Oh, here comes the dragon.
Definitely just do this.
They can. This is... Wow, they're letting themselves be pushed back. I'm surprised.
They definitely should not be letting themselves be pushed back.
All right. A bit of trepidation. It's a very delicate time. And they're going to push ahead for the poke, I guess. Italy spears everywhere. Flash engage onto Eve. They're going to turn right around and blow up Ignar, though. Ult on the Wraith by Nautilus. Not the most successful ult ever. The poke from Crown coming in. They're going to heal right through that Chaos Storm, it looks like. Tucson still around, frozen out of the fight via low health. Going to come in and try to steal this dragon. Can't do it with the cleaver. That's 5 dragons for Samsung Galaxy. They're going to go right up to the Baron that is spawning right now.
And that was perhaps the worst possible decision for IM. Because by stalling that out so long and then losing the fight anyway, they're going to lose not only 5th Dragon, but Baron also.
It hurts. There goes the Baron.
Well, you can see, I mean, IM has no answer to get onto this Kog'Maw.
Yep.
Fury is absolutely 100% scot-free. He's got the Führer enchantment now as well. Who is going to stop the Kog'Maw? There's no backline threat from Incredible Miracle.
Things are not going well. Giant Dragon Baron enhanced Maokai.
5th Dragon enhanced as well.
Yep.
Just powering on through.
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh.
Iron Elixir ran out at a very disappointing time.
What a buzzkill.
Yep. Gotta get more.
Not sure why you would put the turret there instead of one further up.
It's a good question. Maybe to try to warn the flanks, perhaps, but we'll see. The Siege is doing some good. That cannon minion helping out, and they gotta be careful. Oh, Lilac poked out. With Lilac there, Fury should just be able to walk up and kill it, right? Maybe that'd be a little bit dangerous. We're going to wait for that second wave. There we go. Now coming in. Now they'll take out that turret, and the inhibitor is next. Nothing really IM can do. The bottom lane tier 2 might be taken by the minions for IM, but I don't think Samsung's too worried about that.
No, and they can just keep pushing up. They, unfortunately for Samsung, they don't have the side minion wave control to really maximize this 5th Dragon / Baron powered push that they have right now, but they do enough. They crack the base. They're still with a huge compositional advantage in this late game, so they shouldn't have too terribly hard of a time closing. There's also a slow wave push developing in bottom now because it didn't kill the turret, so it was able to reset, and that will build up into quite a sizable minion wave if Samsung's able to wait long enough for it to push out.
And meanwhile, Samsung pushing up the top lane now. Still has that 5th Dragon, still has that Baron. A little bit of time on both remaining. And they're just going to go right in on this one.
Try to clear with the gravity field, getting all the minions stacked up for a death ray, but the Baron empowered minions still too strong to be cleared out instantly, and that means that this big minion wave continues to move through. There's so much damage.
Wow, yeah, they're really making the most out of this Dragon buff now. Dragon and Baron all used onto Kuve. No follow-up from IM. A little bit of a panic move, I think, from Ignar there. Oh, they're going to go in. Lisa trying to make a play. Nice flash from Fury to avoid that one, and Crown picks up a kill. Now Samsung turning it around. It was a desperation move from IM. I think it's going to result in a pretty easy team fight win for Samsung. All the poke coming in, all the damage from Fury and Crown, and all the members except for Lilac go down, and this one is over. 46 minutes in. Took a little bit longer than it maybe needed to, but Samsung able to poke their way to victory here in their first game against LZIM, and didn't really seem like IM had an answer to any of this.
No, not at all.
Yep, there it goes. Nexus goes down. Knockups onto Lilac for fun, and GG. Samsung takes game one.
And even though Samsung, I think you're right, they could have closed it out faster. It's hard to fault them for taking the safer route when they knew 100% with absolute certainty that they would be more powerful.
That is true.
So they may have been able to snowball a bit harder. I think they definitely could have put more pressure onto the tier 2 in the mid lane, that one push, and accelerated the game some. But at the end of the day, they definitely played to their power spike. They definitely played to their composition.
I mean, it's a smart thing to think about in a lot of games where it's better to take 100% win 10 minutes from now than an 80% win now, you know?
Absolutely.
It's true. It's a very true thing for a lot of different games. And very true for Samsung here in game number one. I am looking a bit disappointed, and those types of games too are pretty antagonizing to play because you just feel yourself getting farther and farther behind. It's a tough loss for IM to handle, and we'll see if they can maybe bounce back. Maybe we'll see a couple of those roster changes swapped in for game two.
Yeah, would be quite exciting to see some of the new players from Incredible Miracle. I would
love to.
Questions swirling around this spooky guy in the jungler. How's Paragon doing right now? What is Expression's level anymore?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we will see if IM changes up the lineup in game number two, or if they'll stick with what they used in game number one when we come back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys. Another game, possibly the last game of the night, coming up on Champion Summer right after this. And we're back on Champion Summer, and it looks like Fury is our MVP. Pretty great Kog'Maw play. Was only really caught out, I think, like once that game.
Yeah, and didn't die, so
Yeah.
definitely delivering in terms of his positioning. Of course, it was, I will admit, a very easy composition to position on Kog'Maw against, but you know what, Doa, that's what a good draft does for you. It makes it easy as possible to win the game.
That's the idea behind it. A good
That was
draft.
such a good flash. Oh,
Yeah. Captain Jack would have been proud of some of those escapes. I'm talking about the pirate and the player. They both would have been proud.
Eve right there. Jumps in, nearly smites it. Risky Baron from IM, but it does allow them to extend the game.
Yeah, extend but not win. As we see Samsung taking a team fight, taking out the AD carry, which is a big Baron buff to get rid of.
Yeah, and look at this. Actually, Wraith stepped on top of Fury right there, so he forced Nautilus to misclick.
That's really smart.
On the depth charge.
Wow.
That was actually pretty awesome.
That's a good support, man. It's like, let me take this all for you. Beautiful.
Yeah, you definitely didn't want to ult the Janna in that situation, but
No.
that was very fun from Wraith rather to see.
And so, yeah, Fury picking up the MVP, and we'll see if Samsung has what it takes to get the 2-0. By the look on Tusin's face there, I would guess yes. I am looking, looking pretty despondent. Wow, giving Ryu a run for his money in terms of players who look sad. Impressive.
I wouldn't say sad. I would say destroyed from the inside.
That's right. Soul crushed.
There's more to that than sadness, Noah.
Yeah,
There is looking into oblivion
that's
and
right.
having to cope with absolute despair.
Staring into the gaping pit where your Nexus once stood. And it looks like we do have some substitutions for IM.
It'll be Sonstar and Apple
All right.
in game number 2 tonight. Apple going to be replacing Lilac, who so far has been very much struggling in that top lane.
Change of player. Apple and Sonstar. Maybe we'll finally get to see something other than Corki, Janna, Vayne. Well, I guess we saw Kog'Maw last game, but maybe Lucian will come in too.
Now, the last time these two teams played, Apple tried to play some top lane Vladimir. They wanted to go for Vladimir or Rumble, double AP compositions. They were pulled apart by Samsung's ability to play the pick comps. Now Sonstar coming in. It does have a 6.0 KDA, so doing actually some decent work even through the losses against Ku.
He was their main guy in Season 1 too, but hasn't really gotten a lot of play. You can see only 2 games so far in summer season. So it's a big moment as well for him to try to prove that he might deserve that top spot over Roar.
And you do have to hand it to IM. They do know what their problems are. You know, this season they come back, or this round robin, I should say, they come back, they bring yet another AD carry, Paragon, a player who's seen success with IM on the past. They bring in a veteran in Expression. They bring in a new jungler because Tusin's been struggling a little bit at that position. So I think they're diversifying at the positions where they need the most help. If we look at this, we can say Frozen and Ignor, pretty solid. Do you really need substitutes for those guys? I'd say probably not.
Yeah, seems pretty decent. And as the coaches come into the booths again, about to move into picks and bans for game number 2 here between Samsung Galaxy and LZIM. And we will see if IM can have a little bit more solid of a draft this time around. And it's time. Here we go. So, the bans coming out. Gragas, of course, banned out by Samsung, not wanting to first pick that, not wanting Tusin to have it. And definitely go to ogn.azubi.tv to vote for your super plays. There are some pretty super plays on that site.
There are indeed. All right, Callisto Rise, standard red side bans on this patch. No Maokai this game. Samsung not wanting to first pick it. There is a Rek'Sai ban. They don't want that either. Alistar, and that will be a first pick Simmer. Of course, first victim. Both of our games so far in this best of 3.
Yeah, well, with Alistar out of the way, Sivers going to be the way to go.
And what will they take on IM side. They have the Rumble, a champion that Apple's done well on.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Rumble wouldn't be bad. Apple, like you said, has played a lot of that.
They did have some early game success with the Lee Sin. They're actually going to take away the Corki. I don't know about that.
Corki and Annie as well. I mean, taking the Anne away, anyway, not letting them have the Annie-Sivir combo is pretty nice, but
oh wow,
the Hecarim grab for Kuve.
That is bold because Apple's best champion is Gnar, and that is a very bad matchup for Hecarim. Azir taken this game once again by Samsung, so happy with Crown's performance, and why wouldn't you be on that champion? So they're building a very similar composition, except they have more flank potential here. Eve on Evelyn would probably be a good idea. That way you can double down on the flank with the Hecarim. And, you know, Evelyn, Janna, really good here, honestly. They'd have enough peel for their back line while maintaining a lot of threat with the flank, especially if IM wants to play Victor.
Well, I wouldn't imagine that's a mid-Corki. So the Ashe probably not going to be locked in there.
Yeah, we haven't seen mid-Corki in a while.
There we go.
I think the Rumble coming in much more likely than Nidalee. This would be Tusin's first game on Nidalee.
Yeah, mid-Corki was never very big in the Korean scene. Saw it a lot in NA, I felt like, but not a lot here. Yeah, Tusin grabbing that Nidalee.
Difficult champ to play, and I feel that this is more of a takeaway from Eve than it is a pickup for Tusin. We'll see how he does on him. Can he deliver at the same level that a player like Eve can?
Well, now you really can just go Eve.
Yeah, Eve Janna is nice combination here. That would be relatively safe.
Yep. Jungle Kale would be really cool too. It could be a top Kale. It could be a support Kale actually.
Remember,
he is a support. He was at one point a support Kale main. Wraith was.
Yes, he was.
Way back when he was known as Lorray.
Yeah, but in his pre-Ice Bear, his pre-Casper days, he is a man of many names.
Yep, 4 at least. There might be some we don't know about. This makes a bit more sense. Yeah. Eve Nautilus, I like this a lot for Samsung.
Yep, they've got peel, maybe not as much as the Janna, but at the same time, the Janna is weaker to Annie all-ins after 6. So having the tankier Nautilus could do some work there.
Yep.
And there we go. Evelyn and Nautilus, the final lock-ins. Now the question is, what is Frozen going to be playing? They waited a long time to give him his pick right now.
Probably not Zyra. But what about...
He's got a lot of choices. He can play the Victor here. He may be able to get away with a pick like Kassadin if he wants to. He's a very dangerous Varus player, but that might be a little bit difficult to play against Azir.
Well, what about an Orianna? Could add on to the Wombo combo of the Equalizer. Tivers as well. Looks like it's going to be Varus, though.
Yeah, there's nobody going to be in the middle of the team is the problem to really use the Orianna ults on.
Yeah, I suppose
unless you use it
spread out.
Unless you use it on the Nidalee. If she pounces in, and then you deal with maybe having to pounce in to engage a fight. You usually want to use that to clean it up, so it'll get a bit messy. But Frozen is going to go on to the Varus, a champion that he individually has definitely performed well on. And they're going to have a very strong or a poke composition.
Yeah.
Really set up for the mid-game. Rumble, Nidalee, Varus, Corki. Huge, huge mid-game power spike. But are they going to be able to actually push turrets down? Azir and Sivir have adequate wave clear, and that back line without flank wards is going to have a hell of a hard time dealing with Eve and Hecarim coming in from the sides.
Well, yeah, Annie doesn't have a lot of peel to provide.
No, there's no peel.
Corki and Varus. So.
There's no peel. So IM must have flawless flank wards to kite this out, because Samsung has 2 different champions to get that flank on their very squishy back line. They have no tankiness, and if Hecarim gets a couple items and gets on top of Varus, this game is going to be over.
Well, I mean, if there was one thing IM was ahead of Samsung on last game, it was warding for the most part. So we'll see if they can pull it off in game number 2. And it is time, guys. Samsung looking for the 2-0. IM looking to tie things up. Can they do it? The composition is a lot better this time around. We'll see if it's enough. It's time to get in the game and find out. And we're back once again on the Summoner's Rift to see if IM can tie things up with Samsung Galaxy. The fans never deterred here in the OGN studio. And Frozen Zverev has been very good, like we mentioned earlier. He has been fun to watch on this champion.
Yeah, he has to be so careful, though.
He's probably going to die a lot.
Hecarim is a huge threat to Varus. They also have this Eve. Crown is going to be able to get in there and ult him out, as well as the Sivir ult engage. This is a very dangerous time to be a Varus.
Your ults need to be perfect with Varus if you're going to stop this type of engage. I mean, if you can nail Hecarim, it's okay, but
IM is going to have a strong power spike, and if they can use it to siege effectively in the mid game, they can win this game. They absolutely can. It's a very execution-heavy composition, though, that requires that you hit all of your groupings in your timing window when you're at your strongest. Otherwise, this Hecarim is going to be unstoppable for IM.
yeah. And so now, let's see what the starts are going to be. It looks like we've got standard lanes initially. See where the XP ends up going. Looks like they're going to give that over to Apple. Sharing XP as they go on a little bit of a trek together.
Yeah, similar things happening in the bottom side. Looks like Samsung actually going to take the Krugs. They're one of the teams that still likes to take the early jungle camp, one of the very few, in fact, so they're going to return to lane with a bit of an experience advantage, and that's going to cause IM to back off. Apple getting super low at the red buff.
Ooh, yeah, wow. Well, he'll be able to recall now that he's level 2 and go back to lane, it looks like. We'll see if he teleports. Probably will.
Kuve going for the boots first just to bob and weave through the minion wave, so he doesn't get hit by the flame spitter, can just get in there and get out quickly.
Well, Frozen
CS.
quite a bit higher on the damage per minute rating, but both of those guys still lower than the league average overall on their mid lane picks. Frozen not by much though, although still being below average is not good.
Well, it's just such a misleading statistic too, because that's why I think it should be champion damage, because perhaps you are a more passive laner like GBM where you're not actively clearing the wave as much. You're just last hitting or pruning it, or depends on the champions you play also, how much damage you're going to do to the minion wave. So I don't know if it's
see if they change it.
The best indication. Champion damage is a much more reliable statistic on a mid laner's ability to carry. Uh-oh.
Big gank onto Frozen. Frozen trying to back away, able to do a lot of damage to Crown in the meantime. They get his ghost, but that's it. So one summoner taken, but none used on the side of Samsung, so definitely a win there.
Looks like they also gave Frozen the big raptor for some health, actually. So trying to use that for a touch more sustain. I couldn't tell. It was right at the top of the screen.
I think you might be right. Although he does have a lot of sustain items early on in the game anyway. So maybe not. Oh, Tucson coming up. And will we have a bit of a gank here onto Kube? Kube dodging the spear, running away with that E. Looks like he should be able to make it out. Flash damage from Apple. Kube still able to make it. Apple flashes for nothing.
Tucson missed his second spear.
Yeah.
And Kube didn't even have to dodge it. That's just a misplay on the side of Tucson missing the skill shot.
Yep. Wow. Well, it is Tucson's first professional game on this in Italy, and not off to the greatest start we've seen yet.
No, certainly not.
You know, and now Apple really vulnerable in the top lane. This is something that Eve and Kube could really try to take advantage of. We'll see. Oh, Wraith coming down to join Fury back in lane again. They'll just continue pushing up the lane, getting a nice little CS lead early on, actually. Not bad. And by not bad, I actually mean quite good. Oh, so good.
Very nice indeed. Well, that's what Fury can do, especially on this Sivir in the early game, having that matchup versus Corki, and he got the level edge early, and Fury and Wraith have always been great in the laning phase. Even when they started out last season in the spring, and it was their first season playing together, they'd often take large leads or even get solo kills in that lane. Now, Tucson in a bit of trouble, finally sees him.
Yeah, Eve sees him, does a lot of damage. Will Wraith come over the wall here? Tucson just hopping into Tribrush. Looks like he'll be okay. Oh, nice spear. Wow, he hit that one.
Yep, blocked by the W, though, from the Nautilus, so not really going to do a lot of damage. In fact, you know, Tucson, no AP items yet. He's going to have a tier at some point, probably after he finishes his Magus enchantment, and that's going to mean double tier stacking for Incredible Miracle. That's another thing to look out for, but again, Evelyn will probably, or Nidalee will probably hit that fully stacked tier mark if you go for Magus Enchant first, around like 23 minutes. Really fast at stacking that tier.
We've already been stacking some tiers tonight already, so a little bit of a head start for IM coming into this game.
That's right. If only it worked that way, Noah.
It's the loser buff. If you lose a game, you get stronger the next one until you win. I'm glad that doesn't exist. It'd be pretty bad.
I think it should be just the more times you cry and whine outside of the game, the faster your tier gets stacked.
Wow.
I think a lot of pro players would be really well set up for that one.
Yeah, I think the ladder would change quite a bit. Suddenly people who had never played video games before would be experts at League of Legends. See a lot of them.
I think that's the definition of bronze tier.
Bronze tier, yeah. That's exactly right. Oh, Ignar and Sansar backing away, and somehow the dredge line doesn't connect with anyone, even though that axe is huge. Or anchor.
Axker.
Ankax. Angst.
Yeah,
he throws his angst at his enemies. That sounds like a true support.
Never able to carry.
Yep. Just throws his angst.
Well, Kuve just going for Merc Treads first, trying to get that survivability in the lane. Bit confusing that, I mean, Rumble and Nidalee really has no synergy, but the only lane they could reliably gank is bottom, and they have a choice between a Spell Shield and a very tanky Nautilus. You gonna go start to leech this blue buff right now? Crown will walk over and take it.
Yep, so blue buff for him. Wraith keeping an eye on the blue buff on the IM side as well, too, so maybe thinking about going for a little bit of a steal here. Nice poke on the crown from Frozen.
That's just annoying. Gotta not walk through there. There's no reason for Azir to walk through there. Could have gone the long way around because the minion wave wasn't in his turret, so little bit of punishment there on some lazy pathing by Crown.
He was just so excited to get back to lane.
Gotta keep up that farming, man.
Yep, that's right. Well, he's been able to stay even. Tiny bit of a lead. But Frozen shouldn't have any trouble keeping up as well.
Yeah, Ignar has the mobility boots. He's got to be able to use these. It's a bit problematic because Sunstar is so far behind in terms of farm that if Ignar leaves, we could see that develop even further. There's going to be a really good freeze here for Samsung as they stand in front of the turret and wait for that wave. Very, very easily done. And now...
Do they give up too much dragon control doing this?
No, they're fine because they're just going to be able to sit the minion wave right here, and they've got the ability to clear it out at pretty much any time they want.
It's true. They can push it up pretty quick. Eve moving up into the top lane for a lane gank onto Apple. Apple has his flash back, though, so I don't know how successful this is going to end up being.
Well, they have the level 6 on both champions.
That they do. Will they pull the trigger on this one, though? No real vision, so it's risky for them to go in. I feel like if you're going to do it, you do it now. You do it right now. Oh,
Apple. They want Apple just to walk up.
Oh, wow, he walked back down.
Nice
he chased Kuve. Yeah, that's right. Apple pushing back in. There's the ult from Kuve. And Apple in big trouble now. Equalizer does some decent damage, but first blood goes to Kuve. That was beautifully played.
The mind games were so crazy right there from Samsung. By the way, there was a big risk that Tucson was there. Miss Spear.
Oh, dear. Don't need to miss. Oh, wow. Wow, Kuve body blocking. There's a flash kill for Tucson.
Nice kill.
Yep.
But there is no guarantee that Tucson wasn't there. But let me talk about that gank, because that was very clever. So Apple was refusing to walk up to the wave. So Kuve just goes to kill the pink ward, which puts Apple in a position where, since he's on red side, that's one of the hardest walls to flash in the game. So there was a high probability that if Apple went for, I shouldn't say high, higher probability that if Apple tried to flash, he'd get.
Whoa, meanwhile, Fury pops his ult to try to save Wraith as Tibbers comes down. Ignar taking a lot of damage. Looks like Wraith is going to make it out despite the Ignite. And so, I am trying for a bit of an all-in in bot lane, but not going to work out.
Yeah, it looks like Wraith to get a little bit caught out right there. But as I was saying, so they put him into a position where he would have the thickest wall to flash if he tried to go out of that, and a big potential to fail flash. And then Kuve just knocks him back, point blank, Onslaught of Shadows to tie him up. And that's going to clean up the kill, but very cute adaptation from Samsung to convince Apple that he actually wanted to walk forward.
Huh. Well, in the end, nice little CS lead and item lead for Kuve, picking up the Sapphire Crystal and the Phage so far.
Yeah, Ignite Hecarim, so will be the Trinity Force first.
Yep.
Meanwhile, tons of wards for Samsung. Everybody going back and picking up quite a few in their inventories. Pretty late first dragon this game. Nobody really wanting to go for that quite yet. Wraith getting caught out again. Oh, he misses the dredge line.
Fury coming up to try to do a little bit of damage, but Annie gets a stun, and that's going to be a kill for IM. Wraith really playing a little bit unsafely in the early game. That's the second time he got caught out, and this time Fury couldn't save him.
Yeah, pretty sloppy.
Oops.
Pretty sloppy play from Wraith. Walking into the river like that 2 times in a row. No more flash after it was burned last time, and then he messes up his skill shot, and that equals another kill and a tie-up in gold for Longzhu IM.
Frozen's been really good with these piercing arrows this game. He's been able to keep Crown consistently poked, consistently using those potions, or biscuits in this case. Here comes Eve. But this time Tucson is going to be there. So he might have a 2v2. Enchantment's done for both of the junglers. But Tucson with a little bit more in terms of items. Oh boy. It's going to be hard to bait Kuve in when he's already got less than half health. He's just going to go back.
Well, we're hitting a point where IM really starts to need to make moves on the map. They are very close to finishing that Trinity Force. We can see the
nice
Muramana already done. They're going to be very strong. Crown has decided not to build an arm guard, just going for the Morello Namicon this game. Not that it would help too much against the mixed damage once they begin grouping. Fury also not going critically for the Avarice Blade this game, instead just rushing straight to the Trinity Force so he can be more valuable in team fights sooner. Nice
a lot
push.
of damage done to this mid lane turret. Yeah, I am looking really good so far in the early part of the game.
This is what they have to do. This
Yeah.
is when they need to get these turrets down.
Now, does Samsung maybe try to force a dragon at this point, or try to get some sort of team fight that might help?
You know, they need to just push. They need to just push through and continue to siege. So they can force a dragon as well if they get that vision control, as long as they can continue to push up the lanes. They're getting close. Trinity Force needs to be done, and then they will be in a very, very good place. Crown goes back, instantly buys that arm guard. So taking the laning phase and the poke from Frozen very seriously.
Yep. Already has a bit of damage too. Whoa, Eve taking a lot of damage, gets completely blown up. Drops his ult at the end of it, but that doesn't really help.
Beautiful execution from Tucson and Frozen. Just following up instantly on that poke, commits to the use of the Chain of Corruption immediately, gets the lockdown, and gets the kill.
Yeah. That's exactly what IM needs, too, to keep the pressure off of Dragon. In fact, Tucson trying to just solo it himself now. He'll get a little bit of help from Ignar. Or not.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter for Samsung whether this dragon goes down or not. Because they're simply unable to... Oh, missed the timbers.
Oh, Wraith could be in a little bit of trouble either way, though. Takes a lot of damage. Soundstar takes some damage before Fury has to back off because of Tucson.
Nice spell shield on this, the Nidalee Spear coming through the Tri-Brush, though. Good reaction time and prevents any further follow-up. That, yeah, not a good timbers from Ignar to engage that.
Didn't work too well. In the meantime, though, IM is ahead on kills now. They've got the dragon. So Samsung is going to be playing from a little bit behind at this point.
Yeah, they're going to be playing from behind, but they're going to be fine. They're just waiting for this Hecarim. They don't have to commit to Dragon 1, and Dragon 1 came relatively late, actually.
True.
So if we're looking at Dragons, 21.5 minutes for Dragon 2, 27.5 if it's taken instantly for Dragon number 3. That's going to be the time. By Dragon number 3 or Dragon number 4, Samsung is definitely going to be ready to fight. The Hecarim has a CS advantage, the Sivir has a CS advantage, the Azir has a CS advantage. They're still putting down pressure on this turret. There are no turrets down for LZIM yet. They have the Trinity Force. Now is the time to do the grouping to get the towers down, because if they don't hit this, Kuve is going to destroy them.
It's a very good point. Wraith, even Fury hanging out in the bot lane to see if they can maybe make a play there. Nope. Scrying Lens says Sunstar will not be fooled.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, they can just sit here in the Corki lane, and Eve camping the Corki lane right now when they want to push out, they can't group yet because they don't have any outer turrets out. So as long as they can just camp the Corki lane, because the power spikes are going to be Corki and then the Varus once the Muramana and the last Whisper comes in. So he's doing a good job of putting the pressure down right now, though. Crown really having a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Frozen again showing why he's been so strong on this Varus. Drawn some bans, I believe, with that as well, too.
Definitely. It's been a good pick for him so far this season.
Yeah. Down on CS, but certainly making it work from the pressure side of things anyway. Well, nobody can see anybody,
This
I guess.
is actually really smart of Samsung. Just, I mean, Eve's not getting the experience.
Whoa.
But,
They're going to go in. All time to Annie. They're going to flash anyway. Can they chase this under turret? They're going to grab Tibbers with the dredge line. That's not what you want to bring in. Meanwhile, teleports coming from both teams. Nice equalizer. Fury gets off of it in a hurry, though. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to die from this one.
Yeah, that was actually really surprising that Apple would want to TP into the bottom side for that gank, because the Tibbers had already been dropped. It was a nice Tibbers to block the dredge line and prevent the follow-up.
Ooh. Oh, Wraith missed his dredge line. Jeez. Wraith has been not playing that great this game.
No, he has not. Not only in terms of decision-making, but in terms of mechanics. Missing a lot of dredge lines, and now they're going to have to back off the tower.
It's going to cost him a tier 1. And it's not what Samsung wants to have happen. This is exactly what LZIM needs to do. They need to use this time to push these turrets, and because of a little bit of mistakes here and there from Samsung, they let them do that.
Yep, but I am delivering so far, really committing all the way through that teleport into the bottom lane. And now Frozen tangles with Kuve, who is trotting back up into his top side. Has to use Ghost right there to get away. Crown getting low, but not actually going down. But that's going to prevent Varus from finishing off the turret. So Kuve's little roam into the mid lane did enough damage that Frozen can't finish off the mid lane tower while Crown has to back.
True enough. Well, Tucson waiting for Fury here. Can he actually 1v1 him? That's a lot of damage on him already. This is very dangerous. Fury running away. Oh, equalizer comes out from Apple. That should shield the deal. Here comes Wraith. Does it help enough? No. Tucson gets very low. Flash, he gets him with the E. Wraith goes down, but at least he picked up a bloodthirsty support kill in the meantime, but that is a double kill for Apple. Meanwhile, IM takes the top turret. Things are definitely spiraling out of control for Samsung right now.
And that's what you want to do. Tucson is, as a jungler, if he can eliminate the wave clear right now while Sunstar just commits to killing turrets with his Sheen, that's like a perfect situation. because there's no one that's going to be able to trade objectives or defend. And even if he dies for that, well, great, you still got the 2-for-1 kills right there. You're still expanding your gold lead and your pressure across the map. Very nicely done.
Very true. And so Samsung, when do things get a little bit too dangerous for these guys? I feel like we're getting close.
We are getting close. This has been a nice hit onto the power spike by Incredible Miracle. They've done a lot of work. That mid lane turret is not long for this world. It has already been severely chipped. And now they have all the time just to go ahead and group in that mid lane. They could just take Corki, put him in mid lane right now, use the Nidalee, who just finished the Seraph's Embrace at 21 minutes here. It was actually a couple minutes earlier than I thought it would be. So that's very nice. And Frozen is rapidly approaching that point also.
Well, they're going to try to make a plan to Apple here, but Kuve already very low. He's going to ult back in again and barely survives. That was a risky play, but Samsung needs to take risks right now.
Well, they have to trade objectives. They know they can't defend this mid lane turret at the moment, especially with how low it is. So why not just go ahead, make a play onto the top laner, and see if you can trade turret for turret. They can. So that is a net win for Samsung on a turret that was pretty much dead to rights to begin with. Now,
True enough.
that said, they don't now have anything to trade for this dragon, and they're not going to commit to keep pushing. They go back and shop instead.
Yeah, so I am able to take that second dragon, make it 2-0 on that point. Now, so far, I will say the warding for Samsung has been a bit better this game than it was last game.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Very much helped by the fact that they have a Sightstone jungler this game.
Yeah. And Kuve has Trinity Force now, so how close are we to Kuve really being able to do a lot of damage to IM?
I think he's just going to need some more tankiness. You know, you get to 2-3 items on the Hecarim, and that's where he becomes a big problem.
Oh, grab
Nice
onto
hook.
Apple. That very nice. Yeah, Apple getting a little bit low. No flash available, but no ult from Wraith, so they really can't follow it up too much.
Yeah, Apple low, but he's probably just going to pop Equalizer on the minion wave and head back to base as it comes through. Nope, just going to base immediately. All the wards in the topside jungle. So Samsung used the dragon to get control over the top of the map from IM so that they could make a pressure play onto the tier 2 tower. But it doesn't go as well as they'd hoped. Apple has his TP nearly back up, and he wasn't forced to ult, and he didn't die, obviously. So they don't get quite as much as I think they would have liked to.
Kuve's trying to split push down here in bottom, but he's struggling a little bit against Sunstar's Corki. Turret getting a little bit low, though. They should be able to take it fairly easily at some point.
So now the question is, can IM finish this game off? Again, we're looking at about a 27.5, 28-minute Dragon, number 3, and Samsung, if they can get enough farm onto this Hecarim, and
whoa, are they going to actually Baron here?
No, they're just going to bait it.
I was going to say, that seems a little bit risky. Why not take that Rift Sculler, though? I think they're grabbing it now. They do get bottom lane turret. Kuve successfully pushes that one down.
Oh,
nice.
nice.
They find Tucson. Nice pick for Samsung.
Yep, just play around with that vision right there. Make sure that somebody has to come and check it. And everyone is so squishy on their team. Fortunately, Apple at least decided to go for a fast Zhonya's in this case.
That definitely helps.
Not only because it works very well, of course, in his lane matchup versus Hecarim, but because they need him to zone out the enemy team because they have nothing else to prevent their backline from getting jumped on.
Yeah, Crown with the quicker Zhonya's as well, too, though, so he'll be able to get in the back lines, maybe push people out and stay alive, do some consistent damage to this game.
Absolutely, certainly.
That mid lane turret's very low as well, too. So Samsung has a real possibility of just stymieing this push from IM and just evening things out turret-wise.
Yeah.
I'd say they already have.
Yes, they are quite nearly there. Just that mid turret, the difference between these two teams.
Still good wave clear on the side of IM, though. They can push the lane quickly if they need to. Oh, Kuve in onto Apple, doing a lot of damage there. Equalizer dropped. Kuve's just going to walk right around it. Still, though, not enough vision for him to pursue that. Does get the ult out of Apple, though, which is nice. Might let them put a little bit more pressure on this mid lane and take the turret.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a waiting game right now for Samsung. Kuve's starting to get tanky, though. Shroud completed, Cowl completed, and he has the home guard enchantment. Looks like Samsung really wants to contest this next dragon. This would be definitely the right time for them to do it. Fury also putting on his carry pants this game, has a Phantom Dancer instead of the Static Shiv.
Wow, yeah.
Thinking he has enough wave clarity, just wants to deal that damage, and that is going to be helpful. I mean, he's going to be able to 1v1 a lot of the members of Incredible Miracle with that item.
Might end up needing to also. Dragon coming up in a minute 40 now. Samsung could grab this one. At this point, I feel like they're probably strong enough.
Yeah, they are. If they get the right engage, they should be just fine. Now, it obviously would be better if the Frozen Heart was completed. Maybe Kuve had the Spirit Visage or something like that finished. And if Eve, in particular, was tankier at this stage and had the...
Whoa, Crown getting poked so hard. They're going to flash and try to ult him here. Didn't end up working. Wraith flashing away as well, too. Ignar made an attempt at it. Look at that engage! Kuve over the wall. Crown throwing everything in there as well. A double kill for Kuve. Equalizer drop, but it is way too late. Zonia is used by Crown. Flashes away. Apple pushed back by the Emperor's Divide. Zonia is used, but he's not going to do well after he comes out of that one. Kuve all over Frozen in whatever is left of a back line, and that is an ace. Only losing Wraith. Great fight for Samsung.
Beautiful engage from Crown, even though he was low. They saw how much was invested to try and get that kill onto Wraith. Now, of course, Crown trying to dodge these skill shots. He actually cleanses right there when the Timbers comes down. And now look at this setup. There's the flank. No flank wards. 3 men. And then, oh my. Onslaught of shadows. Absolutely massive.
Great engage by Eve there, too.
Yeah, Kuve doesn't even have to TP for that one. No home guard necessary. And now the turnaround. Crown still has his ultimate. He's been saving it this whole time. And remember how I said Frozen was going to have a bad time against this Hecarim?
Yep, he does.
Well, I mean, the team has a bad time against the Hecarim.
Yeah, they will now.
But that is why, yes, IM's composition in a perfect world, in perfect play, is very strong. But they have to have the flank wards. If Eve gets on them like that, they just get shattered. And the fact that they lost now, when they're supposed to be at their strongest, and they gave all of these kills over to Samsung means it is going to be a rough rest of this game for Incredible Miracle, and it will be quite surprising if they're able to pull back into this.
We'll see if they can. A lot of items on Frozen, though. Can certainly do a lot of damage, and you know that could have easily been a situation too where Crown didn't have cleanse up, got poked, got caught, and got killed. So that could have easily gone the other way, I feel like, too.
Yeah, but again, great turnaround. Looks like they're going to try and trade this just for a Baron. Smart.
All right, yeah, why not? A little bit of movement speed. The third dragon doesn't matter as much as this Baron will for Samsung. It's going down pretty slow, though. Looks like they'll get it.
Oh,
yeah,
no, they got it.
Yep. All right.
Wow. I am not even responding to that, actually. No. They didn't have any vision. And I think that they just figured, hey, we can't go in there right now because if it was a bait, guaranteed they all die.
Yeah. So you might as well get something, you know?
Yeah, push up the mid lane. That's about all you can do. But
take dragon.
The waves right now just not there for Incredible Miracle.
Ring Troll looks disgusted right now, by the way. Does not look happy.
He does not look happy, but
poor Ring Troll.
Poor Ring Troll has to watch IM, his former team.
Aww. In
this game where their hopes of winning are rapidly dwindling.
I would say so.
And here we go, 3-item Hecarim. This game is quickly tilting the other way. Even if we were even in gold right now, or even if IM was 2-3K ahead, this would still start to be in Samsung's advantage, just purely on the fact that the Locket's done, Hecarim's starting to get tanky, they have just a ton of options, and they have 2 Aegises actually. You can see Wraith with his own right there, So doubling up on some of the squishier members in Nautilus and Eve, and then making sure that even if one of them gets poked out of the fight or killed, that there's still that layer of aura protection on the rest of the team.
And it still seems like it's going to be a little bit difficult for Samsung to siege this. IM does have a lot of wave clear.
Yep, and they can just toss out a million skill shots, and eventually some of them are going to hit on this defense. They do clear out the Azir turret in the mid lane, and they have Corki here just to provide some rockets and some phosphorus bombs.
Really seems like it will take a major team effort from Samsung, unless you're Kuve.
Yeah, that's the issue. Kuve is the issue. Apple cannot stop his split push at the moment, so as long as they keep the other members with actual wave clear invested in they can just split push with the Hecarim, who's also looking to take the red buff right here. He's not going to get it.
Tucson grabs it away. Not bad. No smite on that Hecarim means it is quite a bit easier. Man, Samsung has really gotten a lot out of this Baron buff, though.
I mean, they only got one turret, but they have total control over the game now.
I think that's what it's more about, is getting all those wards in the enemy jungle, getting all the lanes where you want them to be. The turret's nice, but it's more about just getting that firm hold on the game.
Yes, and now that they have control over the dragon, too, that's basically, 5 dragons are basically the only way that IM is going to be able to win this game. And as they try and push out towards the dragon buff, since this Baron, like you're saying, allowed Samsung to get all these deep wards in, the threat of Kuve with the home guard TP is enormous.
Yeah.
And are they sure that they're going to be able to clear out all of these wards?
Oh, Annie has to run for her life. Kuve will be able to come in and defend that pink ward no problem, and also get the blue buff ready for somebody to take. Or just take it himself. Nope, gonna give it over to Fury. More bouncing blades, the better.
So pretty early setup here. Obviously, Dragon not going to be coming up for about 2 or 3 more minutes, but they're still trying to keep this stranglehold. They want the pressure on the bottom side of the map. This is smart. Kuve needs to go into the top. Well, with Dragon up in 2 minutes, you don't want to commit too much to the top side, so they're going to try and put pressure on the inhibitor while the rest of the team controls bottom side. I'd say that with the Dragon timer the way this is, definitely the right play. If they had a little bit more time to work with, maybe you start concentrating on the top side of the map instead and have Kuve stay bot just so that you can get more tier 2s down, considering how unlikely it is to be able to successfully split push an inhibitor turret when the game is the way it is right now.
Yeah, Kuve's got his teleport too, so no real worries here.
Gonna go for that Thorn Mail next.
Why not? And it seems like Kuve can just kind of draw so much attention up to where he's split pushing too that it might lead to a pretty easy dragon for Samsung. Although I suppose IM, they really need to be committed to this dragon, don't they?
They do. Yeah. They start to lose dragons now, and you get to the point where Samsung's composition will be 6 items, and that is just a really scary place to be if you're Incredible Miracle. But can they clear out all the wards? Kuve actually, 50 seconds left, going to go into his own jungle, take a couple more camps.
Why not?
His Thornmail's done now. That is a big power spike for him in the back line of these fights. Here we go.
Oh, flash ult onto Tucson. They try the dredge line. They catch Frozen with it. Frozen getting very, very low. And here comes Kuve over the top after that teleport. Another beautiful setup for Samsung, and they take out Frozen. Get that Azir turret down as well, too. Now, can they take a turret or two?
They didn't clear out all the wards in their jungle, and they are punished for it, as there's nothing that can stop Kuve's TP into that fight. They're going to lose a tier 2. They're going to lose the next dragon, as Samsung just going to push this wave and turn right around into that objective, and then they may be able just to go for Baron immediately afterwards.
Yeah. All the ults used for IM except for Frozen's, but that's because he was dead. He couldn't ult then.
Yeah, should be pretty easy for Samsung. Dragon, you have the wave pressure, recall. Actually, somebody should go down, clean up bot, recall, and then set up for Baron. Yeah, 50 seconds. Couldn't be more perfect in terms of timing. And there you go. Furious job. Push the bottom wave. Great, that pressure onto the tier 2. Let's take a look at this again. Tucson trying to flash out of the depth charge. Great hook onto Frozen. Frozen just can't move very fast. And hello, Hecarim. And that's what happens when Hecarim gets into the late game against this composition.
Yep.
And remember, this was I mean, I am willingly picked into this. This wasn't something, there wasn't the wool pulled over their eyes in any way. They last picked Varus. Hecarim was picked in the second round of the draft, so they picked Nidalee, Rumble, and Varus after they saw the Hecarim.
Well, it's like we were talking about early on. You know, IM was just planning on being able to have that big mid-game power spike to get the siege done that they needed to, and they almost did. It was close. IM almost got this to work.
Yeah, it's just, I will say this. Poke comps are the best compositions in League of Legends because if you are good at warding your flanks, there's almost no counterplay, and you never actually have to commit to fights while constantly pushing your enemy objectives and getting them for free, right? But that's in a perfect use scenario. They're also the hardest compositions to play properly because you make one error and the enemy team just ruins you.
Well, you need that such a perfect combination of skill shot accuracy, positioning, warding. I mean, it takes a lot. And you need to do it all perfectly, too.
Yes. So it's definitely potent. I definitely like IM's composition. And it is beautiful to see it played perfectly, but it's also so incredibly difficult to do.
Yeah. Well, Baron is up. Samsung has a bunch of pink wards near the pit. Some wards in the enemy jungle as well, too. Meanwhile, though, Fury is still down in the bot lane. Looks like he's going to come back mid again, and they might make a play for it. But why wait, you know?
Why wait, indeed. So, yep, Crown just poking his way through the blue buff. Great warding for Samsung around the Baron pit. They have eyes everywhere in the river. They can do the Baron really fast.
Oh, yeah.
Crown is in a great place this game. There's no Aegis on the enemy team. He doesn't even have to build any magic penetration if he doesn't want to.
Yeah,
Flat AP, perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, finishes his death cap. He's already got the Ludens.
I mean, there's no Abyssal Scepter on the Rumble. There's no MR. There's no MR. So, and there's no answer to Kuve doing this either.
This is the time. This is the time to start that Baron, I think. Pretty soon. They're going to keep it cleared out.
No, you don't have to start the Baron.
You don't?
Nope. Just sit there. Keep on clearing wards. Eventually they're going to run out of wards. Kuve doesn't have TP, so he can just keep moving from lane to lane. And if they decide, okay, now they see since they see where Corky is, they can do it.
That's right. So Tucson coming in with Ignar. Can they make something happen? Ult used already. And they do take the Baron. Samsung now over the wall. How much do they want to fight this? Crown doing a lot of poke.
Yeah, no reason to fight that. You got what you wanted, which is the Baron buff. Go ahead, recall buy from the turret kills, then actually set up for the pressure right there. When you see the Corky, then you can do it, because you know that at max at that point, because Apple's TP was down, it was a 4v3, and the Corky cannot walk past that Hecarim. So as long as Hecarim has the inside angle onto the Baron, perfectly safe. Samsung realizes that, takes a very clean Baron, and now they will be able to group and perhaps finish off this game.
That's looking like they can. Another dragon up in a little less than 2 minutes as well. And that's something that Samsung can kind of, grab on their way out once they have everything pushed up, once they've sieged a bit. Maybe they'll grab it a little bit earlier. Yeah, poor IM. Just never seeming to really be able to execute long-term on anything they try to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. Kuve has righteous glory now.
Why not?
The icing on the cake. As if he really needed to move faster with that home guard.
It buffs his damage.
It does.
So that's why you get it.
I can't argue with that, Doa. I think it's a great item in this circumstance.
Oh, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. That's gonna be hard for IM to deal with.
Now I can't wait for the next TP.
Yeah. It's going to be very fast. Although he really could have built anything at this point and it would have been fine.
That's true. Had a chance for that Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Help out Fury. Just, you know, go in there, helicoptering his way to armor shred, and then Fury just hits like one ricochet and it chunks half the entire team down to half HP.
Seen it before. Yep. Samsung playing this out very coolly, very methodically, just taking out the enemy jungle, waiting for that dragon to come up, keeping the lanes pushed with that Baron buff. I feel like it's a little bit too passive, though. Do you think they're putting a bit too much priority on this dragon?
I think it's kind of whatever.
It just doesn't really matter at this point.
I think they should just finish this game and dive them.
I agree. Do dive. Maybe they'll have the
I think they should
courage
go.
now.
I think they should go for the style play, Doa. They should throw a ward inside the enemy base, right by the base gate, where it can't be seen by the turrets. And then Kuve should teleport in on that for a mega dive with Righteous Glory.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm all for that idea.
That's what I want to see happen.
He's just gonna dodge every skill shot in the top lane for now, I guess.
Come on, Samsung.
You can do it. You're 10,000 gold ahead. Come on.
I believe in you. I believe in you and your giant Hecarim.
Giant OP Hecarim.
I mean, Hecarim could just kill everybody on this team right now.
Probably.
No need to be shy. Don't need to be cautious. You have 6-item Hecarim. This is what this entire game has built up into.
No need to be shy, but do try being Smeb sometime.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Awfully true after our first set.
No kidding. Definitely don't be shy's top fizz.
Yeah, nobody. Please, nobody be that.
No.
I mean, they're just not getting any turret damage down right now because the pressure isn't being applied evenly by Samsung. The fact that Ignar can just stand here in the top lane right now, so can Tucson, means that they're not really putting the wave pressure down properly. Come on, auto-attack the turret, Sivir.
Yeah.
No, the turret! Oh,
It's getting a bit.
that was the ward
Bit
I
awkward.
wanted. But they decided to pink ward
Oh,
it.
got in Italy traps?
Intelligently.
All right. Maybe now. No. No. No, not the time. Not yet.
Samsung's like, we really can't win this game without 5 dragons, guys. You're going to have to wait another 15 minutes for that one.
Oh, goody. Hooray.
I know what Samsung's doing. They're trying to bait them out of the base so they can just take a clean team fight and then win the game that way. They don't want to take the risk. But frankly, there's very little risk to turret diving against IM's composition. The Hecarim's going to get onto them before they can effectively use the Chain of Corruption. And using Annie to peel off of a Hecarim flank is just, that's not going to work.
Yeah, you'd think so. Void Staff picked up for Crown now just because.
So here's what you do now that they have pink wards. So you're sitting there, you're sieging in the mid lane, and you just walk over, and then you spam your Sightstone just like 3 wards over there, and then you just try and get the TP down as fast as possible.
Or you just wait till somebody walks over to clear it and you come over the wall with Onslaught of Shadows.
But I want to see the home guard. It's about the style points now, Doa.
Oh, I see.
Eva's Thornmail also. I don't really think that's a good item. I think you should have gotten Randuin's. But
Yeah. Oh, they're coming out. Coming out of the base. Maybe it's time for another Baron.
it is.
Maybe
it is, Doa.
Maybe it's time for a nap.
Yeah, it's also time for one of those.
Yep. Seems that way.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, they tried. They got the flash.
Mission success.
That's right. I mean, not having to worry about flash tibbers actually is pretty nice. Oh, Crown got poked a bit there. Don't know how that happened. Oops. Oh, Samsung. Tibbers goes down, they stun Wraith. Eve coming back in immediately, powered up by that Sivir. A lot of damage onto Sunstar. Sunstar Valkyrie is away.
Here we go!
Yep, that's right, teleport coming in, and that is a fast Hecarim. Immediately ulting just onto Frozen, oh boy. Run, Frozen. Good luck. Oh, too late. You're dead. And so, maybe now's the time. Frozen is gone. 70-second death timer here.
Did you mean it's time to take Baron, Doa?
Maybe it's time to take the turret.
I would hope so.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, they're coming in. He activated. They're going to turn around to the turret, take that right away. Eve taking a lot of damage. Looks like he'll go down, but not until they're able to do a lot of damage to this space. Inhibitor taken out.
They lost their jungler, though, so they can't do Baron now.
Oh, I bet they can, Monty. I bet that's exactly where they're going. Losing the jungler was a cue to take Baron.
That's how they like to roll.
That's right. Oh, no.
Here we go, hiding in bushes.
This looks like a Fnatic type of thing to do. Oh, wah, wah. Oh, well. Oh, hi.
Kuve's back.
Oh, and he's got his ult back already again. Apple taking a lot of damage. Nice onslaught of shadows. Whoa! Well, this one's over, guys. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough to make it back from that one, guys. Oh, boy.
The style points.
I like it. Flash Emperor's Divide, and that divide symbolizes the divide in gold between these two teams right now.
Rick
Perhaps
Troll looked really
skill as
impressed at that play.
I guess so. It's like I used to do something like that on Lee Sin. Well,
that'll be it.
that is definitely it. Crown getting a bit low. Frozen's still able to poke decently, but GGG. Oh, goodbye. Another kill for Crown. Why not? There goes the Nexus. And it is over. Samsung grabs that 2-0. Glad we got an entertaining moment out of the end of that game.
We did. Crown also style dodging the piercing arrow with Azonia's stasis at the end there. That was pretty fun.
Well, and that is the second time in less than 2 weeks that Samsung has 2-0'd IM. IM putting up maybe a little bit more of a fight this time around, but the results are the same.
They are. Well played by Samsung. They had a bright spot for about 5 minutes, and then it went away.
Yep, that's right. Their bright spots are more like a shooting star streaking through the heavens. One single moment of beauty, and then the darkness returns.
Wow, dark.
Yeah, wow.
That is IM. It's true.
There you go.
You cannot deny that fact about that last game. So IM picks a composition that is strong but difficult to win with, especially when the Hecarim was grabbed really early on in Samsung's draft, and Kuve doing work, getting his job done. I mean, he had great engages that entire game, consistently found Varus in the back line, knew exactly what he needed to do.
Sure did. And so with that, a couple of 2-0s today. What do you know? Ku 2-0s CJ, Samsung 2-0s IM, and we'll be going in to our winners interview fairly soon here. And I hope we get to see some of the new picks, the new roster pickups next time.
I'm quite curious, actually.
Yeah.
They have so much versatility on their roster at this point. I mean, they have 3 top laners. They have 3 AD carries.
It's a bit bizarre, you know, why pick these guys up if you're not going to try them out? But maybe they just think they're not ready yet.
These are new additions, too. We don't know what kind of shape these guys are in, so...
Can it really go worse, though?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it could.
not much.
Doa, you do realize that Spenu is in this league, right?
The numbers are going to be the same at the end of the day. So, I am with a lot to work on, as usual. That's too bad. I mean, again, this team came in this season with what arguably could be a pretty powerful roster on paper, and they just have not been able to find any sort of identity, any sort of cohesiveness as a unit to execute on that. And who's our MVP? It will be Kuve, a very well-deserved MVP on that top lane Hecarim. Really got work done. Farmed, got items, destroyed people.
Got ahead in farm.
Yep.
Knew his power spikes. Found the right angles to engage. Really good game on Hecarim.
Yeah, that was a great bait bringing Apple down.
I love that. That was too funny. I've never seen anybody try it that successfully before.
It's pretty funny stuff.
Apple really bought into that.
Yeah, Apple got picked on quite a bit.
Well, they needed to get Hecarim ahead. They knew that was going to help them a lot.
Oh boy.
Oh. It's such a beautiful ult.
Yeah. Stonstar's like, hey, Frozen, we're in trouble. Frozen's like, yeah. He still tries though.
And that entire team fight, the turnaround was such a good call from Samsung. Everybody played that very well. Crown turning it around. Eve with the flank ult right there to set it all up.
Wraith had some really...
Here we go!
Wraith had a very rough early game, but came back with some pretty nice plays in the end.
Yeah, he did. And here's another TP coming through. He's going to just make sure that Frozen can't get anywhere near his base again, cutting him off with the Onslaught of Shadows, and then following it up with the help of Eve. Equalizer not going to be enough to actually turn that fight around, and then Kube at the end.
That all comes back so fast. Oh boy. Oh yeah. I could watch that all day. Poke. Yeah. Samsung fans. Happy.
They look quite happy indeed. Samsung with a very loyal fan base here in Korea.
Oh yeah, of course. Pretty rabid fan base. But again, you know, this is an organization that's been around esports for a long time. Long before they got into League of Legends. Samsung's happiest fan. And now it's time for an MVP interview. And as usual, Barry will be bringing us the translation.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to go into our second set of MVP interviews for tonight. Samsung took the victory over Longzhu IM 2-0. And let's meet the MVPs. Congratulations. Let's talk with Fury first. So this is your first win of the second round. How do you feel? In the last match of the round one against CJ, I wasn't able to show my true skill, so I felt really bad than that. But today I feel like we were able to play as as we wanted to, so it feels really great. So you guys beat IM in round one. Did you guys have confidence? Were you guys more confident going into this? And, what was your kind of a mindset going into this match? Well, since we beat them before, we thought that we can't lose to them because we beat them before. So this is currently the metagame tends to favor Sivir and Corki picks a lot. You picked Corki, Kog'Maw today. Is there a reason why? Well, I don't play Kog'Maw that much in solo queue, but in scrims I tried it out once, and it's pretty good in a tank composition. And then I think it fits my hands pretty well. I feel really good on that champion.
Seemed to work well tonight.
So in set 2, Sunstar showed up. Were you guys expecting him to be subbed in? Yeah, we did to expect it to some degree. Is there something you specifically prepared for it? Well, most ADCs have kind of the same champion pool, so nothing too specific. So you'll play against the Ku Tigers next. It's a very tough opponent. And do you have any words about your resolve going into that match? So as long as we're able to take it a late game, I think I can put in the damage needed for us to win team fights. So I have confidence. All right, let's meet our second MVP, Cuve. Hello, hello. So congratulations, Cuve. It's been a while since I've interviewed you. How do you feel? It's been a while since I interviewed, so I'm very, very happy. So Longzhu IM has a lot of players on the roster. It might be difficult to predict, who might be playing. How do you guys feel? So at first, Lila came out, so we were like a little bit. It was a little bit troubling at first, but Fury played very, very well, so it wasn't that too bad. So in set 2, IM had the lead early on, and then kind of flipped on its head afterwards in a big team fight at mid. Can you explain a little bit what happened there? So we were kiting back, and then we looked at the kind of situation. It was like a good angle for all of us to kind of go for a big wombo combo. So we decided that let's try it. Let's go for it.
Let's just try it. A great plan for any professional League of Legends team.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Thanks, Wayne Gretzky.
I know, thanks.
Or whoever said that. I actually have no idea.
So, you know, were you guys worried about kind of, you know, we're losing that game? It's like, well, as long as they take it to late game, and I told my teammates that as long as I get big, as long as we keep going like this, we're going to win in the late game. So there were a lot of moments where FLICKR kind of showed up like the big boss, you know, and just destroyed everybody. And how did it feel? And it's like it felt really good to kind of just dominate these team fights. In the last team fight, Azir kind of had a big ult. Did Crown say anything while making that play? Well, Crown just said, "Oh, this is the right moment. This is the angle, and we won this fight." So and then we just destroyed them all.
Good shot call.
Yeah.
Good job, Crown. High five.
It was the right angle.
All right, and do you have any words you want to say, you know, to your coach and, you know, head coach? Well, you know, our coach and head coach, you know, have a lot of, you know, troubles because, you know, our results aren't the best, but we're going to try our best. We'll pull up our results, and hopefully we'll make you proud. All right?
Well, nothing can deter Ring Troll from supporting IM.
All right, that concludes our MVP interviews with Cuvée and Fury, and I'm going to hand it back to Doa Monte Cristo, so take it back.
All right, thanks for the translating, Barry. And so there you go. A little bit of words from Samsung Galaxy after their 2-0 win over IM. And again, I feel like this team is moving in the right direction. Slowly, but can I say surely? Definitely slowly.
Slowly.
They're moving towards it slowly. There we go. Well, KOO Tigers, not so slowly, taking apart CJ Entus in our first best of 3 of the night.
Yeah, and that match is very interesting because now KOO has beaten Najin, Jinair, KT, and CJ in terms of the top 6 teams in a row.
It's pretty amazing. Jumping right back up to second place. Remember, they do have one less game score point because of being late to the studio a few too many times. Oh, you KOO Tigers. Meanwhile, SKT still very comfortably up on top with the 9-0, and CJ with some pretty serious work to do. KT really threatening now.
Yeah, KT and CJ falling down the rankings just a bit. But here is our matchup for tomorrow. Should be quite a good series.
Yeah, Najini Empire versus KT Rolster. That one is going to be a very cool best of 3. It's our only best of 3 tomorrow. But what more do we need, Monte Cristo?
And reminder, it does start 3 hours earlier than the normal time.
Yes.
On Thursdays, we have our afternoon games.
I'm actually going to be casting that one with you, so I'm going to need to set my own alarm and remind myself. Meanwhile, on Friday, Rebels Anarchy versus Longzhu IM. CJ Entus versus Jinair. Again, that second match, CJ versus Jinair. They really need to step it up yet again.
And Anarchy, I think they have been looking better overall, so it could be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, true. And then maybe not the most competitive matches ever on Saturday. SK Telecom versus Spenu, the best against the worst. KOO Tigers will be taking on their opponent, Samsung. We'll see who comes out on top of that one as well.
Yeah, Samsung's been very consistent against some of the lower tier teams, but
they've taken games off very good teams too.
Yeah, they have. But KOO Tigers on their win streak right now, going to be a tall order, I think.
I think it will be too. Well, that's it for us tonight, guys. We'll see you in less than 24 hours for our next broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. See ya.
To infiltrate, but now I'm losing.